My family stole my salary for my golden child brother and left me homeless. When they showed up at my penthouse, my lawyer was waiting. My parents secretly drained my bank accounts to fund my deadbeat brother's fake influencer lifestyle, then threw my belongings onto the front lawn on my 29th birthday. Exactly 1 year later, they showed up at my luxury penthouse demanding to move in, unaware that my lawyer was inside, holding the very documents that would send them to federal prison. Original post. I am Liam, 29 years old. To understand how my own flesh and blood could justify trying to steal my life, you have to understand the nightmare I barely escaped. For the first 28 years of my life, my entire world was a suffocating, crumbling two-story house at the dead end of a declining neighborhood in Chicago. The paint on the exterior was peeling off in large gray flakes, and the inside constantly smelled of damp wood, old cooking oil, and unidentifiable mustiness. That house was built entirely on unequal expectations. I worked as a senior data analyst for a mid-sized tech firm downtown. It was a grueling job, staring at complex spreadsheets and predictive models until my eyes burned, but I was exceptionally good at it, and my salary reflected that. However, my bank account rarely saw the benefits of my labor. The moment my paycheck cleared, the vast majority of it was transferred directly into my father Arthur's checking account. I paid the electricity. I paid the water and gas. I paid the exorbitant high-speed internet bill. I even bought all the groceries. When the roof started leaking right over the kitchen, my father claimed they were completely broke. I had to halt my 401k contributions and drain my emergency savings to pay the contractors. Did I receive any gratitude? Absolutely not. My financial contributions were treated as a mandatory tax for my existence. My mother, Martha, was the orchestrator of this misery. Every evening when I walked through the door exhausted, she would be sitting there, perpetually unsatisfied. Liam, she would scoff, not looking up from her phone. When are you going to stop playing with numbers and get a real job? Look at the Vance boy down the street. He's a corporate lawyer. And what do? Make little charts for the internet. You're a failure. That. And then there was my younger brother, Leo. Leo is 27, but he was treated like a fragile, precious artifact. Shortly after dropping out of community college, he decided he was going to be an influencer. He bought expensive cameras, ring lights, and designer clothing, spending his days making highly edited, vapid videos pretending he lived a life of luxury. He never lifted a finger. While I was at the grocery store carefully calculating the cost of generic brand pasta to ensure we stayed within budget, Leo was ordering $60 gourmet sushi deliveries using Martha's credit card. Whenever I confronted my parents about this glaring double standard, Arthur would yell, "Leave your brother alone, he is building a brand. He is going to be a millionaire soon, and then we will all be taken care of." It was a slow, agonizing funeral for my self-worth. But I stayed because society brainwashes you into believing that setting a boundary with family is an act of betrayal. Then came my 29th birthday. I genuinely thought that for one single day, we could pretend to be a normal family. I had been saving up a little bit of cash hidden from Arthur's constant demands, and I bought a beautiful, expensive cheesecake from a high-end bakery downtown. I texted Martha asking if we could all sit down together after dinner. Her reply was brief, "We'll see. We might have plans." I left work at 6 p.m., feeling a small, foolish flicker of hope. I drove through the familiar streets, turning onto our dead-end road. As my house came into view, my heart stopped. I slammed on the brakes so hard the cake box flew off the seat and smashed onto the floorboard. My belongings were scattered across the front lawn. Black trash bags stuffed with my clothes were tossed haphazardly onto the dying grass. My winter coats were draped over the porch railing. My books were dumped in a pile on the driveway, and my computer monitor was sitting dangerously close to a puddle of dirty water. I leaped out of the car, my chest heaving. Martha, Arthur, and Leo were standing on the porch, watching me with cold, calculating expressions. "What is this?" I gasped, my voice trembling. "Did we get robbed?" Martha took a step forward, looking down at me. "It is time for you to move out, Liam. You are no longer welcome in this house." I froze. "Move out? It's my birthday, where am I supposed to go?" "That is not our problem," Martha replied, entirely devoid of empathy. "We need the space. Leo's brand is expanding, and he needs your bedroom to build a proper recording studio. We cannot have you dragging down the energy of this house anymore." I looked at Arthur, pleading silently. "Dad, you're letting her do this? I pay the bills. I keep the lights on." Arthur looked at the ground, shuffling his feet. "Listen to your mother, it's for the best." Leo leaned against the doorframe with a smug smirk. "Maybe you should have thought about securing your own place instead of being such a massive burden all these years, bro. Time to be a real man." A burden. I had bled myself dry to keep a roof over their heads. "Why today?" I asked, tears spilling down my cheeks. "Why on my birthday?" Martha looked me dead in the eye. "Consider it our gift to you. Independence. Frankly, you need to grow up." She turned and walked back inside. Leo gave me a mock salute and slammed the heavy wooden door shut. The deadbolt clicked. I dropped to my knees on the dirty concrete. Suddenly, I heard the squeak of a screen door. Our elderly neighbor, Mr. Vance, a retired veteran who kept to himself, walked slowly across the lawn. He looked at the trash bags with profound disgust. He didn't offer empty platitudes. He simply reached into his worn cardigan, pulled out 2 folded $100 bills, and pressed them firmly into my shaking hand. "You are better off, son, Mr. Vance said roughly. "Some trees are completely rotten at the roots. You have to cut them down before they fall on you." I spent the next 2 hours frantically stuffing my belongings into my car, every item feeling like a fresh wave of humiliation. I drove away without looking back. I found a cheap, run-down motel on the outskirts of the city, paid for a week up front in cash, and sat on the edge of the lumpy mattress in a room that smelled of stale cigarette smoke and cheap bleach. I cried until my throat was raw. But as the sun began to rise, casting a pale gray light into that miserable room, my crushing sorrow began to harden. It crystallized into pure, unadulterated rage. Update 1. I thought the betrayal was simply a matter of cruelty and favoritism. I had no idea a massive financial conspiracy was hiding just beneath the surface. The first few days in that motel were a masterclass in survival. I became a machine. I threw myself into my data analysis campaigns with a ferocity I had never tapped into before. I was the first one in the building at dawn and the last to leave. But you cannot outrun trauma forever. On a Thursday night, past 9 p.m., my hands were shaking from too much caffeine and too little nutrition. That's when Elena, our CEO, walked over. Elena is a formidable woman in her late 40s who built the firm from the ground up. She sat down opposite me. "Liam, your work is flawless, but you look like a walking corpse. You're wearing the same tie 3 days in a row. What is going on?" I tried to lie, but Elena's gaze pierced right through me. The dam shattered. I broke down and told her everything: the years of financial abuse, Leo, the birthday eviction, the flickering neon sign at the motel. Elena didn't offer pity. She offered a plan. "Pack your things from that disgusting motel," she ordered. "My husband David and I have a large house in the suburbs. Our oldest son just left for college. You are moving in tomorrow, rent-free, until you find a proper apartment. I will not have my best analyst living like a stray dog." Moving into Elena and David's home was like stepping onto another planet. They treated me with basic human kindness. David, a successful commercial real estate investor, started giving me advice on building wealth. For the first time, I felt safe. With my living situation stabilized, I reached out to my best friend from college, Nathan. Nathan is a high-powered corporate lawyer specializing in financial disputes. Over stakes, I laid out my entire financial history with my parents. Nathan listened, his tone deadly serious. "People do not violently kick their primary source of income out of the house just to build a recording studio for a failed influencer. The math doesn't add up. I need you to authorize me to run background checks on their public financial records." A week later, Nathan called me into his mahogany-paneled office. He pushed a highlighted manila folder across the desk. I did a deep dive. What I found is bordering on criminal negligence. About 8 months ago, your golden child brother Leo decided to play day trader. He took out massive personal loans for fraudulent cryptocurrency schemes. The market tanked. Leo is currently over $180,000 in debt. I gasped. "How?" "He doesn't even have a job. He used your parents' house as collateral," Nathan said grimly. "Arthur co-signed the loans. When the creditors knocked, your parents panicked. They took out a massive second mortgage, just to keep Leo out of bankruptcy court. But here is the part that will make you sick. I traced the utility accounts, the electricity, water, internet, they've all been delinquent for months. The money you transferred to Arthur every single month, it never went to the utilities. Arthur and Martha were funneling every cent of your hard-earned salary to pay the high-interest premiums on Leo's crypto debt." I sat frozen. They didn't kick me out because I was a burden. They kicked me out because the well had run dry. They had squeezed every drop of financial blood out of me, and when the creditors threatened foreclosure, they evicted me to cover their tracks. My own parents cannibalized my life to protect the golden child. Because they were so sloppy, Nathan continued, their entire financial house of cards is about to collapse. The IRS is already sniffing around Arthur's sudden influx of cash. They are drowning, Liam, and soon, they're going to come looking for a life raft. "They're not getting a life raft," I whispered, a surge of terrifying clarity washing over me. "I'm going to build a fortress. And when they come begging, I'm going to watch them drown." Over the next 8 months, I transformed into an absolute powerhouse. I spearheaded a predictive modeling algorithm that brought the firm millions in new revenue. Elena called me into her office and slid a new contract across the desk. "I am officially promoting you to lead director. You're getting a 45% salary increase, plus a substantial performance bonus." With my new wealth, it was time to buy my fortress. David connected me with a shark real estate agent. We found a stunning, top-floor luxury condo in a highly secure gated community on Maple Avenue. It had biometric security and a private elevator. But before closing, I sat down with Nathan. I don't want my name on the public records. If my parents search for me, I want them to find a ghost. Nathan smiled a predatory smile. We're setting up a private irrevocable trust. The trust will legally own the real estate. Even if your parents file a frivolous lawsuit, they cannot touch the house. It is a financial vault. I moved in, and for a few weeks, it was pure bliss. Then, the illusion shattered. I got a frantic call from an unknown number. It was Leo. His smug arrogance was gone, he sounded terrified. Liam, please. Dad lost his job. Mom maxed her cards. The bank is foreclosing. Can you wire us some money for the mortgage? The unmitigated gall. You stood on the porch and laughed while Mom threw my life into the dirt. I replied coldly. You stole my utility money for your crypto debt. I know everything. You dug your own grave. Now lie in it. I hung up and blocked him. 3 days later, I was having lunch with a mutual college acquaintance, Tom. Casually, Tom said, heard you got some serious new real estate on Maple Avenue. Good for you, man. My blood ran cold. Only Elena, David, and Nathan knew my address. I stared Tom down until he cracked, sweating. Look, Arthur called me crying. He offered me $600 to find out where you lived. I just checked your location history on an old app we shared. They're your parents, Liam. I dropped a 20 on the table, lose my number. I immediately called Nathan. They have my address. Tom sold me out for $600. Don't panic, Nathan said, instantly switching to lawyer mode. The trust is ironclad. If they show up, you call the police. I'm not going to hide, I told him, gripping the steering wheel. If they come to my door, I am going to end this once and for all. Update 2. The tension in my foyer was suffocating. Martha stood perfectly in the center of my meticulously clean hardwood floors, her muddy shoes leaving smudges. She had just screamed directly into my face, threatening to call the police and file false charges of elder abuse if I didn't hand over the keys to my luxury condo. She truly believed she held the winning cards. She expected me to crumble and beg for forgiveness. But I was not alone. What Martha, Arthur, and Leo didn't realize was that I was hosting a very private housewarming gathering that exact afternoon. As Martha finished her unhinged rant about family obligations, the heavy custom-built oak doors to my dining room silently swung open. Stepping out was Elena, my CEO, wearing a razor-sharp tailored blazer, looking like she was about to dismantle a rival company. Right behind her was her husband David, projecting an imposing physical presence, and standing next to David was Nathan, adjusting his expensive suit. Elena had her smartphone raised at chest level. The red recording light was blinking steadily, capturing every single second of the confrontation in crisp high-definition video. Martha instantly froze. Her mouth snapped shut so fast I heard her teeth click. Arthur physically took a step backward, bumping into a marble side table. Leo's arrogant smirk melted into genuine rising panic. Elena took one deliberate step forward. Her voice was perfectly calm but echoed with executive power. She looked directly into my mother's eyes and stated that every threat of extortion had just been recorded. She informed Martha that threatening a fraudulent lawsuit to steal real estate was a severe criminal offense, and as a prominent business owner, she would be thrilled to hand the raw footage to the district attorney. Martha's face flushed a violent crimson. The sheer audacity of being challenged by a woman with far more power shattered her fragile ego. She pointed a shaking finger at Elena, screaming that this was a private family matter and demanding everyone leave before she reported a home invasion. I stepped smoothly between them. Elena and David put a roof over my head when you threw me onto the concrete on my birthday. They are my honored guests. You three are committing criminal trespass. Leo, desperately trying to salvage his pride, puffed out his chest. You owe us this house, Liam. Mom and Dad drained their savings for your childhood. It's your moral obligation to give us this condo as our inheritance. A masterclass in staggering delusion. Their inheritance was currently facing aggressive foreclosure because they mortgaged it to pay for his fake influencer career. At that exact moment, Nathan stepped forward. He unclasped his leather briefcase and slapped a thick stack of official legal documents onto my marble kitchen island with a sharp crack that sounded like a gunshot. Arthur flinched. Nathan introduced himself as my retained legal counsel. He looked at Arthur with the clinical detachment of a surgeon examining a tumor. He explained that Martha's threat of a lawsuit was laughably absurd. He challenged Arthur to stand before a judge and explain how they planned to sue their son for financial abandonment when that same son possessed years of certified bank records proving he funded their lives right up until they violently evicted him. Martha tried to interrupt, screaming about blood obligations. Nathan didn't even raise his voice, he just talked right over her, his words cutting like a scalpel. He told her to close her mouth and listen carefully because the reality of their situation was far worse than simply being homeless. Nathan picked up the first document, highlighting the embossed state seal. He explained the concept of an irrevocable private wealth trust. He told them, watching their faces contort in shock, that my name was nowhere on the property deed. This luxury condo, and all its equity, was legally locked inside a financial vault immune to any personal liability claims or familial demands. Leo's jaw literally dropped. The golden goose was encased in bulletproof glass, but Nathan was just getting warmed up. He picked up a significantly thicker folder with bright red adhesive flags. He turned his laser-like intensity onto Arthur. While investigating your fraudulent transfer of Liam's utility payments, we uncovered a much more dangerous pattern of behavior. Hiding consumer debt from your son is one thing. Blatantly lying to the federal government is an entirely different game. Arthur began to physically tremble. His knees visibly shook. Nathan laid it out with brutal clarity. For 5 consecutive years, Arthur and Martha had claimed massive, entirely fraudulent deductions on their federal tax returns. They illegally wrote off Leo's designer clothing, camera equipment, and lavish lifestyle as legitimate business expenses for an influencer company that generated zero taxable revenue. Furthermore, they actively hid the thousands in cash I gave them, failing to report it as income while fraudulently claiming state low-income assistance to subsidize their property taxes. Martha gasped loudly, covering her mouth. Her entitled posture collapsed. As an officer of the court, Nathan smiled coldly. My firm has a strict legal obligation to report suspected major federal tax fraud. A comprehensive dossier, including the forged signatures on your second mortgage, has already been submitted to IRS investigators. A full-scale federal audit is in motion. You are looking at massive financial penalties, total property seizure, and potentially significant federal prison time for wire fraud and tax evasion. The silence in the room was profoundly satisfying. Leo backed away from his mother so fast he almost tripped. The golden child instantly threw his parents under the bus, throwing his hands up and frantically stammering that he had absolutely nothing to do with their taxes and never signed any forms. Martha looked at me, tears of genuine terror forming. The arrogance was replaced by naked desperation. She took a trembling step toward me, begging me to call Nathan off, pleading with me to use my massive salary to hire them a criminal defense attorney. You can't let your own parents go to federal prison. She sobbed. I looked down at her outstretched hands. I remembered the exact tone of her voice when she told me my violent eviction was a birthday gift. I looked her dead in the eye and said, consider the IRS audit my special gift of true independence to you. It's time you finally grow up. Before Martha could unleash another hysterical scream, heavy authoritative footsteps echoed on the porch. A loud, commanding knock rattled the doorframe. I opened it to find Officer Hayes, a stern-faced veteran of the local police, accompanied by a broad-shouldered rookie. Nathan had called the non-emergency line 30 minutes before my family arrived, anticipating this exact trespassing scenario. I informed Officer Hayes that these 3 individuals were trespassing and engaging in verbal extortion. Martha tried to play the victim one last time, crying hysterically to the officers that I was a confused child having a mental breakdown. Elena smoothly stepped forward and showed Officer Hayes the clear video footage of Martha explicitly threatening the fake elder abuse lawsuit to steal the condo. Officer Hayes' expression turned to stone. He pointed a firm finger toward the street and ordered them off the property immediately, warning that a single second of hesitation would result in them leaving in steel handcuffs. Arthur's spirit completely shattered. He pushed past the officers, head down, and walked to his rusted sedan. Leo followed, pulling his hood up, terrified of jail time. Martha was the last to leave. She stood in the doorway, looking back at me with the highly toxic, venomous hatred of a predator who suddenly realized she was the prey. She turned in defeat and walked away. But the universe had one final, mind-blowing twist waiting in the wings. A week later, I was sitting on my balcony when I received a long, rambling text from an unknown number. It was from my Aunt Beatrice, Arthur's older sister. Beatrice had always played the sweet, caring peacemaker at family gatherings. Her text was a pathetic attempt at reconciliation, claiming she was heartbroken over our family division. But at the very end, almost as an afterthought, she asked if she could move into my spare bedroom because she was experiencing unexpected financial trouble. My instincts flared. I screenshot the text and sent it to Nathan. 10 minutes later, he color-cripped me, sounding grim. Prompted by my message, Nathan had dug deeper into the historical wire transfers between my family members. Arthur and Martha didn't just owe crypto creditors. They were in massive, crippling debt directly to Aunt Beatrice. Years ago, Beatrice had masterminded an illegal scheme involving a fake inheritance claim to siphon money from a distant relative's estate. She used Arthur as the public frontman to sign forged documents. When the scam fell apart, Arthur legally owed Beatrice $65,000 to cover her emergency criminal defense fees. The massive twist hit me like a freight train. Beatrice wasn't a sweet peacemaker. She was a cold-blooded puppet master. When Leo lost everything and the house faced foreclosure, Beatrice realized she was never getting her $65,000 back from my bankrupt parents. So, she pointed them directly at my new wealth. Nathan legally subpoenaed ISP records and found highly incriminating emails between Beatrice and Martha dated exactly 3 days before the condo invasion. Beatrice had explicitly ordered Martha to go to my house, demand to move in, and threaten the fake lawsuit to extort a cash settlement so they could pay her back. The very woman who hugged me at Thanksgiving engineered the violent home invasion that nearly shattered my peace. I didn't reply with anger. I simply forwarded the entire PDF file of her incriminating emails to her phone, followed by a single sentence: "Do not ever attempt to contact me again, or these emails go directly to the district attorney to be added to Arthur's federal fraud case." I blocked her permanently, severing the final diseased root of my family tree. 2 years have passed. Tonight, I am standing on the wraparound balcony of my luxury condo, looking out over the glittering city skyline. Parked securely downstairs is my brand new midnight black Audi R8, a daily physical reminder that unbreakable boundaries yield powerful rewards. My independent data analytics firm has tripled in size. Elena and David come over for dinner monthly, and Nathan is practically a brother to me. They are my chosen family. As for my biological family, the IRS thoroughly completed their audit. The massive fines forced Arthur and Martha into total, unrecoverable bankruptcy. They are currently renting a tiny, run-down apartment in a dangerous part of town, constantly dodging debt collectors. Leo is working the deep fry station at a local fast food drive-thru, his influencer delusions buried under the inescapable reality of minimum wage labor. Aunt Beatrice vanished from the state, terrified of federal authorities. Society pushes the false narrative that blood is everything, that you must endure abuse because someone shares your DNA. But sitting in that cheap motel room years ago, I realized the undeniable truth: blood does not make a family. Respect, unwavering loyalty, and unconditional support make a family. You absolutely do not owe your abusers your precious time, your hard-earned money, or your peace of mind. Protecting your inner peace is not selfish. It is an act of profound self-love. Build your fortress, and never let anyone make you feel guilty for surviving the fire they intentionally started. Top comments. User 1. The fact that Aunt Beatrice was pulling the strings the entire time is actually insane. She played the sweet aunt while literally orchestrating a mob-style shakedown on her own nephew. Forwarding her the PDF and blocking her was the ultimate boss move. User 2. I got literal chills when Nathan slapped that briefcase on the Marble Island. Consider the IRS audit my special gift of true independence to you. Oh my god, you used her exact traumatic birthday words against her, while legally nuking her life. Pure cinema. User 3. Elena and David are the real MVPs here. So many corporate bosses would just fire an employee whose work is slipping due to trauma. Instead, she gave you a safe place to sleep, and then stood in your foyer recording your abusers to protect you. That is what true family looks like. Enjoy that Audi R8, you earned every single piece of it.
I overheard Mom whisper, "The house and money go to Haley." I went silent. 7 days later Dad texted, "Insurance is due." I replied, "Ask your golden girl." I was 36 when I eventually quit answering my father's phone calls. My name is Ryan, and for the majority of my adult life, I've been the dependable one, the trustworthy son, the fixer, the one who somehow became involved in every family catastrophe, financial or otherwise. I had no idea how deep I was in until I took a step back and looked at the last decade of my life. What I'd spent, what I'd given, and what I'd silently digested in order to preserve peace with a family that never saw me. I work in information technology, primarily on a freelance basis. And I had been doing well for the past few years. Not wealthy but comfortable. I had my own home, a paid-off car, no debt, and enough emergency money. I wasn't very flamboyant about it, however. I didn't take vacations, didn't share my life online, and didn't discuss business at family gatherings. I was merely the person who came up when someone needed assistance moving, when their Wi-Fi failed, or when Mom's prescription cost $450 and they forgot to budget for it again. That was me. Ryan is the fallback. Ryan, we knew you'd come through, kid. And then there's my younger sister Haley. If you met Haley initially, you'd think she was adorable, hilarious, effervescent, and Instagram perfect. She's 33 and has been out of work for over 9 years, unless you count her short-lived Etsy candle company, which required me to design her website and handle all of her client returns. She still lives in the rental house where we grew up with my parents. Drives an automobile that they bought for her. Posts everyday images with phrases like hustle and grind, while sipping iced lattes that Dad pays for. And yet, at every family event, the talk inevitably revolves around her. Her aspirations, objectives, and current artistic endeavor. I gave up expecting fairness from my parents a long time ago. But I didn't foresee what occurred last summer. It began with an offhand remark. I had swung by my folks' place to drop off a medicine that Mom had ran out of earlier. Another last-minute, "Can you help us out?" appeal. I gave up the bag, ready to leave, when Dad requested me to check at his laptop. Some updates were not installing, nothing critical, so I decided I'd do it quickly and move on. Mom and Haley were speaking in the other room as I waited for it to reboot, and I assumed I couldn't hear them. "She won't have to worry about money after we go." Mom was speaking quietly, yet clearly. "The property and funds will all go to her. It is only right. Ryan does not need it." I froze. I didn't pay attention to the remainder of the talk. All I could think about was that one sentence. It is only right. I sat startled when the update completed and the screen came back to life. I must have moved like a robot since I can't recall saying goodbye. I drove home in solitude, my heart thumping. I wasn't unhappy about the money specifically. It was not greed. It was something deeper. Like every quiet, hurtful, and unnoticed moment had suddenly clicked into place. All those years of being the helpful, the dependable one, the pocketbook they could always rely on. And now, I've been written out of the tale. That night, I didn't get much sleep. I kept repeating it in my brain, trying to persuade myself that I had misheard. Perhaps they didn't intend it that way. But by dawn, I realized it wasn't a mistake. This was confirmation. I was the backup plan, the financial safety net, the person who didn't require anything since I'd never asked for it. And it rendered me invisible. Still, I did not say anything. Not yet. I did not confront anyone or call them out. I just became silent. The next time Mom asked me to assist fix the washer, I declined since I was too busy. When Haley texted me about opening up a pop-up business for her latest passion, painted seashell jewelry, I literally left her on read. And when Dad phoned because their internet was down and Haley had an online meeting, I didn't even listen to the voicemail. A week went as well. I was not attempting to be petty. I simply stopped offering myself up. It was the first time in years that I had drawn a line. I expected they would notice. Maybe they'd inquire what was wrong. But all I received was quiet until the text. "Insurance is due." That was it. Number. "Hello Ryan." Number. "I hope you're well." Just a demand. As if I were their personal accountant. I looked at the message for a long time. Thumb is lingering over the screen. I could have ignored it. Could have typed up a lengthy explanation. I let go of everything I had been holding back for years. But instead, I kept things simple. In 3 words, ask her. That marked the beginning of the transformation. The moment I picked myself. What I didn't realize at the time was how far and fast things would spiral. Because when you remove the crutch that people have relied on for years, they do not attempt to get up. They get into a panic. They lash out. And in my family, that terror manifested itself in a very unique and nasty way. My aunt made the first call. It concluded with a family meal that I'll never forget. I did not answer Aunt Diane's call the first time. I watched it ring out on my screen while I sat on the couch, sipping cold coffee and pretending to check my email. But when she phoned again an hour later and left a message, I decided I'd at least hear what she had to say. Diane has never been the meddling kind. She's my mother's elder sister, fairly blunt and sharp as glass. She's also the only one in our family who has ever seen past Haley's darling facade. Her voicemail was brief. "Ryan, call me back. Something is odd. Your father has been talking non-stop. It's about the money." I recall sitting up upright, like if I had been startled. I phoned her right back. "Hey." She answered the first ring. "You okay?" "Yeah." I asked. "What's going on?" She didn't waste time. "I was over at your parents' house yesterday, dropping off the space heater your mother requested," she said. "Haley's room gets drafty. Anyway, when I arrive your father is in the garage with Chuck and Frank, drinking beers and talking crap like it's poker night in 1992. I knew where this was headed. My stomach constricted. He starts talking about how ungrateful children are these days. Says, "You've turned your back on the family, and you don't lift a finger to help anymore." I tightened my jaw. Of course he did. Then she continued, her tone changing. He says something that makes me want to hurl a heater at him. He responds, "Good thing we made the right choice with Haley. At least we'll have one kid who takes care of us when we're gone." I didn't say anything. I couldn't. "You okay?" she said politely. I swallowed hard. "I'm fine." "No, you're not," she said sharply. Ryan, you've been bending over backwards for them for how long now? 12 years, and this is how they talk about you the second you stop funding their lifestyle. That was the term financing. As if I were a bank account with a name. I thanked her and hung up, but I couldn't escape the impression that I had been smacked in front of a crowd and no one had intervened. That weekend I headed to the mountains. Just for the day, I needed the distance and solitude. I trekked a path I used to use when I was younger, before things became difficult and I became the responsible one. I sat at the overlook and simply thought about everything. I spent the holidays alone since Haley required more attention during her breakups. The costs I paid when Mom's co-payments were too exorbitant. The laptop I got for Dad 2 Christmases ago. The same one I mended after overhearing the talk that began it all. I remembered lending Haley $2,500 when she said she'd finally gotten a position at some marketing business that turned out to be a pyramid scam. She never repaid me. I never asked. I believed it had broken the tranquility. However, I recognized that tranquility had always come at my price. Things swiftly escalated after that. First came the group text. Mom wrote a long paragraph to me, Dad, Haley and my Aunt Colleen, who never responds to anything. Anyway, it seemed like a forced essay. Family is more about love and support than money. We appreciate Ryan's desire for separation, but we're a team and have always supported one another. We should not have to remind anyone about the sacrifices we've made as parents. That is all I will say. That final sentence, the passive-aggressive cherry on top, made me pace my living room. They made sacrifices. I did not reply, but Haley did. Thank you, Mom. Some of us realize what family truly entails. Crimson heart. I nearly laughed. Almost. The next week, Dad sent another SMS. There are only 3 words this time. Need money for groceries, no punctuation, no thanks. I responded with 5. Ask your preferred one. Haley phoned around 15 minutes later. I let it go to voicemail. She phoned again and again. I eventually picked up on the 5th ring. What the hell is your problem? She snapped, ignoring any greetings. You're being selfish and childish, and it's really humiliating. I did not raise my voice. I was too exhausted for it. Who is it embarrassing for? For Mom and Dad. For the remainder of us. Do you believe you're proving something? All you're doing is forsaking those who reared you. I let out a slow breath. The same folks who abandoned you behind my back. Silence, followed by a scoff. Oh my God, she said. Did you hear that? You're really behaving like it matters. It matters, I said. It matters that I spent years supporting them before they decided I wasn't a part of their future. She burst. You are okay, you have a job, a condominium, and a car. I'm still finding my footing. You've been getting on your feet for 9 years. Click. She hung up. A few days later I received a letter via the mail. Actual paper from my mother. Inside was a card with a watercolor lake image and the words, "Family means everything," printed on the front. She wrote inside, I wish you'd remember what your grandma always said. No matter how far you travel, blood is blood, and you can't just walk away. We love you. Please consider what you are doing to us. No apologies, no acknowledgement, only shame wrapped in pastel ink. It would have been funny if it hadn't hurt so badly. But the true breaking point did not occur until the night of the surprise supper. Aunt Diane called me again. She mentioned that they'll be eating supper on Sunday night. Claim it's only for close relatives, yet your name popped up. They claimed you'd probably be too busy to demonstrate why it's just as well. That stung worse than I thought. I did not RSVP. I did not say anything. However, I drove over on Sunday at 6 p.m. I didn't go inside. I parked across the street, lights turned off and motor going, just to watch. The driveway was crowded. My cousin Logan's Jeep, Haley's white Civic, and Aunt Colleen's minivan. I looked through the glass as everyone assembled at the dining table. My usual place at family dinners had been taken by someone else. Haley sat laughing as if she owned the place. My parents appeared relaxed. I wasn't even a thought, but I knew something they didn't. Since earlier that week, I had a private chat with their lawyer. What my parents didn't realize was that I helped them refinance their home 6 years ago. That is correct. For the sake of convenience, I agreed to co-sign some tax paperwork. I was the one who made the phone calls and completed the documents. My name remained on some of those papers, including some rights that they never bothered to examine. I did not accomplish anything. Not yet. But while sat in that automobile watching them toast over a table I used to arrange for them, I knew something had changed in me. Not out of malice, but out of clarity. They picked her. They made that decision long ago. And I'd finally made the true twist. The evening was not simply for fun. There was an announcement. And I only found out about their plans because Haley, in her boundless hubris, chose to upload a photo. Her smile between mom and dad was captioned, "So eager to begin the new chapter. I can't wait to share soon." I gazed at the post. Then I hit save because I knew what it meant, and I had a sense that what they were about to say would need a reaction that they wouldn't expect. I didn't get much sleep the night of the meal. There was something about viewing that post. Haley was grinning, her arms stretched over both of our parents, as if she had already inherited the crown. That broke something in me that I had no idea was vulnerable. I was not furious, not anymore. This was the odd part. I just felt hollow, like if I was mourning a non-existent version of my family. I kept telling myself that I should become used to it by now. Favoritism, disdain, and the silent assumption that I'd always be there in the background, cleaning up everyone else's mess. But something about that photo, that silly caption, and my excitement to go on to the next chapter made it all feel permanent, as if a door had closed behind me and I hadn't even seen the click. For the first time in years, I did not want to open it again. That next week I turned inside. I stopped reading their texts and scrolled through Haley's manicured Instagram of candles, crystals, and brunch. I removed Facebook completely. I knew if I kept staring I'd be hurting. And honestly, I was sick of bleeding for people who didn't realize I was injured. It was hardly a spectacular cleansing. I did not toss my phone in the lake or make any public announcements. I simply quietly disconnected. But solitude has a strange way of resonating. It started out peacefully, then it became loud. Without the continual hum of family commotion, I was alone with my thoughts, and it hit me harder than I anticipated. How much of my identity was based on being useful to those who regarded me as handy rather than cared for? I realized I hadn't really established a life for myself, but rather one for others. And with the scaffolding gone, I was left with a weird hollow shell. The first week was horrible. I went to work but just chatted with clients on the requirements. I avoided calls from friends, declined invitations, and left groceries in the bag overnight more than once. My apartment became disorganized. I got sloppy. There was one night that I will never forget. It was raining sideways, beating on your windows as if it was trying to get in. I was seated on the floor of my living room, back against the sofa, laptop closed and phone facing down. I just realized that Mom's birthday was on that day. I had not phoned or texted. The shame was thick in my chest, familiar and suffocating. Then I recalled something from years ago. Her 62nd birthday celebration. The one I intended. I hired the restaurant, made the deposit, planned with the bakery, and even purchased her favorite type of white flowers. And at the end of the night, Haley received all of the credit. Haley chose such an adorable theme. Mom raved to her friends. I recall standing next to the cake, holding a stack of dirty dishes, and listening to it. I recall saying nothing. That night, sitting in the dark with the rain pounding outside, I said out loud, "You don't owe them anything." I meant it. The next morning, I started rebuilding. I did nothing dramatic. I did not plan a solo journey to Iceland or begin journaling on a cliffside at dawn. I recently began taking my own life seriously, one bit at a time. I cleaned my entire flat from top to bottom. Not just a surface wash-off, but a complete purging. I didn't want to look at old invoices, dead batteries, mismatched socks, or faded photographs anymore. I packaged everything up and drove it to the landfill. Then I stood in the parking lot, watching the package slip into the trash can. And for the first time in weeks, I breathed completely. That night, I opened my laptop and glanced at a list of projects I'd planned to undertake if I ever got the time. I had constructed it in 2021, during lockdown. The most of it was pipe dreams. A few were business concepts. One of these struck my attention. A tech support subscription service for older individuals, particularly those who did not grow up with computers. I dubbed it Kindline in the doc. I grinned a little. The next day I purchased the domain. It started little. I contacted two of my former clients, both seniors whom I had previously assisted with simple computer issues, and asked if they would be interested in monthly check-ins, device assistance, fraud warnings, and the like. They both agreed quickly. So I created a scheduling system, produced a welcome packet, and began reaching out to others. Within a month I had 12 clients. Within 2, I had 36. It was not showy. It was not viral. But it was mine. Nothing I'd ever done for my family had been as meaningful to me as this. And it felt great. I used to despise marketing, but now I'm posting on LinkedIn, reaching out to local community centers and providing free courses on how to avoid getting scammed online. I even created a leaflet, printed 120 copies, and handed them out at libraries, doctors' offices, and senior homes. Word spread faster than I anticipated. People liked the patience and absence of jargon. They trusted me. I hadn't felt so confident in years. By spring, I had officially registered the company as an LLC, hired a part-time assistant, and delegated the website refresh to a design student I met at a workshop. She was enthusiastic, intelligent, and kept calling me Mr. Ryan, which made me feel about 62, but I didn't correct her. Somewhere along the way, my apartment began to feel like home. I bought new curtains, framed some art, and even set up a small herb garden on the windowsill. I hosted 2 friends for dinner, whom I had avoided during my slump, and both commented on how different I appeared. Lighter, one of them said, "Like you're finally breathing." I was. But that did not mean I had forgotten. The wound was still present, just scabbed over. It would occasionally flare. Like the day I learned what Haley's big announcement was. I hadn't been following her on social media, but one of my clients, a lovely woman named Margaret, mentioned it during a tech call. "You said your sister's name was Haley, right?" she inquired, looking over her glasses. "Is that the one doing that lifestyle show online?" I couldn't remember. "What? She's got this little web series, Rooted Radiance or something like that. It popped up in my YouTube feed, all candles and self-care and stories about healing your inner child." Sounded familiar. I searched it after we finished, and there she was. Haley and I rooted radiance together. Episode 2. Breaking generational trauma. Even if it means cutting off toxic relationships. I observed for exactly 4 minutes, just long enough to hear her remark in a faint, breathy voice. "Sometimes choosing yourself means walking away from people who expect too much and give too little." I chuckled, not because it was amusing, but because I couldn't believe it. She began narrating my narrative but then flipped. She'd portrayed herself as the wounded heroine. The one who valiantly separated herself from a sibling who wanted too much and did not respect her boundaries. Who, get this, used money to manipulate family relations. I should have been upset. Instead, I captured a screenshot. Then I opened a new folder on my desktop. I titled it, Evidence. Not out of spite, but because I suspected I'd need it eventually. And that day wasn't far away. Because a month later, I received a call from the attorney. Not mine. Theirs. "Hello, Ryan. This is Graham Pierce. I am phoning on behalf of your parents, Robert and Linda." He was polite and careful, explaining that he had been reading their estate records and that certain details about previous ownership arrangements and financial contributions needed to be clarified. He inquired whether I was available for a meeting. I consented quietly, despite my pounding heart, since I knew what they were up to. They were rewriting the history, but they had no idea I had already begun creating my own version of the future. When I walked into Graham Pierce's office, it felt like I was entering a negotiation that I hadn't asked for, but had been preparing for my entire life without realizing it. His workplace was all polished wood, stylishly neutral art, and stiff leather seats that reminded you it wasn't supposed to be comfy. He offered me water, which I rejected, and motioned for the seat across from his desk. I took it and gently placed the compact black folder I had brought with me, containing my own collection of documents, on my lap. He folded his hands. "Thank you for coming, Ryan. I understand that this is unexpected." I nodded once. "You mentioned there were estate worries." He flashed a cautious grin. One of those lawyer grins that should put you at rest, but instead makes you want to check your wallet. "Your parents are revising several aspects of their estate plan. They recently rewrote their will, and throughout the process a few information from previous years surfaced. Things we needed to clarify before settling anything." I didn't answer immediately. I wanted him to talk first. Lawyers enjoy filling silences. It is a professional danger. He continued. "Specifically, there are a few financial transactions from around 6 years ago, when the mortgage was refinanced. At the time, I believe you were a co-signer. Correct?" I stated, "And it appears that under that agreement, you were momentarily awarded what we would call a contingent interest in the land. It was transitory, of course, but the title documents from that year show you as a co-owner." "That's correct," I responded again, opening my folder and placing a copy of the necessary title paper on his desk. My name remains on file with the county. It was never removed. Graham paused. That knocked him off balance. He took up the page, looked it over and nodded slowly. Yes, this is what we discovered during our search. We were just trying to finalize the release. Your folks believed it had been taken care of. It wasn't, I explained gently, and I never signed anything waiving that interest. If they wish to transfer entire ownership to someone else, such as my sister, I need to sign off. He made another lawyer grin. This one is more stretched. Of course, this is all a formality. I slumped back in my chair. Sure, but if it's only a formality, I'm guessing there's no urgency. He hesitated again and carefully said that they hoped to fix the issue before the house was legally transferred. There it was. The true cause, the supper, the caption, and the next chapter. They were turning over the house to Haley. It was symbolic, but also strategic. The house was finally paid off, due in large part to my years of silent payments during the refinancing process. Transferring it now would lessen future probate issues and make it easier for Haley to hang on to it. And I was the final loose thread, one they didn't think could rip the whole arrangement apart. I grinned for the first time. So, if they want my signature, I'll also need a few things. Graham blinked. For example, I may receive backdated compensation for the closing fees I spent during the refinancing, as well as the property tax I paid for the next 2 years. I have the receipts. I placed a second sheet on his desk, followed by a third. And, while we're at it, any documentation that my parents signed certifying that I was a financial contribution to the property. I'd like to put those in the estate filing just to be cautious. He appeared to be little worried now. That may complicate the present estate draft. I stood up and said, then they'll have to decide whether it's worth the house. Thank you for the water offer. I left him looking at his papers. On the way home, I put the music up louder than normal. Not angry or sad music, but something with rhythms and momentum that made me feel as if the earth under me was finally mine. That was the day I stopped reacting and began planning. The initial step was subtle. I phoned a friend of mine named Tessa who worked in real estate law. We'd known one other since college, and while we weren't close anymore, we still sent each other happy birthdays. And did you see this meme text? I told her I needed some advice. She told me she owed me a favor for helping her parents set up their smart TV via FaceTime. We met in a coffee cafe near her office. I placed everything out. The title, tax records, and refinancing receipts. She inspected everything with a quiet, satisfied whistle. You effectively have a paper trail proving you own around 35% of the residence. She said only around 35%. Well, theoretically, if your name was on the deed during the refinancing and you contributed to expenditures directly related to asset maintenance, you have a good case for partial equity, especially if nothing is signed indicating otherwise. I drink my coffee. That's good to know. She looked at me. You aren't going to try to push a sale, right? I shake my head. No, I do not want the house. So what do you want? I didn't respond straight away since I wasn't totally certain. It was not about money. It was not even about the house. It was about the principle, about how I'd been treated like an ATM for years, only to be turned off the moment I stopped emptying myself dry. And now they expected me to be quiet, docile, and helpful. I was finished with that. I eventually stated, I want them to realize I am not disposable. Tessa nodded. Then do not be. The next stage was to collect allies. It began with Aunt Diane. I invited her to lunch. Not at our normal restaurant, but in a small downtown bar where I was confident we wouldn't stumble into anybody we knew. I told her everything. The title, the call from the lawyer, and Haley's online show. She did not speak much till the end. Then she leaned forward, fixed my gaze and said, You have every right to do what you're doing. But don't just play defense. Make a move. What type of move? She grinned. The type that reminds them who kept the roof over their heads while their favorite acted like an entrepreneur on Instagram. A week later, I sent a notice of interest to the county clerk's office. It was a simple legal step, simply a formal acknowledgement of my financial claim to the property. Nothing big, no lawsuit, no eviction threat, just a quiet little note on the house's record stating that no one could sell, refinance, or transfer it unless my share was resolved first. I knew my folks would find out eventually. I did not expect it to happen so soon. 4 days later, Mom arrived at my door. I hadn't seen her for months. Not since the last time I brought one of her medicines and overheard her discussing my exclusion in the will. She seemed smaller than I recalled. Not physically, but smaller. Like someone who had been shielded by illusions and was suddenly standing in the true light. "Ryan," she said, as if it were both a question and an accusation. I opened the door wider but did not move aside. "I'm not here to dispute," she said swiftly. "I simply want to know why you are making things so complicated." I nearly laughed. "Do you think this is complicated?" "You could have just spoken with us," she said. "I did," I responded. "You just didn't listen." She blinked, taken aback. "We gave Haley the house because she required stability," she remarked. "You're doing well. You don't even know what I'm doing." I added, "You never ask. You just assume." There was a silence. Then she spoke gently. "You have always been the strong one." "No," I responded. "I've just always been the quiet one. That's not the same thing." She didn't react. I did not allow her in. I advised her to talk with her lawyer. I then closed the door. That night, I printed the most recent customer billing report for Kind Line. 72 active customers, 3 part-time aides, and a community collaboration with a nearby elderly facility. I placed the report in my folder, right next to the title paperwork. The property tax receipts, the screenshots of Haley's show, since this was not a rage-fueled payback. It was chess, and I'd just moved my queen. Let me start by stating this. Revenge doesn't always include pyrotechnics. Sometimes it's a slow, methodical burn, quiet, measured, and even elegant in its progression. Mine was not loud. It did not include public outbursts or yelling bouts over a dining table. No, my vengeance was carried out through quiet signings, courteous phone calls, and the gradual dismantling of a false story. It was patient, surgical, and effective. Things quieted down after Mom's surprise visit. I believed they could be regrouping. Perhaps Haley was recording another episode of Rooted Radiance, in which she would sadly warn her audience about toxic masculinity in the family, or how some people only provide love with conditions attached. But I heard nothing for 4 weeks. There was no phone call, no text message, and no passive hostile meme on my feed. Just quiet. Then came the letter. It arrived on Thursday in an official-looking envelope with my name neatly printed on the front. Inside was a formal proposition written by their lawyer, Graham Pierce. It explained the conditions for surrendering my interest in the property. In response, they presented a $7,500 check as a gesture of goodwill. They presented it as a compromise, a reasonable payment for your limited financial participation with the property. I laughed when I read that. $7.5 grand. $7.5 for 12 years of emergency, grocery, medicine, internet, repair, and refinancing expenses. $7.5 grand for being the safety net they let go as soon as it was convenient. I did not even respond. Instead, I phoned Tessa. She reread the letter, giggled under her breath, and asked, "Are you ready to make this formal?" I nodded. We drafted a counteroffer based on facts, not anger or threats. She provided an exact account of my financial contributions to the home over the previous 12 years, replete with supporting receipts and bank statements. The total came closer to $42,000. She also noted state legislation governing equitable interest in jointly named property. Most crucially, she added my request, which was for a lien rather than cash. That is correct, a legally recorded lien on the house. Not to force a sale, nor to evict anybody, but to assure that if the house was refinanced, transferred, or sold, whether next year or 12 years from now, I would receive my portion plus interest. We sent it to Graham, certified of course. This time, the response came quickly. 4 days later, Haley arrived at my residence. I didn't respond at first, just observed her through the peephole. She was pacing, her big sunglasses slipping down her nose, and her phone was in her hand, as if she was preparing to live stream the altercation. When I eventually answered the door, she did not wait for me to speak. "You're ruining everything," she snarled. "Do you know how hard I've worked for this?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "Work?" I said. She ignored me. "This house is supposed to be mine. I've already invested in improvements. I am filming material there. I've got several pending agreements. Brands want to support the kitchen transition. You can't simply go in and put a lien on it like you're due something." I leaned against the door frame. "I'm owed something. You're doing this to hurt Mom and Dad." "No, I am doing this to protect myself. You never cared about the house before. You did not even want it. and I still haven't. I responded, I want what's fair, that's all. She stared at me, breathing heavily, as if she couldn't believe I wasn't backing down. Ryan, you are not the victim here. I made a slow nod. I am not. I used to volunteer, but I no longer do. She turned and stormed away without saying anything else. It was the last time I saw her in person. The lean revolutionized everything. Haley was suddenly unable to secure her brand deals. Sponsors pulled out. She was unable to have the insurance transfer authorized, and any future home equity loan was now subject to a legal encumbrance that she could not avoid. She'd upload filtered footage from the kitchen with phrases like, manifesting through the noise dizzy, but I could see the fissures. Finally, one of her fans tagged me in the comments. You're the brother, correct? This entire situation makes so much sense now. I didn't respond. I did not have to. Meanwhile, my parents took a fresh approach. Graham called again, respectfully informed me that Robert and Linda were rethinking their estate arrangement. He asked me to a meeting that included all parties. I consented, not because I wanted reconciliation, but because I needed closure. We met again in Graham's office. My parents sat stiffly on one side of the table, and Haley was noticeably missing. She'd likely learned she was a liability in these circumstances. Tessa joined me this time, not just for legal assistance, but also for balance. I knew I'd be inclined to revert to old behaviors, make excuses for them, and downplay. Having her there helped me stay focused. The meeting was polite. Graham said that the will had been amended to include me again, however little, in a portion of the savings, as well as a section regarding equitable property division. They'd also agreed to settle the lien now, providing a single amount of $35,000. Still less than I was expecting, but near enough to indicate they were taking it seriously. Then Mom did something unexpected. She spoke. We did not aim to hurt you, she explained. We assumed you didn't need us. I met her gaze. I did not. I needed you to show me respect. She blinked, and for a brief moment I saw something genuine flicker there. Not guilt, but rather the beginning of it. Dad didn't speak much. He seemed exhausted and smaller than I recalled. It was unusual to see him like way. Less a figure of authority and more just a guy. Flawed, aged, and unsure. I signed the paperwork, took the compensation, removed the lien, and departed. The breakdown with Haley was slower. Without the mansion as her guaranteed studio, her content lacked polish. Her brand relationships have dried up. She shared a sad video about family betrayal, which elicited a lot of compassion, but no new deals. She eventually moved on to something else. Energy coaching. I believe the last time I looked, she was doing Instagram Live from her car. I stopped checking after that. Kind line developed faster than I anticipated. By the end of the year, I had more than 120 active clients and a wait list. I relocated to a tiny office space downtown, employed Tessa part-time as general attorney, and recruited 3 additional assistants. I even launched a YouTube channel called Basic Tech Tips for Seniors. Nothing flashy, just myself, my voice, a clean background, and a continual stream of people praising me for explaining things clearly. At Thanksgiving, I held my own dinner, inviting friends and a few clients. Aunt Diane brought pie. We joked, played music, and ate until we were too stuffed to move. I did not think of the old house once. I received a Christmas card from my folks. Just a card, no checks, no requests, and no guilt. There was a simple note inside. We hope you are well. We're proud of what you've created. I didn't weep, but I sat with the card for quite some time. I didn't respond since I'd spoken everything I needed to say. Just not with words, boundaries, silence, or the calm, consistent act of choosing myself for once. Finally. Always. My name was deleted from the will. Mom texted, "Don't overreact, your brother has kids." So I built a company and invited them to my event. It began with a phone call that I almost ignored. My name is Jack. I am 35 years old, divorced, and the father of 2 boys. Ethan, who recently turned 10, and Noah, who is 8 and far too sophisticated for his age. We reside in a little rented home just outside of the city. Nothing extravagant, but it's warm, ours, and, most importantly, silent. After everything that had happened with my family in the prior few years, I clung to stillness like a lifeline. So, when my mother's name came up on my phone 3 days before New Year's Eve, I almost let it ring. We hadn't been very close lately. And by recently, I mean when my ex-wife departed and my family made it plain which of us they believed was to blame. Spoiler, it is not her. My mother has always been the type of person who chooses a golden kid and creates a universe around them. Logan, my younger brother, has always been the youngster in our family. Logan, the achiever. Logan, the golden boy. Logan has the perfect marriage and a profession in finance, and his children wear matching sweaters and Christmas cards. Meanwhile, I am the son who at least tries. I primarily work in IT as a freelancer, which sounds like being unemployed but pretending. I'm also the person that doesn't show up to every cookout. The person who separates himself. The person who never quite fits in with the rest of us. But it's okay. I quit trying to fit in long ago. So I was surprised when my mother phoned, and even more so when her voice was light and joyful, as if we hadn't spoken between clenched teeth since August. "Jack, dear. Hello," she said. "Listen, we're having a large family New Year's celebration at our place, a countdown and everything. Bring the lads. It'll be something amazing." I said nothing for a second. I just listened to the artificial twinkle in her voice and waited for the catch. There is always a catch. "I mean, the kids will enjoy it, right?" she added rapidly. "We have sparklers, food and a photo booth set up. We just believed it was time. It would mean a lot to your brother and father, right? Not to her or me, but to Logan. I should have said no. I should have made up an excuse like arrangements with pals, a trip or anything." But Noah, listening in from the kitchen, murmured, "Are we going to Grandma's with cookies?" And I simply gave in. "Okay," I said slowly and cautiously. "We'll come." "Wonderful," she said. And with that, the call terminated. "No, may I bring anything?" "No, how about the boys?" Just another item off her list. The next day I let the kids choose what they wanted to wear. Noah wanted to wear a superhero cape. Ethan chose a flannel and clip-on tie because it is sophisticated but not overdone. We prepared cookies from scratch, not just slice and bakes. Chocolate chip and snickerdoodle cookies. The boys splattered flour all over the counter and I didn't care. They were excited. They hadn't seen their cousins for a time. They stayed up late for the first time to see the ball drop. And for the first time in months, I noticed that ecstatic look in their eyes. I'll own it. I became hopeful. The night of the 31st, we arrived shortly after 7:30 p.m. The home was lit up with string lights. I could hear music, laughter, and the faint pop of what sounded like champagne bottles. I carried the cookie tray with one hand while holding Noah's hand in the other. Ethan bounced after us, chatting about how many cookies we should eat or give out. I rang the doorbell and waited. Finally, approximately 3 minutes later, the door opened. It was my cousin Brooke. She looked astonished, as if we had arrived early to a party that had already begun. "Oh," she said. "Hey Jack, you made it." "Yeah," I replied, smiling despite myself. "We brought cookies." "Oh," she said, looking at the dish as if it were a science experiment. "Cool. Come in, I suppose." I sensed something wasn't right the instant we went inside. The home was crowded from floor to ceiling with people, decorations everywhere, food tables already emptied, and music louder than I had anticipated. But what really struck me was this. Everyone was already partying, toasting, dancing, and starting the countdown early for the youngsters. There were empty drinks on every surface, present wrapping paper on the floor, and the unmistakable feel of a party that had been going on for hours, yet no one turned to greet us. Nobody remarked, "Hey, glad you made it," or, "The boys are here," including my mother. I surveyed the living room. Logan was standing near the fireplace, drink in hand, joking with his wife and some of their friends. Their children were already in pajamas, cuddled up on the couch with plates of cookies next to them. My parents were in the kitchen, mid-toast with a few aunts and uncles, all beaming as if it was the finest night of the year. I stepped in a little farther. There were no unoccupied chairs, not even a seat at the children's or snack tables. There's not a single cookie left. I turned to Brooke. "Where do we put the cookies?" She blinked. "Oh, I suppose they've already had dessert. You could simply, I don't know, put them down someplace." "Did you eat dessert?" I asked. "The invitation says 7:30, correct?" Brooke appeared uneasy. "Yeah, but people came early." "Right, people. Not us." I led the guys into the living room. Ethan quickly observed the vacant couch and asked, "Where do we sit?" Noah gripped the platter harder and murmured, Where is Grandma? Logan looked up, spotted us, and politely nodded. No smile. No. Hey bro. Just a nod, as if we were guests who had walked into the wrong Airbnb. My mother arrived over a minute later. She appeared frantic, drink in hand, cheeks flushed. Oh, you're here, she remarked as if we had come uninvited. You said 7:30, I said thoughtfully. Well yes, but people arrived earlier, and we had just started, she said, trailing off. I examined the lad's clothing and then the cookie tray. Oh, cookies. That's nice. She did not even look at the lads. Not really. No hugs. There was no, I missed you. There was no, come sit, let me get you guys something. Nothing really. And that's when I understood it wasn't for us. It never was. We were not asked to attend the party. We were urged to check a box to indicate that they attempted and to give them a cause to feel like they had done their part. So when they recounted stories of family and togetherness, they could add, well, Jack came, but we weren't meant to be a part of it. My sons were simply background noise. Forgotten? I gazed down at them. Ethan was silent, clutching his tie as if he suddenly regretted wearing it. Noah stared at the platter of cookies, still full and untouched. The enthusiasm they'd carried with them, the exhilaration, the astonishment was leaking out of their cheeks in real time. I've made a decision. I turned to my mother. We'll go out, I said. She blinked. What? But you just arrived. There's nowhere to sit. The youngsters are hungry, and it appears that the countdown is already underway. It was just for the little kids, she explained. We were going to do another one at midnight. It's okay, I responded calmly and steadily. We'll just go. I scooped up the cookie tray, carefully escorted the boys to the door, and then walked out without looking back. We got inside the vehicle. I did not say anything for a minute. I recently began driving. Noah interrupted the stillness. Have we done something wrong? My throat clenched. No, buddy. Not at all. Ethan was silent for a moment. They didn't even say hi. Nope, I said gently. They didn't. We went home. I allowed them to remain up anyhow. We saw the ball drop from our sofa. Only the three of us ate the cookies. I even let them pop some inside party poppers I had purchased at the last minute from the dollar store. It was not fancy, but it was ours. The next morning, I awoke to a voicemail from my grandfather. His voice shook, and what he said altered everything. When I say I gazed at my phone for 4 minutes before playing the voicemail, I'm not exaggerating. It arrived shortly after 6:40 a.m., which was unusual in itself. My grandfather wasn't typically up so early and didn't call anyone, especially me. He's the type of man who still writes checks by hand and ships Christmas greetings with real stamps. The thought of leaving a voicemail, especially before morning, seemed purposeful. I played it. At first there was only quiet, rustling, and a breath, before his voice became low and harsh. Jack, this is Grandpa. I understand it's early. I didn't want to wake the boys, but I needed to say something before I lost my nerve. I sat up taller in bed, my pulse increasing. I witnessed what occurred last night. I saw everything. He paused, as if to compose himself. I heard a gentle clink. Maybe his glasses or mug hit the table. You went in beaming, and nobody said anything. Your guys appeared proud, then bewildered. I saw you go away without a fuss, and your mother merely shrugged as if it didn't matter, as if you didn't exist. Another pause. I should have said something then. I did not. I froze. I saw everything and said nothing since that's what we do in our family, right? We stay silent. We don't stir the pot. But that is how the poison spreads. I see it now. He breathed shakily. You are a decent man, Jack. You are a greater father than I ever was. Better than your father ever attempted to be. Do not let them make you feel tiny. I am sorry I didn't say it sooner. The voicemail stopped. I must have played it 10 times. It didn't erase what had happened, but it did break something open. Not just the hurt, which I had come to accept, but also the rage. The constant, coiled-up rage I'd been suppressing for years, pretending it didn't matter. I pretended I was over it, but I was not. Not even close. Not after what came next. My mom texted me that morning, right after breakfast. No welcome or apology, simply, "Are you unhappy about something?" I looked at the screen in bewilderment. I am upset over something. As if we hadn't strolled into an event we weren't supposed to be a part of. As if my sons weren't entirely disregarded by their own grandparents. As if we hadn't walked away quietly, because anything louder would have been humiliating. I didn't respond. Not yet. Instead, I spent the morning with my sons. We watched cartoons, played Uno, and I let them have leftover cookies for lunch. I needed time to think about what I wanted to say, and whether I wanted to say anything at all. But the cosmos did not give me that option. Logan called at around 1 p.m. That in itself was unusual. He never phoned unless it was for a transaction, a query about Dad's medication, or to see if I could help Mom with her email again. I almost didn't respond, but then I thought, good. Let us hear it from the source. Hey, I said bluntly. Dude, he said as if we were old friends catching up. What happened last night? I blinked. You mean the point where no one saved us a chair, or when we weren't even recognized? Oh, come on, he laughed. It wasn't that bad. It was worse. He sighed as though I were the tough one. Jack, you arrived late. Everyone was already in party mood. You told us to come at 7:30. Well, certainly, but folks had already arrived by 5:30. You know how these things go. It wasn't like anyone was attempting to avoid you. Except for the part where you saw us and didn't say a word. He went silent for a beat. Look, he eventually replied. Mom told me you stormed out without saying goodbye. That's not cool, dude. You kinda caused a scene. I didn't make a scene, I stated sternly. I quietly left so my kids wouldn't have to cry in front of your perfect little party. Do you believe this is about favoritism again? He inquired, his voice taking on a little edge. Because you're always playing the victim. Just because you don't show up doesn't mean we're the bad guys. I laughed bitterly. I did show up and that was the problem. He carried on for a while after that. The typical things. How I'm overly sensitive. How I overthink things. How he has a family, and cannot constantly look after your feelings. I hung up before saying something I would regret. But I did text my mother afterward. I kept it brief. Do not worry. You won't have to pretend to include us anymore. She said. I'm not sure what you want from me, Jack. We did our best. You're constantly seeking for anything to get outraged about. That's when I knew I wasn't going to walk away this time. I was going to recall every slight excuse and sugar-coated dismissal, and I wasn't going to let it go any longer. Over the next week, our quiet grew protracted and unpleasant. No check-ins, no apologies. No, how are the boys? Even my father, who typically sends a stern Happy New Year text, said nothing. Then came the last straw. Noah had painted a drawing in school. One of the My Family art efforts. Stick figures clasp hands, and everyone smiles. He handed it to me after supper. Proud as anything. I glanced at it and grinned. That's great, buddy. Who is who? He pointed to each figure one by one. That's you. That is me. That's Ethan. And that is Grandpa. I frowned. Which Grandpa? Your grandfather? He nodded. The one who called. I halted. How about Grandma and the other Grandpa? He shrugged. They are not in it. They didn't say hello. That struck me harder than any insult ever could. My sons weren't simply being ignored. They were learning from it. Internalize it. Identifying who was important and who was not. And I was not going to let them grow up believing that stillness equaled love. Those breadcrumbs were enough. That weekend I took them to visit Grandpa. My mother's father, the person who left the voicemail, lives in a small assisted living facility about 50 minutes away. We brought him soup, puzzles, and cookies that he did not get to try on New Year's. When he opened the door, his eyes became misty. He hugged the boys as if they were made of gold. I'm sorry, he repeated over lunch. I should have said something earlier. You deserved better than this. Then he said something else, which changed everything. You know, he said slowly. Your grandmother had this box. Basically, a file box. We had old photos, documents, and the like. She used to say, one day this will be Jack's. She was the only person who witnessed how you were treated. My breath caught. She left it to me before she died. I think she knew your mother would not give it to you. They said you'd need it when you're ready to remember who you are. I wasn't sure what to say. He went into his closet and emerged with a weathered gray plastic box. Inside were photos of me as a child, smiling with messy hair and always holding a book or hugging my dog. There were report cards, a copy of my college scholarship letter, old birthday cards with her loopy handwriting, and receipts for checks she'd sent me during difficult times marked, "Don't tell your mother." There was also a letter. It was only a few paragraphs long, written in her careful cursive. "Jack, I understand they don't always see you, but I do. You have the biggest heart in the family. You are not loud, but you are consistent, not flashy, and kind. That is more important than anything. I want you to remember that you will one day create something beautiful. They do not get to decide who you are." Something broke loose in my chest. It was the first time I had sobbed in years. Not the furious or bitter type of sobbing. The sort that discreetly releases sadness so that it does not swamp you. When I returned home that night, I placed the box beneath my bed and opened a notepad. I documented everything. Every moment, insult, every cold shoulder. They always acted as if I were invisible, and my children were an afterthought. I wasn't sure why, but it seemed like the start of something. I didn't seek vengeance. Not yet. But I wanted the truth. I wanted to see everything clearly because, for the first time in my life, I did not feel like I was the problem. And then, only a few days later, the ultimate betrayal occurred. It wasn't loud. It wasn't nasty on the surface, but it crushed any trust one had left. I received a Facebook notice. Logan had shared images from the New Year's celebration. An entire album. "Family time" was the caption. I clicked through, bracing myself. There were photos of everyone. Mom and Dad pose with Logan's children. My cousins are clinking glasses. A cake with "Happy 2027" inscribed in silver icing. Finally, hidden at the end, a group photo in front of the fireplace. Everyone stood in rows, arms around each other, and smiled. Everyone but us. We were nowhere to be found in any of the photos, even the backdrop. It was as if we were never there. When I went down to the comments, I spotted it. The ultimate blow. One of Mom's friends said, "Looks like the entire family gathered together. I love seeing these wonderful traditions carried along." My mother responded, "Yes, everyone made it. There is so much love in one room." I looked at the sentence for a long time. There is so much love, except for us. That's when the decision fell into place. I was finished, nor only with the events, nor simply by turning up and being forgotten. I was done pretending I wasn't keeping track, because if they intended to eliminate me, they'd have to do so quickly. I was finally ready to be seen, and I knew just where to begin. I did not anger. I did not yell. I didn't even message anyone from the family after seeing that Facebook post. I just closed the app, switched off my phone, and sat in quiet for a very long time. It's interesting how you may know something for years and yet feel as if you've been hit in the chest when the final confirmation is presented to you. I had always knew I was an afterthought, a shadow following after Logan's brilliance. But there was something strange about having it televised in that way, as if my boys and I had been removed from a night we had shared. A night when my youngest tugged on his clip-on tie and asked, "Do you think they're glad we came?" It shattered something in me. That was the bottom. Not because they harmed me. I was used to it. But I eventually understood I had allowed it to happen over and over. I continued going up to a rigged game, expecting the rules to alter just because I had cookies and good intentions. I stopped sleeping well after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Noah's puzzled expression. Ethan stood there, cradling the tin of cookies as if it were a peace offering no one desired. My mother's preoccupied look. Logan gave an apathetic nod. I saw it over and over until it crystallized into something different, something sharper. Resolve. But first, I needed to get my home in order. Beginning with myself. I spent January doing something I hadn't done in a while. I put myself first. Not in an overly dramatic or egotistical way, just purposefully and quietly. I took stock of all I'd overlooked while attempting to appease people who didn't care. My money were fine, but disorganized. So, I created a spreadsheet. Every dime I spent on items that didn't bring value was gone. I canceled the streaming services I had never utilized. I resumed dinner preparation and transferred the funds to a savings account called Stability. I examined my freelancing customers and refreshed my portfolio. I hadn't updated it in over 3 years since I was too busy fixing my father's laptop every other month or running errands for my mother under the premise of simply being helpful. I stopped doing it. If they required technical assistance, they could contact Logan. After all, he was the golden child. Surely he could operate a printer. For the first week I told my mother no. She requested me to stop by and assist her hang curtains, of all things. She took a long pause on the phone. "Oh," she said finally. "Well, I just thought you'd want to be included." I almost laughed. "I do, but not like that." Then I hung up. Everything became easy. Every limit I established constricted something inside me. Then came the idea. It began as a scrawl on the back of my notepad. The same one I'd been using to record all of the slights and cold shoulders. I was looking through past postings when a concept hit me strong and fast. What if I made this become something real? Not a vengeance plan. Not yet. Just something personal. Something that did not center on their acceptability. You see, I'd spent years freelancing in IT, patching systems, creating processes, and doing patch jobs for folks who didn't know the difference between a hard drive and a browser tab. I had grown extremely proficient at it. I'd created networks for tiny legal firms, improved medical systems for dentist clinics, and even constructed a few internal tools for startups with no idea what they were doing. But until now, I had never constructed anything on my own. I began working evenings. After the boys went to bed, I would sit at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee and some blueprint ideas. I didn't have any financing, I did not have investors. I only had information, time, and resentment, which can be a powerful drive. What I began developing was a basic dashboard, a platform that allows small business owners to track and automate their IT upkeep in one spot. Ticketing, system upgrades, network status, and license renewals, all visible, consolidated, and simplified. Something I wanted each of my past customers had when I first started working with them. I named it Backbone because that is what I have always been for others. The silent support system. The thing they relied on, disregarded, and then forgot about after it was gone. But not anymore. The initial prototype was crude. I started a closed beta in February and received 6 users. I personally contacted all of my past clients. A dentist, a tutoring service, and a bakery with an unusual fixation with Wi-Fi speeds. They loved it. One of them introduced me to another, and then another. In May, I had 32 users. By June, I was at 75 and barely keeping up with support tickets. I recruited someone part-time to help me with back-end concerns. Her name was Maya, and she had been laid off from a tech business that failed during the New Year's layoffs. We instantly clicked. She was intelligent, efficient, and like me, bored of being overlooked. That's when I began to feel it. Not a success, not pride, but it's worthwhile. Quiet, steady, and reliable value. The sort that does not seek permission or require applause. The sort that thrives in the absence of noise. I stopped looking at my family's Facebook updates. I silenced my mother's phone number for a time. When she phoned, I let it ring. When she texted, "Miss you, sweetheart," I didn't respond since she hadn't missed me. She missed the ease of having me. The version of myself who remained little, answered yes, and did not take up room. Around that moment, Grandpa phoned back. "I heard you've been busy," he remarked, laughing. "One of the nurses uses your program for her cousin's bookstore." I laughed. Words. "I'm proud of you, son." That left me speechless. I simply swallowed the knot in my throat and said, "Thank you." We began seeing him more frequently, every other week on Saturdays. The lads would bring drawings, while I would offer coffee and updates. He began telling stories. Real ones. About the conflict. About my granny. He'd been keeping things secret for decades. And for the first time in my life, I began to feel as if I came from somewhere. Like I wasn't just drifting between the cracks of a family that didn't have room for me. Then June arrived. Noah completed 3rd grade, while Ethan graduated from 6th. We had a little celebration with just the 3 of us, plus Grandpa and Maya. Balloons are in the living room, cupcakes, streamers. Noah donned a paper crown. Ethan gave a speech. And for the first time, I didn't feel as if we were missing out. I felt entire. Then the letter arrived. It was not from my mother or Logan. It was from an attorney. At first I suspected it was a fraud. It appeared official, stamped, sealed, addressed to my home. But I couldn't think of a single reason why I'd be receiving mail from a family attorney until I opened it. It was about my parents, specifically regarding their estate. Apparently, they were amending the family trust, transferring funds, and drafting long-term documentation in case something occurred. The letter was a courtesy notice informing me that, starting immediately, I was no longer a listed beneficiary. My name was deleted from the will. There was no note. There's no explanation. Just chilly, clinical language. You are thus told that your removal from the current inheritance structure has been completed with the full approval of the trust holders. No action is required on your end. I gazed at the letter for what seemed like an hour. It was not about money. I didn't care about the vacation house, the family antiques, or anything else they were passing on. It was about erasing, about being actually removed from the family tree. My phone buzzed a few minutes later. A fresh text. It was from my mother. Please you not overreact to the legal situation. It's just realistic. Logan has children after all. It does not imply that we do not love you. I didn't respond. What could I possibly say? I wanted to shout. To anger. To drive over there, hold up that letter and ask her how she could look at my sons, her grandkids, and decide they weren't worth a single fragrance or line in her will. But I did not. Because that would imply I still want her approval. But I didn't. Not anymore. I wanted something else. Not vengeance. Not yet. But justice. And the roots of it, the silent, deliberate arrangement, were already sprouting beneath their feet. By July I had stopped expecting any of them to alter. Not my mama, not Logan, not my father, who had not talked to me since New Year's. Unless you include his signature on the estate letter. And certainly not the rest of the family, who stood calmly behind them, behaving as if everything was normal. As if my erasure were a private family affair that shouldn't be discussed. Fine. Allow them to have their delusions. Because while they were busy ripping me out, I was silently creating something far more difficult to remove. I wasn't simply surviving anymore. I was gaining leverage. Backbone has developed beyond what I had imagined. What began as a basic dashboard now has over 260 paying customers and counting. Maya started full-time in July. We hired 2 developers, a customer service representative, and a bookkeeper, all of whom assured me that I was working on a scalable solution. We relaunched with a simpler user interface, launched our mobile beta, and started onboarding our first corporate pilot client, a local logistics organization with 6 locations around the state. Each victory seemed strange. Every new user I added, every invoice paid, and every piece of positive feedback bit away at the old insecurities my family had planted in me like weeds. But I wasn't doing it just for myself anymore. I was doing this for my sons. Because one day, kids will grow up and wonder what happened. Why did their family treat them like ghosts? Why Grandpa Jack never attended Thanksgiving? Why were there no photographs of them in Grandma's living room? And when people inquire, I won't just tell a narrative, I will have proof. Evidence of who we became when no one believed in us. Of what happens when you stop begging to be recognized and start creating something that cannot be ignored. Still, part of me knew it wouldn't be enough. People like my mother were unconcerned with who you were. They only cared about what you owned. This is why I began preparing the following move. It started simply enough. At least that is how I rationalized it. Maya and I were eating lunch at a small cafe down the street from our new co-working location. She had just finished a demo call with a prospective customer, and I was analyzing our previous quarter's attrition rate when she glanced up from her sandwich and remarked, "Hey, didn't you say your brother's business conducts asset management?" I blinked. "Yeah. Logan works for a private wealth group." "What?" She switched the laptop around. One of their regional subsidiaries had just signed up for a demonstration of our enterprise tier. I leaned forwards. Sure enough, there it was. The request came through our new landing page, which was filled out by an assistant called Tessa and included the firm name, Whitest Stone Strategic Holdings. Logan's company. I felt a shiver go down my spine. "They probably don't even know it's me," I said. Maya lifted her eyebrow. "Should they?" I did not respond straight away. I peered at the television as if it had the secret to everything. And perhaps it did. Because this was my entry. Because I didn't have a proper job, my family always saw me as a failure. Because I didn't dress appropriately or discuss asset portfolios over alcohol. But now, their golden kid is naively pursuing my software for his company. And all of the animosity I had swallowed since New Year's Day began to boil into something considerably more beneficial. Opportunity. I instructed Maya to proceed with the onboarding as if it were any other customer. No special attention, no recognition of our personal relationship. But, behind the scenes, I started accumulating all the information I could uncover. Logan's business does more than merely manage retirement assets. Over the previous several years, they'd aggressively grown, purchasing smaller organizations, offering estate planning services, and even brokering family trusts, including my parents' estate restructure, which I learned via public documents. The same estate I had been gently taken from. That night, I was up late researching. I reviewed financial reports, public filings, and news announcements. I looked for interviews Logan had given for industry websites, where he discussed conserving inherited wealth and keeping families together via wise planning. The irony was almost humorous. Almost. Because here's the deal. Financial institutions, even large ones, are predicated on trust and prudence. Logan, however, was more than simply an employee. He was a partner. His name was linked to numerous family trusts, including a few high-net-worth customers in our area, so if something humiliating happened, such as a nasty public family conflict, his image could suffer. I wasn't intending on going nuclear. Not yet. But I wanted to make sure I had a complete arsenal on hand. So I contacted an old college acquaintance named Miles, who had gone into law. He owed me a favor from several years ago when I built him a bespoke CMS for his own practice. We met for coffee the next morning. I just want to understand my rights, I informed him. I'm not planning to sue anyone. What are my alternatives if I am removed from a family trust, particularly if I consider I was unfairly forced out? He leaned back in his chair. Depends. Were you the named beneficiary? I was. Then, unless they can establish reason, such as malfeasance, fraud, or alienation, things get complicated, especially if you were dismissed without a full notification. Is there any documentation? I showed him the letter, his eyebrows raised. This is poorly written, he mumbled. Sloppy. Almost as if they rushed it. I nodded slowly. That's what I thought. He scratched his chin. You wouldn't win anything in court unless you demonstrated improper influence or a lack of mental ability. However, you might contest the procedure. Force discovery. Bring clarity to their intentions. And if one of the trust advisors was related to the new beneficiary, he said while staring at me, then you'd have leverage. That word. Again. Leverage. I did not want their money. But I wanted them to squirm. I wanted them to know that while I could have made things messy, I decided not to. And that next time, I could be less charitable. Following that meeting, I made another call, this time to Grandpa. I had not informed him about the letter yet. He deserved to know. He listened carefully before saying, They think they've buried you, Jack. But they don't realize they planted a seed instead. I grinned. He was not mistaken. The following several weeks were a flurry of activity. Our enterprise client list has grown. I began speaking at local technology gatherings. My LinkedIn acquaintance volunteered to highlight Backbone in a podcast interview on bootstrapped software firms. That episode, a 48-minute in-depth look at my life, my children, and why I founded Backbone, went viral in our niche. Guess who left a remark on the post? Logan's employer. Small world. He wrote, What an incredible story. It's always encouraging to see local creativity upsetting antiquated systems. I pinned the remark. That same week I received an email from Tessa, Whitestone's strategic assistant, requesting that we adapt their dashboard with private label branding for client data. Of course, I responded. We're happy to accommodate partners, especially family-run firms. There's no smiling face. No signature flourish. This is only a clue. A seed. I then emailed a copy of the podcast episode to my mother. There's no message. There is no preface. Just a link. She didn't respond. But 3 days later, I received a call. A blocked number. I responded. Jack, her voice sounded soft. Yeah. I watched the video. Okay. A long pause. You've been busy. I waited. You should have told us, she said. We didn't realize you were doing all that. That's it, Mom. You never asked. She did not refute it. Just sighed. I don't want this tension between us, she told me. I really don't. You removed me from the will. It wasn't personal. It was deliberate silence. Then I just thought Logan's kids. I shut her off. Logan's children already have everything. My children had to prepare their own cookies to get recognized. Even then, no one seemed to care. Another pause. I want to make it right, she eventually admitted. I nodded slowly. Good. Then do it. Because here's the deal. I wasn't asking for an apology anymore. I demanded responsibility. And the last act was already under progress. A date is circled on the calendar. A party I had been discreetly planning. They couldn't hide the reality for much longer. Because I wasn't simply returning. I was returning with receipts. The invitation was sent out 4 weeks before the event. It was not showy. There's no gold trim or embossed text. Just a clean, simple email titled, Backbone. We are 1 year in, a Thanksgiving celebration. It reached out to clients, partners, mentors, and friends. Individuals who believed in me. People who did not need to examine my resume showed me respect. However, it also went to a few very particular recipients. My mom, my dad, Logan, Aunt Denise, who used to introduce me as the person who did computer stuff. Even Brooke, my cousin, couldn't be bothered to give my boys a juice box on New Year's Eve. I didn't anticipate the majority of them to show. In fact, I assumed they wouldn't. But I wanted the invitation to be recorded. I wanted them to see it. Because for once, I would not be left out. The space was tiny, yet exquisite. A leased rooftop location in downtown with string lights, catered cuisine, and gentle music. Nothing extravagant, but far ahead of the tepid lasagna and paper dishes I recalled from family gatherings. Maya handled the majority of the logistics, as one would expect. She was now the COO and the finest hiring I had ever made. We had a slideshow set up in the rear. Simple looping visualizations showing our progress. Milestones. Stats. Screenshots illustrate the dashboard from its inception to the refined version that is currently utilized by dozens of organizations. Photos of the team. Quotes from customers. Several press excerpts. And the podcast episode that had quietly gained over 140,000 listeners. It wasn't meant to boast. It was intended to document. The night began like most do. Mingling handshakes, soft music, and delicate clinking of glasses. Noah and Ethan had their own small check-in table and warm matching outfits. Noah gave out name tags. Ethan manned the iPad for email sign-ups and said, "Would you like to join the wait list?" As if he owned the business. Everyone laughed. Everyone grinned. People noticed them. Around 7:20, I was standing near the bar when Maya gestured toward the elevator. "They came," she muttered. I turned. Sure enough, there came my mother, dressed up, nervously smiling, clutching a purse too tightly. My father stood behind her, rigid and motionless, as if he had been pulled there. Logan entered a few steps later, alone. He was on his phone, perhaps attempting to appear important. I approached. "Glad you made it," I responded simply. My mother looked around. "It's nice." Logan took his phone and pocketed it. Didn't expect such a crowd. "You weren't on the A-list," I stated bluntly before smiling. "But I figured you'd come for the food." He did not laugh. We exchanged small chat. The empty sort. All sugar, no substance. My father inquired as to the true profitability of the firm. My mother stated the location reminded her of my cousin's wedding setting. Logan inquired whether we utilized any third-party security integrations. How legitimate are you, according to traditional financial terminology? I delivered brief responses and prolonged silences. I did not need them to be impressed. I needed them to pay attention. At 8:05, I seized the microphone. People gathered around the little elevated stage at the far end of the room. I was not a natural speaker, but I didn't have to be. All I needed to do was speak the truth. "Thank you all for being here," I said. Exactly 12 months ago, Backbone was only a drawing in my notepad. And concepts sparked by irritation, late nights, and simply a lot of being misjudged. There was some light chuckles. I surveyed the room. My mother shifted slightly. Logan seemed bored. I created it because I was tired of feeling like a backup plan. In my personal life, it's like having support staff. And then I realized, perhaps that's what the world needs. A support system that does not fail under strain, that does not fade when things get tough. More nods. Maya smiled at me from the front row. So tonight isn't simply a celebration. It serves as a reminder that being missed is not always a bad thing. Sometimes it's a cocoon. I halted. Then I clicked the remote in my palm, and the slideshow behind me switched. A photograph surfaced. Grainy, yet clear. It was from the New Year's Eve. Ethan stands near the door, holding the cookies. Noah is clutching my hand. My mother is in the background, laughing with Logan. I let it sit there. Several others turned to stare at her. My voice did not alter. Calm. Controlled. I wasn't always there in the rooms that mattered. My children weren't either. But that night, when we were ignored, something changed. I stopped begging for a seat and began assembling the table. Click. The following image depicts our initial prototype dashboard. Then our first office. Then comes the podcast episode cover. Each one hit like a gentle hammer. Click. A snapshot of our enterprise customer list, showing widest strategic holdings at the top. Logan's company. He squinted. Click. An email exchange between his assistant, Tessa, and Maya about price and onboarding, replete with my courteous concluding line. Happy to support family-run firms. I looked at him. You're still utilizing the software, correct? He blinked. Did you know? I built it. He became silent. My mother gazed at the floor. I clicked one final time. A snapshot of my sons dressed up, grinning, and holding a banner that said, "We're not invisible." The room applauded, not thunderous, but genuine. Then I stepped down. Later that night, when the throng thinned and the music softened, Logan cornered me near the elevator. You made your point, he said. Did I? He crossed his arms. Look, you are doing well, I got it, but the entire big unveiling is kind of petty. Petty, I repeated. Like being removed from a family trust without a discussion? His jaw clenched. That was Dad's decision. I cocked my head. Sure, and you were only the silent partner. Nobody wanted to cut you out, Jack. But let us be honest. You were constantly doing your own thing. Do you mean living my life without pretending to be perfect? He didn't respond. I leaned in little. This is the difference, Logan. You designed your life to impress. I built it to last. I went away before he could respond. Outside, my mother was waiting beside the valet. She gazed at me with moist eyes. I didn't know, she muttered. Not really. You didn't want to know. She flinched. What can I say, Jack, that I apologize? Was I mistaken? I shrugged. You can say whatever helps you sleep. She moved closer. I see you now. I shook my head softly. No, Mom. You noticed me. There is a difference. She looked down. I did not remain long after that. The lads had already fallen asleep in the vehicle. Maya offered to drop off the equipment. The night remained warm, and the city lights flickered like silent applause. I gazed in the rearview mirror at my sons and then at the reflection of the building behind me. The one I'd filled. The one I constructed. And for the first time, I didn't feel as if I had anything to prove. I had nothing more to prove. Because they attempted to write me off. But I wrote my own tale. This time, I retained the pen.
When I was 8 years old, my parents cruelly threw me out of the house. I wandered through the night until my aunt found me and took me in. I'll never forget that night when I was only 8 years old. My harsh parents yelled at me and threw me out the house. When I attempted to force my way back in, my mother burst in wrath and hit me so hard that I staggered and fell onto the road. But what my father did next was even more shocking, something I could not have predicted. Hello, my name is Mia Anderson and I'm 23 years old. But the story does not begin today. It began 15 years ago, when I was only 8 years old. That night, I learned that not all parents love their children equally. That night, I lost my family. I grew up in Seattle, Washington, in a house that resembled a museum rather than a home. Everything was shiny, expensive, and flawless, except for me. My parents, Jonathan and Catherine Anderson, were well-known attorneys for their discipline, brilliance, and accomplishment. In their world, there was no place for weakness, failure, or mistakes. They expected excellence in everything, particularly from their children. My younger brother, Adam, was their pride and pleasure. Adam was everything they wanted: brilliant, engaging, and naturally talented. Whenever he accomplished something, our parents showered him with love, praise, and attention. He was the golden child. And me? I was merely the additional one. They weren't sure what to do with the mistake. No matter how hard I worked, I was never good enough. If I received a B on an exam, my parents would stare at me as if I had personally embarrassed them. If Adam received an A, they would celebrate. If I needed help with my homework, they told me to do it myself. If Adam required assistance, they engaged the best tutor money could buy. They acted as if he deserved success while I deserved nothing. I spent my childhood chasing their approval, convinced that if I worked hard enough, if I tried my hardest, they would eventually notice me. Finally, they loved me in the same manner that they loved Adam. But nothing I accomplished was ever satisfactory. When I succeeded, I was invisible. When I failed, I was apparent. When I was 8 years old, things changed. It was the night I realized that no amount of effort could make them adore me. That night, they made a decision. The night they decided I didn't fit into their beautiful family. On a frigid evening, my life as I knew it came crumbling down. I had just gotten back from school, my backpack dragging heavily on my shoulders. But the weight in my chest was far heavier. That day, I took an important arithmetic test. I'd spent endless evenings studying, going over my notes over and again, thinking that this time I'd make my parents proud. Despite my best efforts, I only received a C+ in the end. I understood what that meant. As soon as I went inside the house, I could hear their voices in the living room, loud, piercing, and disappointed. My hands gripped around my test paper while I remained frozen in place, listening. "She's an embarrassment," my mother said sharply, each word piercing the air like a knife. "We have given her everything, every opportunity, and she still fails us." My father's voice followed, colder than before. "We've done our best to shape her into something worthwhile, but she keeps proving she's not meant to succeed." My gut wrenched horribly, and I felt my breath catch. They were talking about me again. "She's lazy," my father added. "No matter how much we push her, she never rises to the occasion. She is not the kind of child we can be proud of." Tears welled in my eyes, blinding my vision. I tried. I'd done everything I could and worked harder than ever. But it wasn't enough. Then my mother's voice broke the silence in a way that made my blood run cold. "We can't keep doing this. Maybe it's time for her to leave." I felt the ground beneath me shift. For a moment, I thought I misheard her. I was 8 years old. She couldn't have meant that. But she did. After supper, my parents summoned me to the living room. My father sat on the couch with his arms tightly crossed over his chest. My mother stood beside him with an unreadable expression. Adam was nowhere to be found. He never had to witness these events. "Mia, we've talked about this," my father remarked, his tone calculated and dispassionate. "You aren't meeting our expectations, and quite frankly, we're tired of trying." A shiver went down my spine. "Trying what?" My voice was barely audible, a murmur of bewilderment. My mother did not hesitate. "Trying to fix you," she stated bluntly. "If you can't live up to what we expect, then maybe you don't belong here." My breath got locked in my throat. My hands trembled by my sides. Where would I go?" I said, barely above a whisper. My father sighed, unfazed by my apprehension. "Figure it out," he said. Something within me shattered. Panic clutched at my chest. "Please," I implored, my voice faltering as tears ran down my cheeks. "I'll do better. I'll work harder. Just don't send me away." I walked closer, reaching for my mother's hand, hoping for some trace of warmth or hesitancy. Instead, she punched me. It happened so quickly that I barely had time to respond. Her punch hit my cheek, sending a ripple of anguish through my skull. My head snapped to the side, and I staggered, almost dropping to the ground. For a brief moment, the entire globe went silent. My heart hammered in my ears. My skin burned where she had smacked me, and the sting went deep into my bones. I held my cheek and trembled as I felt the painful, swollen skin. I gazed up at her, tears in my eyes, grief and betrayal etched over my face. But my mother did not even flinch. "Get out," she ordered, her tone low, harsh, and definitive. I looked to my father for some sort of protest, some indication that he disagreed with what had just occurred. But he didn't even look at me. That was it. That was when I stopped being their daughter. The moment I realized they never wanted me in the first place. The sting on my cheek grew worse while I remained there, stunned in shock. My mom had punched me. My father had allowed it to happen. And now they're throwing me away as if I'm nothing. Tears obscured my vision, but I refused to cry in front of them. Crying would not change anything. Begging would not make them adore me. They had made a decision. Without further word, I turned and dashed to my room. My hands shook as I grabbed a tiny suitcase and packed whatever clothes I could locate. I wasn't sure where I was going or what I was meant to do. I just knew I needed to leave. As I zipped up the suitcase, I paused for a second and looked around my room. The walls were blank, except for a few old sketches from my childhood. My bed, which I had slept in for years, suddenly felt unfamiliar. This house has never truly felt like home. But now I realize, it never will. With my heart thumping, I grabbed the strap of my backpack and headed toward the front door. My mother was standing in the hallway, arms crossed, looking at me with frigid contempt. My father was in his normal chair, thumbing through a newspaper as if nothing had happened. Adam was still missing. I swallowed the lump in my throat. One final chance. Maybe if I stared at them long enough, they'd see the sorrow in my eyes and alter their minds. Perhaps my mother will regret slapping me. Perhaps my father would tell me to stay. However, they didn't. My mother grabbed the doorknob and swung it open. Leave. I went outside, hugging my bag tightly, and the cool night air sent shivers down my spine. My feet felt heavy as I walked down the stairs, and my mind begged me to turn back, to do anything, to make them want me. The door slammed closed behind me. I was alone. As I walked through the streets of Seattle, a sense of dread sank in my chest. The street lights flickered above me, sending sweeping shadows across the pavement. The sound of distant traffic, laughter from surrounding homes, and the odd barking of a dog all added to my sense of solitude. I wasn't sure where to go. I did not have a plan. I only had the clothing on my back, a swollen cheek, and a heart that seemed torn into pieces. Hours passed as I wandered aimlessly, fatigue settling into my bones. The chilly wind clawed at my skin, and the hunger in my stomach served as a harsh reminder that I hadn't eaten since dinner. I wanted to collapse on the sidewalk and give up, letting the world take me whole. Then I heard a familiar voice. I stood in the dark light of a street lamp, arms wrapped around myself in a desperate attempt to stay warm. My feet ached from walking, my stomach twisted from hunger, and the sting of my mother's hit lingered on my cheek. I felt entirely lost. The streets of Seattle stretched out before me, foreign and unwelcoming. I had nowhere to go and no idea what to do next. My parents, no, they weren't my parents anymore, had made it clear that I was no longer a part of their lives. The realization brought another flood of hopelessness smashing over me. And then, in the depths of my sorrow, I heard a voice. Mia! I froze. My breath caught. The voice was warm, familiar, and filled with concern. I turned back, my heart thumping, and noticed a woman standing a few steps away. It was Mary. My aunt. For a minute, I was unable to move. I wasn't sure if I was hallucinating or if my fatigued mind was pulling a nasty joke on me. But as she got closer, her eyes scanned my face, taking in my injured cheek and the bag hanging over my shoulder, I realized this was true. Oh my God, Mia? What are you doing out here? She inquired, her voice filled with concern. I opened my lips to respond, but the words would not come. How could I describe what had just occurred? How could I tell her my mother had punched me? That my father had witnessed it and said nothing? That they'd discarded me like garbage? Mary must have noticed the agony in my eyes because, before I could even speak, she rushed up and hugged me. It was the first proper hug I had received in years. The warmth of her hug stirred something deep within me. I'd been fighting back my tears, refusing to cry, refusing to show my parents how deeply they had hurt me. But as Mary's arms wrapped around me, I shattered. A sob slipped from my lips. Then another. Before I knew it, I was crying furiously into her shoulder. She said nothing. She just held me while I cried and fell apart. When I finally pulled away, my breath caught. She tenderly caressed my face, her fingertips stroking against my injured cheek. Her eyes darkened with rage. Did someone hurt you? She said, her tone stern. I paused, but I could not lie. It was my mom, I said quietly. She hit me. And then they told me to leave. Mary inhaled quickly, her jaw clenching. For a minute, she appeared to want to march right to their house and give them a piece of her mind. Instead, she took a long breath and gently exhaled, as if forcing herself to remain calm. Come with me, she urged, her tone softer now. You're safe now, Mia. I promise. She held my hand, and for the first time that night I felt less alone. Mary guided me through the quiet neighborhoods, her grip hard yet pleasant. My legs ached, and my body was fatigued from the constant walking, but I didn't care. For the first time since leaving that place, I felt secure. We arrived at her apartment, a small but charming space tucked in a quiet section of town. When she unlocked the door and led me inside, I felt an overwhelming sense of warmth. Something I had never felt in my own home. There were warm blankets spread over the couch, family portraits on the walls, and the faint aroma of vanilla candles wafted through the air. Sit down, sweetheart, Mary urged gently, directing me to the kitchen table. You look exhausted. I obeyed, my body too exhausted to argue. I watched her walk about the kitchen, preparing a bowl of soup and pouring me a drink of water. She did not ask me 100 questions. She did not demand explanations. She simply took care of me. As she placed the bowl in front of me, I paused. My mother had never done this. Not while I was unwell. Not while I was upset. Not ever. Eat, she spoke quietly. And then we'll talk. My first sip of soup warmed me from the inside out. I didn't realize how hungry I was until I started eating and finished the entire bowl in minutes. Mary sat across from me, studying me intently. Now, she replied, folding her hands together. Tell me everything. I gulped hard, my gaze sliding to the table. Where do I even start? They never wanted me, I finally admitted, my voice lifeless. No matter what I did, it was never enough. Adam was their favorite. I was just there. A failure. A disappointment. Mary's face clouded, but she did not interrupt. I got a C+ on a math test today, I explained. And that was the final straw. They said I wasn't worth the effort anymore. My mom. My fingers brushed over my injured cheek, the recollection still fresh. She hit me. Then they told me to leave. An uneasy quiet enveloped the room. When I finally looked up, Mary's face was furious. I always knew your parents were cruel, she continued, her voice trembling. But this is unforgivable. Tears welled up again in my eyes. But this time, I wasn't simply sad. I was also angry. How could they have done this to me? How could they sleep comfortably if they had abandoned their own daughter? Mary stretched across the table and squeezed my hand. Listen to me, Mia. You're not a failure. You're not worthless. You are smart and strong, and you didn't deserve any of this. A lump developed in my throat. I'd spent my entire life trying to prove myself to my parents, but as I sat in Mary's warm, comfortable kitchen, I came to a realization. I did not have to prove anything to them. They'd made their choice. And now I'll make mine. I was not going back. That night, for the first time in a long time, I slept soundly. There were no quiet arguments outside my door. There is no overpowering sense of failure pushing down on my chest. Mary's corridor light cast a nice glow into the guest room, and a blanket pulled over me provided warmth. For the first time in my life, I was not simply surviving. I felt safe. Mary served me scrambled eggs and toast for breakfast the next morning. It was unusual to have someone care about me unconditionally, without expecting perfection in exchange. As I ate, she sat across from me, drinking her coffee. You can stay here for as long as you need, she stated simply, as if it wasn't a question. I hesitated, a tinge of doubt seeping in. I don't want to be a burden, I muttered. Mary scoffed and shook her head. You are not a burden, Mia. You never were. Her words sank deep into my chest, releasing years of self-doubt. I had long believed that I was unwelcome. That I was not good enough. But maybe the problem was never mine. Perhaps it was them. With Mary's help, I began to rebuild my life. She assisted me in transferring to a new school where I could start over, free from the continual weight of my parents' expectations. At first, it was difficult. I still cringed at loud voices. I still felt like I needed to prove my worth to everyone around me. But Mary never made me forget my potential. You're smart, Mia. You can do anything you set your mind to, Mom told me every day. I studied harder than ever. Not because I want approval, but because I wanted to prove to myself that I was capable. Slowly, I began to excel in school and gained confidence in my own talents. Meanwhile, my brother Adam remained inside the house, still imprisoned by our parents' crushing expectations. I scarcely spoke to him throughout those first several years, but I was concerned about him. I'd escaped. However, he was still stuck. My phone chimed one evening as I was sitting on the couch, scrolling through my school assignments. My heart almost stopped when I saw Adam's name on the screen. Adam. Hello, could we talk? I stared at the message, my fingers hanging above the keyboard. A part of me wanted to dismiss it, to leave that period of my life behind and never look back. But another part of me, the one that still cared despite everything, understood Adam was contacting me for a reason. I took a deep breath. Mia, what is going on? Little did I realize the text would signal the beginning of something I never expected, a shift that would alter everything. Adam's letter sat on my screen, shimmering in the softly lighted room. For a time, I paused. Why now? He had never reached out to me before, not when I was fighting to meet our parents' unrealistic expectations, not when I was kicked out, and not in the years following. But something told me this wasn't a regular text. I responded fast. Yes, we can discuss. What's happening? His reply came almost immediately. Adam. Can we meet? I need to get out of here for a while. I could sense the desperation in his words. It wasn't like Adam to sound unsure. Not the golden boy, the favorite child who always got his way. But something had changed. An hour later, I met him in a quiet coffee shop near Mary's flat. When I saw him, I knew something was wrong. The confident, polished brother I recalled appeared weary. His eyes were sunken, his posture slouched, and his fingers tapped nervously on the table. He looked up as I sat down, his face hesitant and almost remorseful. "Hey." I nodded and kept my voice neutral. "Hey." We didn't speak for a while. The stillness between us was dense with unspoken words. Finally, Adam moaned and scratched his temples. "Mom and Dad are suffocating me," he said. "They won't let me do anything that doesn't fit their idea of success. I told them I wanted to go to a performing arts school, and they lost it. They said I was wasting my potential." I frowned. "What do you mean?" "I thought you wanted to follow in their footsteps. Law school, corporate success, all of that." Adam gave out a hollow laugh. "That's what they wanted. Not me." For the first time, I looked at him, not as the sibling I despised for being the favorite, but as someone who had been trapped like me. He may not have been kicked out like I was, but he had been just as confined and crushed by expectations. "I can't do this anymore, Mia," he said, his voice raspy. "I don't want to wake up every day feeling like I have to be perfect just to be worthy of their approval." I had a strong sense of recognition. I understood that feeling better than anyone else. I took a deep breath. Then I stopped hesitating. Adam looked up at me, bewilderment in his tired eyes. "You don't owe them your life," I stated firmly. "If you don't want the life they're forcing on you, then leave. Start over. You have a choice, Adam." His jaw stiffened. "It's not that easy," he remarked. "I still live under their roof. They pay for everything: school, clothes, food. If I leave, I have nothing." I slumped back in my chair, contemplating his comments. He was not mistaken. It was simpler for me because Mary had taken me in and given me another chance. Adam had no one else but me. I met his gaze. "Then come stay with me." He blinked, taken aback. "What?" "I mean it," I said. "If you really want out, then leave. I'll help you figure things out, the same way Mary helped me. You don't have to do this alone." Adam swallowed hard, his hands curling into fists against the table. For a little while, he said nothing. Then he nodded. "Okay." And just like that, everything changed. For years, I assumed Adam was the lucky one, the one they cherished and desired. But now I knew he had been stuck in the same way that I was. The difference was that I'd already broken free. Now it was his time. The tension in the air the night Adam departed our parents' house was almost unbearable. He had packed a single bag, just as I did years before. But, unlike me, he could choose to leave. He was not being tossed out. He was finally gaining control of his own life. Mary and I waited for him outside, in her car, which was parked a few homes away from our boyhood home. My gut was tight with apprehension, knowing our parents would not let him leave without a battle. But Adam was determined. He'd spent years as their perfect son, their golden child. And now, for the first time, he was selecting himself. The front door opened 15 minutes later, and Adam stepped out onto the porch. Mom and Dad were just behind him. Even from a distance, I could see the rage in their faces. Mary tightened her grip on the steering wheel. "Are you sure he's ready for this?" she wondered. I breathed slowly. "He has to be." Adam strode down the stairs, his motions rigid and strained. My father stood at the doorway, arms crossed, face twisted with barely restrained rage. "If you leave now, you will not come back," my father cautioned. Adam paused. I could practically feel his internal struggle, years of training, years of being the preferred son, the one they shaped to their liking. Leaving meant losing up all of that. But then he took another stride forwards. "Then I won't come back." My mother gave a bitter laugh. "You're making a mistake, Adam. You're nothing without us." I felt my nails drive into my palms as she said. I'd heard those identical lines before, words designed to rob us of our confidence and make us believe we were powerless without them. Adam, however, did not shy away. He returned to them for one last time. "No, Mom, I was nothing with you." And with that, he walked towards us. Mary accelerated as soon as he got inside the car, pushing away from the curb. I turned to face Adam, expecting him to display some expression of contrition. But instead, he sighed with relief. For the first time in his life, he was free. That night, Adam stayed in Mary's guest room, which had become my safe haven all those years before. He was quiet at first while processing everything. But as we sat at the kitchen table, something about him felt lighter. "I should have done this sooner," he said, staring at his hands. I gave him a slight smile. You did it when you were ready. That's all that matters. Mary touched his shoulder. You'll figure things out, Adam. And you don't have to do it alone. I nodded in accord. We're in this together. For years, I believed that my family was irreparably shattered, and that I would never have a sister who genuinely understood what I had been through. But as I sat with Adam and watched his confidence begin to recover, I noticed something. Perhaps we were not broken. We were just breaking free. The days that followed seemed strange. Adam was finally out of his parents' grasp, but he was still getting used to his new situation. At first, he was quiet and reserved. He spent a long time lost in thought, contemplating what had happened. But gradually, I began to see the true guy emerge. He played his guitar more, something he had to give up due to our parents' stringent prohibitions. He began talking again about music school, songwriting, and finally doing something for himself rather than for them. It was weird to see him without the weight of their expectations on him. However, it was wonderful. We were sitting on Mary's little balcony, admiring the city lights, when Adam turned to face me. Do you ever think about them? He inquired tentatively. I breathed gently, my fingers stroking the mug's rim. I used to, I confessed. For years, I wanted them to regret what they did. I wanted them to realize their mistake, to come find me and beg for forgiveness. Adam nodded while looking down. And now? I considered it briefly before shaking my head. Now, I don't care anymore. And I intended it. I had spent so much of my youth and adolescence needing something from them that they would never give me. Love, approval, or an apology. But the truth was that I didn't need it anymore. They were not part of my life. I was better off without them. Adam remained silent for a time before nodding. I think I'm getting there too. We sat in peaceful silence, the weight of the past gradually fading into the night air. As the months passed, I immersed myself in my studies, resolved to make something of my life, not for them, but for myself. Adam began writing and recording music with a newfound freedom. For the first time, we were creating lives we truly desired. And then one day, Mary approached us with an idea that would change everything. We were sitting in the living room, laughing at one of Adam's stupid song lyrics, when she gave us a thoughtful look. What if we did something with all of this? She was asking. Adam lifted his eyebrow. With my music? Number. With everything we've been through, she clarified. You both know what it feels like to be rejected, to be told you're not enough. What if we created a place for kids who feel the same way? I frowned. What do you mean? Mary leaned forward, eagerness in her eyes. A community center? A place where kids and teenagers who feel lost, abandoned, or pressured by their families can come and just be themselves. No expectations. No judgment. Just support. The notion settled in my chest like a spark waiting to ignite. I remembered the kid I used to be, the child who yearned for affection, a secure haven, and someone to tell her she was enough. I envisioned what it would have been like if such a location existed back then. Adam sat up taller. We could have music programs. Art classes. Tutoring. A place where kids can actually do what they love without fear of being told they're wasting their time. Mary nodded. Exactly. I met Adam's stare and knew we were going to do this. We intended to make our misery significant. We were finally going to build the home we never had. Months later, what began as a notion became a reality. The Anderson Community Center, which we called after ourselves rather than our parents, gradually took shape. We got a small place, raised finances, and created something from nothing. A place where children might pursue their passions without fear, pressure, or rejection. Every time I stepped inside, I felt a strong sense of purpose. This was what I was destined to do, not prove myself to my parents or seek their favor. But just when I thought I'd left the past behind, it came calling. It happened during a calm afternoon. I was in the community center reviewing schedules when my phone rang. I hadn't seen this number in years. My stomach turned. I almost didn't respond. But then curiosity got the best of me. Hello? A crisp, familiar voice came through the line. Mia. I froze. My mother. It had been years since I'd heard her voice, but just hearing it felt my chest constrict. We need to talk, she said. I clenched my jaw. We really don't. She let out a deep sigh. Enough with the attitude, Mia. We've been patient, but this little act of rebellion has gone on long enough. I nearly laughed. Act of rebellion? Did she really believe I had established a whole new life only to spite her? What do you want? I inquired plainly. Your father and I have been thinking about the future, she said. And we believe it's time you come home. I grabbed the edge of the desk. Home. As if they hadn't discarded me like rubbish. As if she hadn't punched me in the face and declared me worthless. You're getting older, Mia, she continued. You need stability. A real career. That community center nonsense isn't going to sustain you forever. My heart pounded. She had not altered. Not even a little. I took a deep breath and kept my voice calm. Let me make something very clear to you, Mother. You are not my family. You stopped being my family the day you hit me and threw me out into the streets. Her stillness at the other end was deafening. I persisted, my voice resolute. I used to dream about this moment. About you realizing you were wrong. But now I see that you haven't changed at all. And I don't need your approval anymore. I heard a sudden intake of breath. Mia, be reasonable? No. You are reasonable, I replied. I am never coming back to you. I am never letting you have control over me again. You don't get to decide my future. I do. And I choose to live without you. Her voice became sharp. You're making a mistake. You'll regret this. I grinned, but she couldn't see it. I regret ever wanting your love in the first place. With that, I hung up. That was the moment I realized I was free. On the day of the community center's grand opening, I stood with Mary and Adam, admiring the space we had created together. A place for youngsters like us, who have been rejected, abandoned, or made to feel inadequate. Adam strummed his guitar with a slight smile on his face. Mom and Dad would hate this, he reflected. I laughed. Good. Mary wrapped her arms around both of us. You two have done something incredible. I hope you know that. I gazed around at the children passing through the doors, kids who would never have to feel as alone as we did. I didn't need my parents' love. I did not need their approval. I had something better. A family selected me. A life I created on my own terms. And for the first time in my life, I was exactly where I was supposed to be. My wife called me, just a roommate, dismissing our marriage. But when I discovered her cheating, I made her leave the house for good. Hello everyone, before we begin today's video, I need your help. We've noticed that the channel is losing traction, and subscribing is one of the best ways you can help us. It's simple, free, and allows us to keep bringing you great content. Your support means everything. Let us keep this channel growing collectively. Thank you very much. Now, let's begin the video. Okay, so I, 30 million, need to get this off my chest because things have completely gone wrong with my wife, Melissa, 28F. We've been married for 3 years and together for nearly 6. We first met in this bar through mutual friends. She wasn't supermodel hot, but she was obviously lovely and exuded a confident air that drew me in immediately. We hit it off, exchanged numbers, and began dating a few weeks later. The first couple years were actually pretty fantastic. We went on weekend getaways and met each other's families, as couples do. Her parents were a little standoffish, but whatever. We moved in together after a year. I proposed on our 2-year anniversary, and we married around 8 months later in a simple ceremony with family and close friends. I purchased a home around 6 months before the wedding. My name appears on everything since I paid the down payment with money I saved by working my ass off. For the first year of marriage, everything was well. We'd both come home from work, cook dinner together, and watch television, normal stuff. We discussed having children in a few years, but looking back, I noticed that things began to change around the 2nd year of our marriage. Melissa began to focus more on her work. She works in marketing and has started staying later at work, attending networking events, and spending less time at home. I was supportive because I thought it was good for her career. I took on extra domestic tasks so she could focus on her work. I also started paying most of the bills because she stated that she wanted to advance her job before focusing on money. It started out little, with her canceling our date evenings at the last minute due to work. She was constantly on her phone, even while we were meant to be spending time together. If I brought it up, she'd become defensive and suggest I wasn't supporting her profession. So I backed off. We stopped doing activities together on weekends. She was either too exhausted from work or had unexpected brunches and shopping outings with her pals, which I was not invited to. I began to feel as if we were simply existing in the same area without truly connecting. She told me a few months ago that her buddy group was planning a meal at a new restaurant downtown and invited me. I was genuinely surprised. She hadn't invited me to anything with her pals in months. I wasn't very excited because her buddies are largely marketing public relations professionals who only discuss work turmoil and gossip about people I don't know. But I assumed this was her way of including me more, so I went. We arrived at the restaurant and there were around 8 people in total. Melissa, me, and 6 of her friends. The room was crowded and noisy, and we ended up at this long table. I was around 3 seats away from Melissa, sandwiched between her buddy Taylor, who was chatting to someone else the entire time, and a guy I had never met before, who was addicted to his phone. Basically, I was simply sitting there sipping my soda, without participating in any conversation. No one spoke to me or even acknowledged my existence. To be honest, these things are rather usual. I was used to being the unseen husband by this point. I was spacing out, thinking about a job at work, when Melissa's friend Caitlin inquired, "So, how's married life treating you these days?" The way she stated it was strange, as if there was something underlying the question. That's when I focused on what Melissa was saying. "Guys, I swear it felt like someone punched me in the stomach." Melissa snorted dismissively and replied, "Oh, please. He's just my roommate at this point. Only my roommate." I literally froze with my beer halfway to my mouth. Who is saying that about their husband? And the way she said it was not a joke. It was as if she were stating an obvious fact that everyone already knew. She even looked at me as she said it, noticing I was paying attention, but she didn't mind. What's worse? Her friends' reactions. They all laughed and nodded as if everything was perfectly normal. One of them even said, "Don't all husbands eventually become glorified roommates?" They all cracked up even more. All but one girl, Olivia. She's new to their friend group, I've only met her a few times. She did not laugh. Instead, she gave me a sympathetic gaze. At least one person in this group had a soul, I suppose. I can't remember the rest of the dinner talk. My brain was caught on loop, hearing my wife repeatedly refer to me as her roommate. I continued to eat and drink on autopilot, not saying anything but attempting to understand what had just transpired. The trouble is, she said it without looking at me. She didn't ask if I'd heard, and she didn't care, as if I wasn't even a factor in her life worth considering. Melissa was speaking about trivial topics on the way home, appearing entirely normal, while I sat there feeling as if my entire marriage had been nuked. I scarcely answered, only offering one-word answers and nods. When we arrived home, she plopped down on the couch and scrolled through Instagram like nothing had happened, as if she hadn't just completely degraded our entire relationship in front of all her pals. I stood there for a minute, waiting for her to say something, recognize what she said, apologize, anything. But nah. Nothing. That's when it occurred to me, perhaps this wasn't just a random comment. Maybe this is how she sees me? Just a man who stays in the same house and pays his bills. Not her spouse, not her partner, only her roommate. I couldn't keep it in anymore. "So, am I really just your roommate now?" I inquired, attempting to seem casual despite my feelings. Melissa looked up from her phone, angry to be interrupted. "What are you talking about? At dinner, you told your friends I'm just your roommate at this point." She rolled her eyes and returned to scrolling. "Oh my God, it was just a joke. Don't be so sensitive. That's just how we talk sometimes." "Didn't sound like a joke," I said. "Well, it was," she retorted. "You're seriously overreacting. Can we not do this right now? I'm tired." And that was all. No apologies. There's no explanation. Not even acknowledging that it might have harmed me. Simply disregarding my feelings and making it appear as if I was at blame for being sad. I didn't want to exacerbate the situation because I was still trying to process everything. Plus, I wanted to consider how to approach this. But one thing was clear, something was badly wrong in our relationship, and I couldn't deny it any longer. The next morning, I followed my usual routine on autopilot. Melissa was hurrying around as usual, barely addressing me, except to inquire whether I had seen her phone charger. It was just another routine day for her. As I drove to work, I kept revisiting that moment from supper in my thoughts. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. I've worked hard for years to construct a life with this woman. I purchased the house we live in. I pay the majority of the bills. I've been assisting her career by taking on additional domestic tasks. I've been the one who has put the most effort into our connection. Meanwhile, she has been doing what? Going out with pals? Working late? Paying little attention to me? And this is how she views me? Just a guy who happens to reside in the same house? By the time I arrived at work, I had made a decision. If Melissa prefers a roommate above a husband, she will get one. During my lunch break, I opened a new bank account and transferred the majority of our money from our joint account to it. I only left enough to meet my portion of the bills for the month, not a penny more. I used to pay 80% of everything because I earned more. But roommates split the bill 50-50, right? When I went home that evening, I didn't ask Melissa about her day as I usually would. I did not inform her about I simply said hey, and went directly to the spare room where I keep my gaming gear. Usually, I'd wait for her to complete work before we decided on dinner. But not tonight. I ordered a pizza just for myself. When it arrived, I took a few slices and returned to my game. Melissa entered the room a few minutes later, bewildered. "Did you order pizza? Where's mine?" I shrugged, still staring at my tablet. "Oh, I just ordered for myself. Figured you'd get something if you were hungry." She waited there for a second, hoping for a more detailed explanation. When I said nothing else, she just murmured, "Okay," and exited the room. A bit later, I heard her in the kitchen preparing something. That marked the beginning of what I now call Operation Roommate. Over the next few weeks, I gradually changed how I interacted with Melissa. I stopped texting her during the day to check in. I stopped getting groceries for her. I stopped washing her clothes with mine. I stopped asking whether she needed anything when I went shopping. I stopped telling her when I was going out or when I would return home. I stopped cooking dinner for both of us. Essentially, I stopped doing all the husband's things and began acting like we were just two people sharing a shared space, like housemates. Melissa didn't appear to notice right away. Or if she did, she said nothing. She still went out a lot. Still working late. Even when she was at home, she was glued to her phone. However, after approximately a week, things began to alter. One night, she came home, opened the fridge, and gave me an irritated expression. Melissa's buddy was the only one who appeared uncomfortable when Melissa introduced me as her roommate at supper. "Hey, Jake, right?" she said, walking over. "Melissa's husband?" I nodded. "Yeah, hey, Olivia." She grinned, surprised. "I remember your name. Good memory. Didn't know you came here every morning. Their coffee is better than the office stuff." There was an awkward moment. I could sense she wanted to say something but was unsure whether she should. Finally, she stated, "I've been trying to contact out. Melissa's comments at the dinner a few weeks earlier were inappropriate. I simply wanted you to know that not everyone felt it was hilarious. I was surprised that someone acknowledged it. Thanks, I appreciate that. Are you all okay?" "I mean, it's not my business." I shrugged. "We're figuring things out." No way was I going to put my marital issues on someone I barely knew, even if she appeared pleasant. Olivia nodded. "Well, I hope everything works out. For what it's worth, I think you seem like a gentleman." This made me grin for the first time in weeks. "Thanks, Olivia." We ended up sitting together for about 15 minutes, just talking, and it turns out she's actually pretty cool. She works as a physical therapist, arrived to the city about 6 months ago, and met Melissa and her group through a common friend. She was easy to talk to, and it felt good to have a real conversation with someone who actually cared about what I had to say. She hesitated before saying, "Look, I know this might be weird, but if you ever need someone to talk to, here's my number." She scrawled it on a napkin and gave it to me. I honestly felt it was a bit strange, like crossing a line. I didn't know precisely what her aim was, but I thought I could use some aid. It also appeared like she was just being polite. "Thanks," I replied, slipping it into my pocket. "I might take you up on that." A few days later, I was having an especially frustrating day. Melissa had become increasingly irritated by the roommate situation, grumbling about having to contribute more to bills and calling me juvenile. Then, I discovered that someone had used our joint credit card, which I believed had been revoked but evidently wasn't, to purchase a $500 purse. 3 guesses who? I was sitting in my car in the office parking lot, angry, when I remembered Olivia's phone number and decided to call her. Perhaps she knew what Melissa was doing. So I messaged her. "Hey, this is Jake. Is the offer to chat still open?" She replied almost instantly. "Absolutely. Is everything okay?" We met for coffee after work. I didn't intend to dump everything on her, but staring into her huge, warm eyes, it all came out. The roommate joke, how Melissa had been distant for months, and how I'd initiated Operation Roommate. All of it. Olivia simply listened, asking occasional questions rather than passing judgment. When I finished, she sighed. "I don't know Melissa very well, but based on what I've seen in the group, she talks about you differently when you aren't present." My stomach plummeted. "How come?" Olivia expressed discomfort, saying, "She complains a lot and says you're boring. She feels stuck." Wow. I wasn't sure what else to say. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything." "No, I appreciate your honesty. Seriously." Before we went, she touched my arm. "Jake, you deserve someone who's proud to be with you, not someone who treats you like an inconvenience." That hit me hard, because she was correct. For the first time, I saw Olivia. Not simply as Melissa's friend. Not just as someone who happens to be present. But as someone who observed me, who saw the cracks before I even acknowledged they existed. We began messaging after that. It was just regular conversation, how the day went, little annoyances, inside jokes, but it seemed different. For the first time in a long time, I wasn't just talking to fill the silence. Someone wanted to hear what I had to say. No sighing. No eye rolls. Just a real chat with someone who cares. And man, I didn't realize how much I missed it till I got it back. Of course, Melissa didn't notice. She was too caught up in her own world, going out many nights a week with business pals, getting home late, and smelling like cologne that wasn't mine. I was not foolish. I knew where this was going, but I wanted proof before making my next step. Now, let me be clear. I'm not the suspicious kind. Really, I am not. I've been cheated on before, back in college, and I promised myself I wouldn't be that anxious partner who constantly checks phones. However, there is a distinction between being paranoid and just connecting obvious dots. Melissa was displaying all the traditional signs. Staying out late. She is being clandestine with her phone. I suddenly made new work buddies that I had never met before. Getting suited for office meetings. The cologne fragrance. I mean, come on. I needed to know for sure. The setup first, I attempted a straightforward approach. So, who is this new work friend you have been spending so much time with? I asked casually one morning. Melissa barely glanced up from her phone. What? Oh, simply members of the marketing staff. No one is interesting. Seems like you're with them a lot lately. She rolled her eyes. What are you doing with my schedule now? She then smirked and created air quotes with her fingers. I thought we were only roommates. I merely shrugged and walked away. Just making conversation, I said. It was clear that the straight approach would not work. So I made a decision that some people may condemn me for. But, whatever. I purchased an AirTag. If you're unfamiliar with the term, it refers to a little tracking gadget manufactured by Apple. You're intended to use it to find your keys or baggage, but people also use it for other purposes. I waited for a morning when Melissa was still asleep. Her automobile keys were on the counter, as usual. I quickly took them, inserted the AirTag into a little compartment in the center console, where she stores spare cash and receipts, and returned the keys. The whole thing took about 30 seconds. The truth comes out. Melissa texted the next day, stating she'd be working late again and asked not to wait. The timing was ideal for testing my new setup. Around 6 p.m., I launched the Find My app on my phone to verify the AirTag's location. It showed that her automobile was on the move. I watched her drive, not toward her downtown workplace. But I'm going to a luxury apartment complex on the city's north side. Her automobile came to a stop about 6:45 p.m. My heart pounded. Part of me hoped for an innocent explanation, like a friend living there or a work event, but deep down I knew. I watched her movements for 3 days and discovered a clear pattern. Tuesday, she told me she was having dinner with coworkers. Her car was at the same apartment complex from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Thursday, she said she had a client meeting. Car was at the apartment complex from 6:30 p.m. to nearly midnight. Throughout all of this, I texted Olivia, not telling her what I was doing, but screaming about Melissa's blatant lies. Olivia was supportive but cautious. Are you certain you want to know? She texted. Sometimes, finding out only makes things worse. I need to know, I told him. I'm tired of being played for a fool. The following Tuesday, when Melissa stated she had another late meeting, I told her I was going to grab drinks with some guys from work and wouldn't be home till late, which was obviously a lie. Instead, I parked down the street from the apartment complex and waited. Melissa's car arrived at 6:30 p.m., and I watched as she parked, checked her cosmetics in the mirror, got out, and walked to one of the buildings, typing a code at the door and entering. I sat there for maybe 15 minutes, debating what to do next. Part of me wanted to storm in, catch them in the act, and make a big scene, but what would that accomplish? More drama? No thanks. Instead, I took pictures of her car in the lot and the building she entered, then took a deep breath and drove home. Melissa was cheating on me, and now I had all the proof I needed. The question was, what was I going to do about it? I called Olivia on the way home, and when she answered, I simply stated, "You were right about everything." "Oh, Jake," she whispered softly. "I am so sorry. What are you planning to do?" "I don't know yet," I told her. "But I'm done being just her roommate." I slept in the spare room that night, and Melissa didn't notice I wasn't in our bed when she arrived home after midnight. The following day, I called in ill to work because I couldn't concentrate on spreadsheets and meetings when my marriage was collapsing. I spent the morning researching divorce lawyers and found one with positive reviews who could see me that afternoon. When I got down with him, I explained everything: the roommate comment, the infidelity, the housing issue, and our money. "So, what am I looking at here?" I inquired after explaining everything. The lawyer leaned back in his chair and said, "Well, you're in a fairly solid legal position. The house is in your name, and you owned it before marriage. Therefore it is probably protected. Having no children simplifies things. Virginia is not a no-fault state, thus her adultery could benefit you. The important question is, how contentious do you want this to be?" I considered it. "I don't want drama. I just want out." The lawyer smirked. "You're a smart man. Those who want vengeance end up paying me a lot more money." He then gave me a knowing glance. "Let's start drafting the paperwork. Meanwhile, document everything. Her absences, evidence of the affair, and financial documents. And don't tell her you're filing until we're prepared." I paid his retainer and departed feeling lighter, as if I'd finally taken control of the problem. When I arrived home, Olivia texted me. "How are you doing?" I proposed we meet for coffee, and she accepted. We met at a quiet small area a few towns away, where Melissa's pals wouldn't notice us. Olivia looked troubled when she saw me. "You look exhausted," she remarked. "Haven't been sleeping much," I admitted, absently stirring my coffee. "I met with a divorce lawyer today." Her eyes widened. "Wow, that was fast." Once I learned for certain about the cheating, it wasn't a difficult decision. "Our marriage has been dead for several months." She nodded. "I understand, but it's still a big step." She reached across the table and squeezed my hand, a swift, encouraging gesture that seemed more genuine than any contact I'd had from Melissa in months. "What happens now?" she asked. "A lawyer is preparing the papers. I am gathering evidence. Then I serve her and ask her to go." "She's not going to like that." I shrugged. "Tough." She should have considered that before cheating on me. We talked for nearly 2 hours, not only about the divorce but about everything: our careers, kids, favorite movies, and vacation adventures. It was so easy to chat to Olivia. There was no judgment, no stress, just two individuals who were truly interested in what the other had to say. When we eventually said our goodbyes, she hugged me and whispered, "You'll be fine, Jake." Better than okay. For the first time in weeks, I truly believed it. Over the next few days, I kept gathering evidence, taking screenshots of our bank statements proving I paid for everything, downloading records of Melissa's credit card charges, fancy restaurants I never went to, hotel charges on nights she was supposed to be with friends, and backing up her AirTag location history. Put everything in a folder for my lawyer, Richard. Melissa, on the other hand, was entirely unconcerned, continuing with her usual schedule of getting home late, barely speaking to me, and spending weekends with friends. The arrogance of it all only increased my determination. Olivia and I texted every day at that time. Nothing untoward happened, and I was not going to be a cheater like Melissa. What about Olivia? She was the first person in a long time who genuinely cared about me. And I wasn't going to be a cheater, but we were definitely getting closer. She told me about her previous relationships, her difficult family, and I opened up about things I hadn't told anyone in years. She made me laugh when I didn't think I could, and I thought it was nice to have someone supportive through all of this. The divorce papers were ready a week later, and the lawyer suggested that Melissa be served unexpectedly, preferably with a witness present. "You want someone there who can verify how it went down," he told me. "Especially if she gets emotional or makes threats." Oh, without thinking twice, I requested Olivia to be my witness. She consented quickly. "I'll be there," she texted, "whatever you need." I chose the date for Friday night, knowing Melissa would be home. It was time to end this farce of a marriage once and for all. Friday arrived faster than I expected, and I spent the morning going over the plan with the lawyer, making sure I understood exactly what to say and how to handle various circumstances. He handed me the divorce papers in a manila envelope that felt far too light for something so significant. Olivia sent me supportive texts throughout the day. "You can do this. Stay strong. I'll be there." Simple words, but they were helpful. We decided to meet at a coffee shop near my house at 6 p.m. Melissa normally arrived home around 7 p.m. on Fridays, when she wasn't going straight to her jerk's place, and the plan was for Olivia to come over around 6:30, after which we'd wait for Melissa together. We remained there for a while, not really drinking our coffees, just passing the time, and at 6:25, we drove to my house. Olivia's automobile was far finer than I expected, a luxury SUV that must have cost a fortune. We came into the house, and I paused for a moment. It seemed strange having Olivia, Melissa's old friend, in our space. Except it wasn't our space anymore, and Olivia wasn't Melissa's friend anymore. I gave her a quick tour, pointing out different objects to break the stillness. She grinned, that little knowing smile. You don't have to give me the real estate agent walkthrough, Jake. I'm only here for moral support. I chuckled and rubbed the back of my neck. Yeah, guess I'm just not accustomed to, someone truly wants to be here. She angled her head, as if she were reading between the lines, and then, as we came to a halt in the living room, she reached out and adjusted my shirt collar, smoothing it down with a slight touch as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I froze. But the way she did it, so familiar and casual, made my gut knot. It had been a long time since someone touched me with affection rather than obligation. There, she whispered, her fingertips lingering for just a second too long before she stepped back. You're all set. I gulped and tried to ignore the heat rising up my neck. Thanks. She just smirked and plopped down on the couch, as if she had always belonged there. Anytime. And just like that, I started seeing Olivia in a way I hadn't before. Around 7:10, I heard Melissa's car pull into the driveway. Olivia and I were sitting in the living room, the divorce papers neatly put out on the coffee table waiting. Everything was in place. The front door opened, and Melissa walked in as casually as ever, taking a few steps before she noticed us. Then halted, her eyes shifting from me to Olivia and back again. What is going on? She asked, her tone already defensive. Why is she here? I stood up and said, We need to talk, Melissa. Her gaze clouded as she glanced at Olivia once more. Why is she here for that? This is our house. She's here as a witness, I added, picking up the envelope and allowing her to sense the gravity of the situation before passing it over. Melissa folded her arms. A witness to what? I handed her the paperwork and said, I'm filing for divorce. The way her expression plummeted was priceless, as if her brain had short-circuited and was fumbling for an answer. Divorce? She echoed. She scoffed, as if grasping at straws. Are you serious? Are you over your little roommate tantrum? No, I answered, unshaken. Because you're cheating on me, and have been for months. She gave out a sharp, forced laugh. That's ridiculous. I am not cheating on you. Don't, I interrupted her performance. I know about the guy at the Parkview apartments. I know how frequently you're there. Her face lost its color. Did you follow me? What the hell, Jake? I shook my head, amused by how fast she transferred the blame. I didn't need to. I tapped my phone. I have weeks of proof. Every late night. Every business function. Every ladies' night out. All leading to the same place. Her eyes shifted to Olivia, then back to me, and her shock turned into rage. Did you trace me? That is crazy. She then pointed toward Olivia, spitting the words as if they would burn. So you brought her here for this? She had been yearning for this moment since the day she met you. Olivia did not react. She did not have to. I wasn't going to let Melissa change the script. Olivia has nothing to do with this, I said with confidence. This is about you, your choices, and the fact that you got caught. Melissa's arms tightened across her chest, shifting gears. So I botched up. Jake, sometimes people make mistakes. That doesn't mean we throw everything away. Her voice softened and her gaze focused on mine. We can repair this. Counseling, a fresh start, I'll stop seeing him. Let's talk about it alone. She gave Olivia a stare as if she could remove her from the room. That was when I twisted the knife. I leaned back and gave her the same blank stare she'd given me so many times. Why are you upset anyway? I inquired, my tone tinged with contempt. I'm just your roommate, right? That's what you wanted. She scoffed and rolled her eyes, as if I were the one being ridiculous. That? You're still mad about that, Jake? It was a joke. I nodded as if I had finally understood her argument. Oh, right. It was a joke. Hilarious. I tilted my head. Wait, so you do joke about replacing your husband with another guy? Just checking. Her jaw tightened, but I was not finished. You were right though, I said, my voice silky. We're just roommates, and since I'm the one paying the majority of the rent, I motioned toward the door. Yeah, I'm going to need you to pack up and get the hell out of my house. She totally lost it. I started crying, screaming, throwing things, the works. He called me every name in the book, then went begging, and then back to fury. Classic manipulative tactics may have worked on me in the past, but not longer. Where am I supposed to go? She asked repeatedly, as if it were my responsibility to fix. I shrugged. I don't know. Maybe your boyfriend's place. You seem to spend enough time there already. That just made her angrier. She eventually stormed out, slamming the door so forcefully that a picture tumbled from the wall. Olivia assisted me in cleaning up the mess Melissa had left behind. That went about as well as expected, I said, attempting a joke. Olivia offered me a compassionate grin. You did great. Stood your ground. Melissa returned the next day with her friend Taylor, intending to simply move back in like nothing had happened. I'd replaced the locks. They were stuck outside, calling my phone and knocking on the door. I didn't respond, instead texting her that she could come grab her belongings on Saturday, when I'd have my brother with me. That Saturday was tense. My brother Mike arrived early, which was fortunate given that Melissa arrived with Taylor and her father. My wife cheated, got pregnant, demanded divorce and alimony. I exposed her to her church, ruining her reputation and getting her expelled. Hello everyone, before we start today's video, I need your help. We've noticed that the channel is losing traction, and subscribing is one of the best ways you can help us. It's simple, free, and allows us to keep bringing you great content. Your support means everything to us. Let's keep this channel growing together. Thank you very much. Now, let's begin the video. So, since some of you have requested the complete tale, I guess I should start at the beginning. This is going to be long, but whatever. For the first 4 years of our marriage, my wife, I'll call her Jen, and I felt we were doing well. We met back in college. She was gorgeous as hell and seemed interested in my goals rather than just seeking a party person. I was working on my business degree while she studied education. We hit it off immediately. Following graduation, I embarked on my own consulting business. The first couple of years were sheer hell, working 80+ hour weeks, worrying about earning rent, the whole thing. But Jen was quite supportive back then. She would deliver me energy drinks at 2 a.m., give me encouraging speeches when clients ignored me while I was coding, all that girlfriend of the year stuff. She even recommended putting her teaching career on hold to help me build something amazing. It struck me as the most selfless act I'd ever witnessed. Looking back, I should have noticed the red flag waving directly in my face. We moved into a great house in a good neighborhood after my business started producing excellent money. Jen became obsessively connected with a local church. She began leading women's clubs, arranging charity activities, continuously posting Bible verses on Instagram, and preaching about family values and marriage sanctity. However, by the 4th year, things began to feel off. At first, my wife cheated, got pregnant, demanded divorce and alimony. I exposed her to her church, ruining her reputation and getting her expelled. Hello everyone, before we start today's video, I need your help. We've noticed that the channel is losing traction, and subscribing is one of the best ways you can help us. It's simple, free, and allows us to keep bringing you great content. Your support means everything to us. Let's keep this channel growing together. Thank you very much. Now, let's begin the video. So, since some of you have requested the complete tale, I guess I should start at the beginning. This is going to be long, but whatever. For the first 4 years of our marriage, my wife, I'll call her Jen, and I felt we were doing well. We met back in college. She was gorgeous as hell and seemed interested in my goals rather than just seeking a party person. I was working on my business degree while she studied education. We hit it off immediately. Following graduation, I embarked on my own consulting business. The first couple of years were sheer hell, working 80+ hour weeks, worrying about earning rent, the whole thing. But Jen was quite supportive back then. She would deliver me energy drinks at 2 a.m., give me encouraging speeches when clients ignored me while I was coding, all that girlfriend of the year stuff. She even recommended putting her teaching career on hold to help me build something amazing. It struck me as the most selfless act I'd ever witnessed. Looking back, I should have noticed the red flag waving directly in my face. We moved into a great house in a good neighborhood after my business started producing excellent money. Jen became obsessively connected with a local church. She began leading women's clubs, arranging charity activities, continuously posting Bible verses on Instagram, and preaching about family values and marriage sanctity. However, by the 4th year, things began to feel off. At first, there were little issues. She stopped inquiring about my day. Conversations that used to flow naturally were scripted, as if she was simply checking off boxes rather than genuinely listening. I'd ask easy questions like, how was Bible study? Who showed up? And she'd give vague, clipped responses, as if she was eager to shift the subject. What really surprised me was her sudden interest in our finances. Previously, she was pleased with having access to the credit cards and never inquired about the business. She suddenly wanted to know specific numbers. How much did we make last quarter? What's the business valued at now? Do we have assets I don't know about? At first, I assumed she was simply showing an interest, perhaps wanting to get further involved. Then I observed her taking pictures of the financial statements I had left out. One night, I discovered her looking through my office files while I was sleeping. "Just organizing," she said, although I noticed her reviewing documents on her phone. Things were gradually escalating, and I could feel the tension between us increasing by the day. Then her routine changed. Her routine became strange. Random late nights, weekend getaways that didn't add together. She'd leave the house wearing one clothing and return in another, dismissing it with a casual, "Oh, I spilled something." I noted one night how we hadn't spent much time together lately and how she seemed different. She rolled her eyes. "You're imagining things," she stated firmly, without looking at me. Then she suddenly became quite protective of her phone. She bought new, sexier clothes, but I never saw her wear them. She'd come back with claims that didn't fit, such as referencing restaurants in cities she'd never been to or having receipts for only one hotel room when she claimed to have gone with 4 ladies. I did not want to believe it. I assumed I was just worried as a result of my excessive workload. Then, one night, she arrived home late. Her hair was a little disheveled. Her makeup was smudgier than usual, and there was a faint, strange aroma on her, something harsh, like perfume. I didn't have any cologne. I asked casually at first. "Long night?" She hardly glanced at me as she kicked off her heels. "Yeah, Bible study ran late. Then we grabbed dinner. You know how it is." Except, I didn't. Bible study used to stop at 8 p.m., but suddenly she was walking in after midnight as if it were usual. "Smells like someone spilled cologne on you," I commented, watching her reaction. That's when her posture shifted, not guilty, but protective. She scoffed and crossed her arms. "You're seriously paying attention now? Maybe if you weren't always at the office, you'd actually know what's going on in my life." That was not an answer, it was a deflection. And it worked just as she intended, shifting the blame onto me. I could have pushed, but I did not. Because I already knew how this would turn out. If I accused her, she'd cry, alter the story, and blame me for being paranoid and inattentive. I wasn't going to let her distort the narrative, so I got smart about it. I began monitoring credit card statements. I checked her location history after she left her iPad unlocked. Pro tip: women never sign out of their accounts. And, sure enough, every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon, she spent exactly 2 to 3 hours at a different address in town. An apartment complex. On Thursday, I decided to leave work early. I parked across from the complex and waited. Sure enough, at 2 p.m., Jen drew back sharply. 10 minutes later, he parked next to her. Tall dude. Gym bro type. One of those tribal tattoos on his arm, so cliché. I snapped photos of them walking in together, all touchy-feely. Sitting in my car, seething, I saw my wife, the lady around whom I had constructed my entire world, walk into another man's apartment with the same flirtatious enthusiasm she used to have with me. My mind was screaming at me to storm up there and tear down the door. But I forced myself to stay put. Rage is loud. But what about revenge? Revenge is quiet. When she returned 2 hours later, I shot additional photos. I watched them kiss as if they had all the time in the world, and right then, something in me turned off. No more doubts. I had lost the woman I loved. The guy's name was Eric. I discovered this through her text conversations when she left her phone to shower one night. He worked at her church, possibly as a youth pastor. The irony was too thick. But I did not confront her immediately. Instead, I obtained more proof, including screenshots of texts, further images of their meetings, and hotel receipts from her purse. I even recorded a phone call in which she told Eric that she was about to leave me and that they would finally be together. The most painful thing, however, was not just the dishonesty. It was discovering how long she'd been plotting my ruin. I reviewed her texts with Eric, and what I saw made me literally nauseous. This wasn't a random event. She had been planning for months. "I'm waiting for the right moment. He's too busy with work to notice anything. Once I file, I'll push for alimony. He won't see it coming." She wasn't simply going to leave me. She was using me to fund her new life. She and her boyfriend chuckled about how she'd make a nice landing while leaving me high and dry. That's when I realized she wasn't simply walking away. I was making certain she left with nothing. I met with my business accountant after hours and kept it casual. Thinking about restructuring a few things, I reported. Over the next several weeks, I made certain financial decisions, including prepaying my office lease for a year, paying down business debts faster, and shifting my salary so that more money stayed in the firm rather than displaying as personal income. I invested in new equipment which I knew I'd need soon but didn't technically need right now. On paper, it appeared like my business was controlling cash flow. Nothing suspicious, just routine operations that, strangely, made me appear a lot less liquid. At the same time, I created a second personal account with another bank and began moving tiny amounts. Nothing crazy, just enough to make a cushion that she wouldn't have access to. Everything was legal and properly documented. I wasn't hiding money. I was simply making sure she didn't get more than she deserved. And then, unexpectedly, she did me a favor. On a random Tuesday, she decided to blow it all up herself. When I got home from work, she was sitting on our couch with this bizarre, pleased expression on her face. "Mike," she said in a phony kind tone. "We need to talk." I knew what was about to happen but pretended not to know. "What's up?" "I'm pregnant." We hadn't been dating in months, so unless she was carrying baby Jesus 2.0, this wasn't mine. Before I could respond, she twisted the knife. "But it's not yours. I've been seeing someone else. I want a divorce." She stated it as if she were ordering takeout. There is no guilt. Without hesitation. 5 years of marriage, thrown away like an expired coupon. I could feel the wrath rising beneath my skin, and my hands flexed at my sides. Every instinct told me to throw the entire folder of evidence in her face, drag her through the mud right then and there. But then it struck me. It was perfect. She had no idea. No idea I already knew. No idea I had been observing, documenting, and waiting. She believed she was in control. She believed she was the one who ended things. I gave a lazy smirk. I noticed the spark of confusion in her eyes. She was waiting for me to explode, beg, and ask who. But I sat there, quiet as always. She doubled down. "And just so you know, you'll still be paying me alimony. I gave up my career for you, so you owe me." I locked eyes with her. "Jen," I commented. "Did you really think I wouldn't know about Eric?" Her face lost its color. I chuckled. "Tuesdays and Thursdays, right? 2 to 3 hours. Same apartment complex. Same parking spot. You didn't even try to mix it up. You really thought I was that stupid?" She stiffened, her jaw tightened. I don't know what you're talking about." "Oh, come on." I leaned back and stretched my arms across the back of the couch as if I had all the time in the world. "Bible study runs late, huh? That must be one hell of a lesson plan if it requires lingerie in a hotel room," I told myself. "And Eric, real winner you picked there. Youth pastor, huh? Wonder how his congregation would feel about him knocking up a married woman while preaching family values." She was now completely panicked. She sat up taller, her gaze darting around as if she were looking for an exit. "How long were you going to play with me, Jen?" I inquired, tilting my head. "You and your little boy toy were waiting for the right moment, right? Planning to milk me dry before you ran off together? What was it you said, he won't see it coming?" Her mouth opened and closed like a fish panting for oxygen. I did not let her recover. I stood up. "Let me make something very clear. You are not walking away from this as the winner. You are not taking a damn thing from me that I don't let you have." She attempted to recover, disguising her dread with false assurance. "It's the law, Mike. You can fight it all you want, but you'll lose." I gave her the smuggest smile I'd ever given someone in my life. "If you say so," I answered simply. She felt she was hitting me with the ultimate power move. But, honestly, she saved me the work. All I had to do was smile and make her believe she was in control. Meanwhile, I had already moved 5 steps ahead. The next 2 weeks were bizarre. Jen moved out practically immediately, straight into Eric's place. She filed for divorce, claiming irreconcilable differences. Fancy legalese for "I want to bang other dudes without feeling bad about it." I met with a group of lawyers. The first 3 essentially informed me I was screwed. "No-fault divorce state" was their favorite phrase. Apparently, the fact that my wife was banging the youth pastor and was knocked up by him didn't matter in court. But I kept seeking until I found an attorney, let's call him Paul, who didn't sugarcoat the situation. "Look, man, I'm not going to lie to you," he told you. "You're probably going to have to pay her something, but we can try to minimize the damage." I then showed Paul my financial statements. He raised an eyebrow. "Interesting timing on some of these business expenses and restructuring," he commented, looking at me. He didn't say anything else. He couldn't legally advise me to hide assets, but I could sense he knew what I'd done. "Well, this might help reduce the alimony calculation somewhat, but in this state, you're still looking at significant payments." That is when the wheels started turning. The courts may not care about her cheating, but her holier-than-thou church cronies will. I chose to remain cool during the divorce proceedings. Let her believe she was winning. Give her only enough rope to hang herself. Court day was weird. I arrived in my nicest suit. Jen arrived with her pricey lawyer, dressed modestly, as if she were auditioning for Sister Wives. It was almost funny how false the act was. Before we even started, the judge appeared to be extremely bored. Jen's lawyer spoke first, spewing rubbish about how she gave up her bright profession to support me, how she managed our home while I established my business, and how she deserved compensation for her contributions to the marriage. Then it was our turn. My lawyer provided the evidence: her adultery, the pregnancy, and the fact that she was already living with Eric. Her attorney stood up. "Your Honor, let's not forget that we are in a no-fault state." He stated it so smugly, as if those 3 words erased everything she had accomplished. While my client deeply regrets that her marriage did not work out, the law is clear. Marital misconduct is not a factor in determining spousal support. What is relevant is the financial disparity between these two parties. Hearing how carelessly they discarded all she had done made me want to tear the entire courtroom apart. She cheated. She lied. She became pregnant with another man's child. And I was still supposed to pay her for leaving me. My lawyer pushed back, setting out all of the information again, highlighting how she wasn't simply leaving a marriage, but also establishing a financial safety net while living with someone else. But the judge only sighed, waiting for us to finish. When it was time for the ruling, he cleared his throat and lowered the hammer. While the court acknowledges Mr. Walker's concerns regarding his wife's infidelity, the law in this state is clear. Spousal misconduct is not a factor in determining alimony. Jen sneered at me from across the room. The judge proceeded. Given Mrs. Walker's financial dependence during the marriage and her current unemployment status, the court finds that she is entitled to spousal support. Mr. Walker will pay $4,500 monthly for a period of 4 years or until Mrs. Walker remarries. $4,500 every month for 4 years, to the woman who cheated on me while carrying another man's child. I felt as if I were taking wild medicines. But fortunately, my financial decisions had paid off. Sort of. Rather than being left with a $6,000 monthly payment, the judge reduced it to $4,500. Not ideal, but better than nothing. What is the best part? Jen and her lawyer had no idea about the money I still had tucked away. Or that my business would miraculously recover once this was all over. Jen couldn't help but appear smug as we walked out of court. "Told you," she said quietly as we passed. "Should have just agreed to my terms from the beginning." Then she had the audacity to phone Eric right in front of me. "Baby, it's done, we won," she giggled like a teen. "He has to pay." "I told you the judge wouldn't care about the other stuff." I said nothing. Just watched her walk away, believing she had pulled off the ultimate deception. But the game was only getting started. I paid the first alimony check on time. I did not complain. Did not raise a fuss. Even sent a courteous email. "Payment sent, please confirm the receipt." Jen appeared surprised. She undoubtedly expected me to be bitter, fight, and give her more ammunition. Instead, I played the ideal ex-husband, polite, timely with payments, aloof but not aggressive. She had no idea what was coming. Jen was more than simply a Harvest Community Church member. She was also their poster child. She led the women's ministry. She organized marriage retreats. She stood on stage throughout services, discussing God's plan for holy matrimony. Her father was a deacon. Her mother ran Sunday school. The entire family portrayed a wonderful Christian image. And I knew they'd throw her under the bus the moment they discovered who she truly was. I had collected everything. DNA testing results. Time-stamped images of her and Eric. Provide screenshots of their explicit texts. Hotel receipts. She even recorded herself insulting her religious mates for being uptight prudes. That one was especially juicy. I put everything in a neat professional folder and attached a cover letter that was really courteous and formal. To the elders at Harvest Community Church, I regret bringing this to your attention, but as a fellow Christian, I believe it is my responsibility. My ex-wife, Jennifer Walker, who oversees multiple ministries in your church, has been engaging in behavior that defies your church's principles. I've given documentation of her infidelity, which began during our marriage and resulted in a pregnancy that isn't mine, as proved by DNA testing. Jennifer is now living with this man and receiving considerable alimony from me. I'm sharing this not out of spite, but out of concern for the integrity of your ministry. Respectfully, Michael Walker. I dropped off the box early Sunday morning, when no one was present. Then I returned home and waited for the storm to hit. The Sunday after I sent my small care box, my phone blew up. Text messages from common church friends. "Dude, WTF did you do? Pastor just called an emergency elder meeting before service. Jen is losing it." I simply turned off my phone and went back to sleep. It felt fantastic, not going to lie. Later that afternoon, I received a voicemail from Jen. She was shouting so loudly that I had to hold the phone away from my ear. You absolute piece of, how could you do this to me? They kicked me out of the women's ministry. My dad won't even look at me. You've ruined everything. I deleted it without phoning back. I don't need that negativity in my life. More messages arrived throughout the week, each more urgent than the last. Her church friends ignored her. Her parents were taking time to pray about the matter, which is church talk for we're disappointed in you. The Christian school where she volunteered begged her not to return. Even Eric was getting cold feet. Apparently, he did not sign up for all of this turmoil. He thought he was receiving a lovely woman and a solid alimony payment. Instead, he became a social outcast, with a baby on the way and a lot of baggage. By Friday, he had kicked her out of his flat. So much for pure love, right? Jen was summoned to a formal disciplinary hearing with the church elders 1 week after I dropped my evidence. I know because she called me, sobbing. "Mike, please, they're going to publicly discipline me," she screamed. "Do you know what that means? They'll announce it to the entire congregation. Everyone will know." "They already know, Jen," I replied bluntly. "That's kind of how church gossip works. My dad might lose his position over this. My family has been at Harvest for 3 generations. Should have thought about that before you fucked the youth pastor." She fell silent for a second. Then, in a soft voice, "He's not talking to me anymore." "Who? Your dad?" "No. Eric. He said this is too much drama, that I misled him about the divorce being clean and simple." I couldn't help laughing. "So your soulmate bailed the second things got tough? Shocking. I have nowhere to go, Mike. My parents won't let me stay with them. None of my friends are returning my calls. Sounds like a personal problem. Can I come home? Just until I figure things out." This woman has an incredible amount of courage. "It's not your home anymore, Jen. You gave that up when you decided to cheat." She began crying again, big, theatrical sobs. "What am I supposed to do? Get a hotel. You've got alimony money coming in, figure it out." Then I hung up. Cold? Maybe. But after what she pulled, my sympathy tank was completely empty. The church hearing took place Wednesday night. By Thursday morning, the news had spread throughout the neighborhood. Jen had been formally identified as an adulteress and dismissed from all church responsibilities. The preacher even preached an entire sermon about the sacredness of marriage and the consequences of sin, never mentioning Jen specifically but making it abundantly clear who he was referring to. Her parents took a break from church leadership. Her sister postponed her wedding, which was due to take place at Harvest. The entire family was essentially in exile. And Eric. He'd already requested a transfer to another church site in a faraway state, leaving Jen pregnant and alone. I remained on the sidelines throughout. I did not have to lift a finger. The community she admired most had done all of the difficult lifting for me. Small religious communities are tied to everything. Jen's church collapse set off a chain reaction that I could not have predicted better. First, the private Christian school where she worked part-time experienced budget constraints and canceled her position. The principal couldn't even look her in the eyes when he told her. Then, her volunteer gigs began to dry up. The Crisis Pregnancy Center, where she counseled young women, determined that her current circumstances made her a bad role model. The organization where she conducted donation drives informed her that they are restructuring their volunteer program. Every aspect of her identity was gradually chipped away. And I just kept paying the alimony check every month, on schedule. 3 weeks after the church controversy surfaced, I received a text from our former neighbor. Jen's living in her car in the Walmart parking lot. I did not respond. But later that night, I drove past. Sure enough, Hero Honda was parked in the far corner of the lot. I could see her silhouette in the driver's seat, lit by her phone screen. The following day, she called me again. "I lost my job," she explained. Her voice was flat, no tears this time, just a hollow defeat. "That sucks. The baby's due in 5 months. No one will hire me. My parents still won't talk to me." I said nothing. "I've been sleeping in my car," she eventually acknowledged. "I can't afford both a car payment and an apartment on just the alimony. Sounds like poor financial planning." She breathed sharply. "Is this what you wanted? To see me completely destroyed?" I considered it for a second. "You know what? Yeah. Pretty much. I was stupid. I made a mistake. I never meant to hurt you." I shut her off. "I don't care." She swallowed back a sob. I just wanted to say I'm sorry." I smirked. "Cool, good luck with your new life." And that's when I decided to play my last card. It's time to terminate this on my terms. Actually, I added, keeping my tone casual, I might have a solution that works for both of us. What kind of solution? Jen inquired, suddenly attentive. I could almost sense the anguish in her voice. I'm getting tired of writing these monthly checks, I added casually. And my business is expanding. I'm looking at opening an office in Singapore. Might move there for a while? What does that have to do with me? Well, international alimony enforcement is complicated. I waited to let it sink in. And I've been talking to a new lawyer who thinks we might have grounds to revisit the settlement, based on some creative interpretations of the law. Of course, that was complete crap. But Jen didn't realize it, and she was in no position to dispute me. What are you saying? She inquired. Her voice sounded panicked. I'm saying I'd like to buy you out. One lump sum payment instead of monthly alimony for the next 4 years. She remained silent as she considered the situation. How much? She finally inquired. $90,000. Cash. Tax-free. You sign a document releasing me from all future obligations, and the money's yours today. Jen had no idea I could afford that lump sum simply. The actions I made earlier had saved a large portion of my money, and my business was already recovering. She and her lawyer never discovered half of what I had. To her, $90,000 felt like a lifeline, but in reality, it was less than half of what I'd give her over the entire alimony period. A huge reduction. However, for someone living in their car, pregnant and broke, that probably sounded like winning the lottery. I don't know, she said. My lawyer said. Your lawyer isn't sleeping in a Walmart parking lot, I told him. And this offer expires in 24 hours. After that, I start the process to challenge the alimony ruling, and you get nothing while we battle it out in court for the next year or two. More silence. I could almost hear the wheels moving in her mind. Can I think about it? Sure, you've got until this time tomorrow. Then, I'm moving forward with the challenge. I hung up without waiting for an answer. She called again 2 hours later. I'll take it, she replied gently. Smart choice. I'll have the paperwork ready in the morning. Meet me at my lawyer's office at 9 a.m. Mike. Her voice sounded tiny. Thank you? I nearly laughed. Don't thank me, Jen. This isn't mercy. It's business. The following morning, she arrived at the lawyer's office looking like pure hell. She had dark circles under her eyes, her hair was unkempt, and she was dressed in the same clothes I had seen through the car window. My lawyer had the documentation ready, a full release of all future alimony obligations in exchange for a one-time payment. I had already prepared the cashier's check. Jen had barely read the contracts before signing. When my lawyer slid the check across the table, her hands trembled as she took it. So, that's it? She inquired. We're done? I nodded. Completely done. I don't ever want to hear from you again. She appeared to want to say something more, but instead she simply nodded and walked out. As the door shut behind her, my lawyer shook his head. You know, most guys in your position wouldn't have offered her anything. I informed him, it was worth 90 grand to be free of her forever. And I intended it. The monthly payments didn't damage me financially, but they were a continual reminder of how she had duped me. I was now entirely cut loose. I'm free to move on, without her shadow hanging over me. Besides, I knew Jen. She'd spend that money in 6 months, tops. Then she would have nothing. No alimony. No job prospects. No backup plan. Meanwhile, I would be establishing my empire, living my best life, and never looking back. Around 6 months later, I ran into her at a gas station. It wasn't planned, just one of those random occurrences. She appeared harsh. Still pregnant, or possibly pregnant again. I didn't ask or care. She was driving a beat-up old Civic, not the lovely automobile she had during our marriage. When she spotted me filling up my new BMW, she froze, like a deer in headlights. I nodded to her simply to be polite. She walked over with hesitation. There was awkward pause, and she said, "How are you?" I shrugged. "Business is good, life is good." She nodded and looked down at her feet. That's good." More uneasy silence. "The money's gone," she finally said. "I had to pay off debt, and the rest went to rent and food." I simply gazed at her. "Not my problem." "I know. I don't know why I'm telling you this." I finished pumping gasoline. "Well, good luck with everything." I began to get back into my car, but she spoke again. "I'm sorry, Mike, for everything. I really am." I gazed at her for a long time. Was it satisfying to watch her like this? Honestly, not as much as I expected. I didn't feel bad for her though. Too little, too late, Jen. Then I got into my car and drove away. Have not seen her since. Things for me have been going great. I met this lovely woman. She is incredible. She has her own marketing agency, works hard, plays hard, and does not play games or pull any BS. We moved in together 3 months ago. There's no urgency to marry again. Once bitten, twice shy and all that. But really, I could see it happening with her someday. She's the real deal. I tried not to get involved in Jen's affairs, but knowledge spreads quickly in a small town like this. Furthermore, we still have some mutual acquaintances who periodically send information my way. How much did I give her? $90,000. Gone in 4 months. Apparently, she used some to pay off credit card debt I had no idea about, bought a cheap apartment, and blew away the rest trying to maintain her lifestyle rather than adapting to her new circumstances. Jen's style is classic. I was never able to budget effectively. She had the baby, a boy. Eric is legally obligated to pay child support, but from what I've heard, he's a deadbeat who consistently falls behind. As previously said, he relocated to Ohio and has little to no contact with the child. I guess his call to youth ministry didn't extend to his own children. Shocking. Jen attempted to continue her teaching career, but her reputation followed her. She refused to attend any Christian school. She lacked current experience, I worked hard, but my parents favored my sister. When they asked for money for her, I refused. My grandparents supported me and cut them off. I believed my parents were finally treating me properly since I had shown myself, but it turned out to be nothing more than a demand for their daughter and her 6 children from 3 consecutive marriages. I grew up knowing I was not the favorite child. My parents were always more concerned about my younger sister Emma, who seemed to have endless opportunities and support no matter how many times she made bad decisions. I grew accustomed to standing on my own 2 feet. I worked hard, paid for college with a combination of scholarships and part-time employment, and eventually found a steady, well-paying job. My parents were never impressed, despite the fact that I did everything on my own. For years, I attempted to brush it off and keep going, hoping that one day they'd admire me for being independent. Meanwhile, Emma's life was a roller coaster. She married young, and her first marriage dissolved after 2 years because her husband cheated. She remarried quickly and had 2 more children, but the marriage ended when her second husband developed a gambling addiction and lost their home. Emma was on her 3rd marriage at the time I started my job, and she had 6 children ranging in age from 12 to 2. Her current spouse works part-time as a delivery driver and is attempting to launch his own business, but they are struggling to make ends meet. My folks have always been there to assist her out, paying for items here and there and making excuses for why she needs a little extra support. For a while, I was too preoccupied with my own life to get caught up in Emma's drama, but then I saw a difference in how my parents regarded me. They became more attentive, reaching out more frequently, congratulating me on my profession, and inviting me over for family dinners. I wondered if they were finally proud of me. Part of me had been hoping for this for years, and I suppose I was willing to believe they were turning a corner. Last month, they invited me to supper. At first, everything seemed normal. We talked about work and caught up on tiny family stuff, and for a brief period, I felt like a member of the family in a way that I hadn't previously. But then the topic moved. They started talking about Emma, how difficult it was for her to raise 6 children on one salary, and how my parents had done everything they could to help but were running out of money. They went on to say how fortunate I was to have a decent job and a consistent salary, that I had no one relying on me, and that I was able to contribute back to the family. Then came the shocker. They expected me to step up and take care of Emma financially. They had a comprehensive plan. First, they asked me to buy her a new 5-bedroom house because her present rental was too small for a family of 8. They wanted me to set up college funds for all 6 of her children, which they argued was only fair given that I was the only one who could afford it. They wanted me to offer her a $5,000 monthly stipend to cover basic expenses as well as seed money to start her own mommy blog business. They planned to receive approximately $2 million up front, followed by continued funding. I sat there, absolutely stunned. They weren't asking for a minor favor. This was a lifelong commitment that regarded me as Emma's financial safety net. In that moment, I recognized that their recent compassion was not because they had finally accepted me as their son, but because they regarded me as a walking ATM for Emma. I informed them that, while I was willing to assist with minor bills or in the event of an emergency, I was not comfortable taking on such a large financial burden. At that point, the family conversation shifted completely. My mother began to cry, accusing me of abandoning the family when they needed me the most, and my father labeled me selfish and ungrateful. They stated I was revealing my true colors and that they were disappointed with who I had become. The dinner finished with them storming out. I believed that would be the end of it, but I was mistaken. Within hours, Emma began assaulting my phone with texts accusing me of jeopardizing her children's future. She even had her children send me messages like, "Uncle doesn't love us anymore." It was unbearable, so I blocked their phone numbers. After a while, I couldn't believe the situation had gotten this bad, all because I refused to fund my sister's life. The next day, my grandmother, my father's mother, called me unexpectedly. Apparently, my parents had been assuring the entire extended family that their successful son would take care of everything for Emma before they even asked me. They constructed an image for everyone of Emma moving into a big new house, of all her financial troubles being resolved, and of me being the one to provide her with everything she needed. Now that I'd declined, they were facing a big wave of embarrassment because the family had expected me to come through based on my parents' premature bragging. My grandparents were appalled when they learned the complete story. They'd always assumed Emma's lifestyle was sponsored by her different spouses, and that my parents helped out because they wanted to, rather than because they'd gone into debt to support her. They were so upset by my parents' behavior that they are now threatening to remove them from their will. They informed me that they would rather leave their estate to me and my relatives, who work hard and do not take advantage of people. As the situation spread around the family, I began to get messages from relatives offering their support. Some of them admitted they had no idea how much I had been dealing with on my own and apologized for not noticing it sooner. My aunt, my mother's sister, even contacted me and apologized for not realizing how differently I was treated growing up. The family dynamics were beginning to unravel, with everyone taking sides, and my parents were not handling it well. My phone started ringing nonstop again, this time with my parents exchanging angry, nasty messages and weeping voicemails. They were upset that I was damaging their family's reputation. They once left a message telling me that I was ruining Emma's children's life and that I would come to regret this decision someday. They'd then go back to imploring me to reconsider, saying things like, "We're family, and family helps each other." All of this has made me feel like a disaster. Part of me feels bad because I was trained to believe that family comes first, and it's difficult to break free of that conditioning. But another part of me is fatigued, thinking how long I've been trying to gain approval from people who just care about what benefits them. The knowledge stings, but I know that giving in now would result in years of financial and mental exhaustion, putting Emma's demands before of my own. Now I'm here on Reddit because I honestly don't know what to do next. Do I hold firm and maintain my limits because I know it's the best thing for me, or is there a compromise I'm not seeing? I could appreciate some unbiased counsel on this problem. Update 1. The situation with my parents and sister has deteriorated beyond my expectations. Just a few days after I told my grandparents the complete tale, they weren't lying about revising their will. They actually followed through, contacting their lawyer very immediately to ensure that my parents were removed from their inheritance. My grandparents had always been the quiet, keep the peace kind, so this wasn't just surprising, it was unprecedented in our family. However, it appears that my parents' years of favoritism toward Emma were the final straw. My grandparents also went above and beyond, convening a family meeting to clear the air. They planned it over the phone so that everyone, including myself, could attend, despite the fact that I live further away. They wanted everyone to grasp exactly what was going on, and based on what they implied, I had a hunch they were going to disclose stuff I had no idea about. The meeting was attended by a few aunts, uncles and cousins, basically, anyone close enough to be affected by this. When the conference began, my grandparents wasted no time. They instantly revealed that they had been paying large sums of money to my parents for the previous many years to aid both me and Emma with our education and future aspirations. They had given my parents more than $200,000 in all, with the expectation that it would be split evenly between Emma and me. I was speechless. I'd pushed my way through college on scholarships, student loans, and various part-time jobs, fighting to manage work and classes, whereas Emma seemed to live on another planet, scarcely lifting a finger and continually being bailed out of every bad decision. All those years, I'd been doing everything on my own while my grandparents sent money that I never received. My grandparents were infuriated. They had expected the money would benefit both of us, but now that they see how my parents had spent it, they feel absolutely deceived. They'd made it clear to my parents that they wished to support both of us, but it turned out that the money had primarily gone to Emma, covering her failed marriages, rent payments, and who knows what else. They requested that my parents provide a thorough accounting of how every dollar had been spent, threatening to bring attorneys if they did not comply. For a family as secretive as ours, this was an unimaginable step, but I could see they'd been tested. In addition, my grandparents indicated that they would establish trust funds for each of their grandkids, including Emma's 6 children. However, They made it clear that the money would be carefully handled by an independent trustee and could only be used for certain purposes, such as education or healthcare. They made it clear that they did not want my parents or Emma to have access to these funds, which was a big relief. At the very least, I knew Emma's children would have a chance at a solid future without my parents depleting those accounts for other purposes. Everything exploded following the family meeting. As they began to put the pieces together, relatives began to contact me one by one. Apparently, this wasn't the first time my parents had taken money from family members in the name of assisting the kids or funding family emergencies. An aunt told me that after Emma's second marriage failed, she loaned my parents a few $1,000s, believing it was for emergency expenses. Another cousin recalls my parents asking for money around the time I went to college, claiming it was to assist me get started, but I never saw any of it. Some of them were furious, believing they had been misled about where their money had gone. Others were simply unhappy, stating they had not known how much my parents valued Emma over me. One of my cousins even showed me screenshots of discussions with my parents after I graduated from college. They had actually discouraged family from attending my graduation, stating that I wanted to keep it small and avoid a major fuss. Meanwhile, I was hoping that my family would come and celebrate with me. It felt like a gut punch to realize how much they'd consciously sought to downplay my accomplishments while continually going all in for Emma. What astonished me the most was Emma herself reaching out to me. She sent a couple long emails, each with a unique tone. In one, she tried to seem as if she had always backed me, saying how she had never known our parents' bias toward her and how she had always assumed we were close. In another, she portrayed herself as a victim of our parents' manipulation, claiming that they had blinded her to the truth about our family dynamics. But what jumped out in each communication was that she always managed to include a request for assistance during this tough period. She tried to behave as if we were now best friends, but it was evident she still wanted me to open my wallet for her. It was difficult to believe. Even after my grandparents took such severe measures to put things right, and despite the family outrage, Emma still managed to make it all about her and what she could get from me. I felt like I was seeing the same narrative over and over. She couldn't seem to grasp the concept of limits or the fact that I was tired of being a constant source of comfort. I was determined not to allow her to manipulate me back into that role. While everything was going on, my folks were busy with their own campaign. They inundated me with voicemails that ranged from violent rants to emotional appeals. In one message, my mother accused me of pulling the family apart, claiming I would regret it one day when I discovered how much I had harmed everyone. My father would then ask me to reconsider, saying we could work things out quietly and it didn't have to be such a huge deal. They even tried to guilt-trip me, telling me that I was placing my grandparents in an unpleasant situation and that I should consider how they would feel if the family divided as a result of all this. But their tactics were ineffective. My grandparents were behind me, and the rest of the family could see my parents' true colors. Some of them even contacted out to say they were proud of me for staying firm. My aunt contacted me in tears, apologizing for not noticing how differently my parents had treated me throughout the years. She said she'd always imagined I was more self-sufficient and didn't require as much assistance, but now she realized I'd been forced into that role because my parents had focused so much on Emma. As the family began to understand what I had been going through, more people came out with apologies or anecdotes about things they had noticed over the years. It was bittersweet. Part of me was relieved that the truth was finally being revealed, that others were acknowledging the sacrifices I had made on my own, but another part of me felt as if I was reliving years of pain and disappointment. All those times I felt invisible, all those times I questioned why my accomplishments didn't seem to matter so much, it all made sense suddenly. However, it did not erase the years of feeling like I was second best. The aftermath of this has been draining. My parents continue to refuse to accept responsibility for any of it. They're so concerned with the family's reputation that they can't see the damage they've done to it. This is just another disagreement that I should drop for the sake of peace, and they are trying to keep the entire thing under wraps. But I no longer feel bad for standing up for myself. I guess I'm finally seeing how crucial it is to create limits, especially with family. If I give in now, it will only mean more years of being used and taken for granted. For the first time, I feel in control of my own life. My grandparents have informed me that if my parents take this any further, they would deal with it. They've made it clear that they don't want me to feel pressured, and they've even informed me that if my parents continue to stir things up, they'll take further precautions to safeguard me. Just knowing I don't have to go through this alone has made a huge impact. Now I'm left wondering what family means at this point. All these years, I believed that being a good son and brother entailed putting everyone else first, sacrificing my own needs to ensure that everyone else was okay. But now I understand that there is a limit, and family isn't supposed to treat you like an ATM or overlook your own happiness simply because it's convenient. As things continue to unfold, I remain steadfast in my decision, but a part of me wonders if I should be doing more or approaching this differently. I'd greatly appreciate any suggestions on how to proceed. There is still so much to comprehend, and I'm trying to take it one day at a time. Update 2. My parents broke their quiet just a few days after my grandparents made their major news about the will. Instead of apologizing or acknowledging they may have gone too far, they sent a lengthy, meticulously crafted email attempting to justify every decision they had ever taken. They didn't just defend Emma, they virtually praised it, describing it as an investment because Emma had always been more family-oriented. Meanwhile, I was classified as self-sufficient and career-oriented, which they assumed indicated I didn't require as much assistance. They went on to clarify that their call for me to step in and fund Emma's life had nothing to do with money. They regarded it as even things out, giving Emma the same advantages they believed I had on my own. To add salt to the wound, they called me selfish for refusing to share my surplus wealth with my family. The email wasn't just words either. They sent a list of everything they claimed to have spent on me versus Emma. I'm talking about everything, including Emma's basic needs such as food, clothing, and housing. They mentioned her wedding expenses, property payments, and even post-divorce therapy. They even mentioned Emma's emotional assistance during her adolescent years, valuing and quantifying it. It was so ridiculous that I recognized they'd been thinking about it for a long time, most likely intending to hurl it back at me. They apparently shared this email with the entire extended family as well, aiming to present me as the selfish one. But it completely backfired. Relatives who had previously remained neutral began contacting me, appalled by what they viewed as an outlandish attempt to tax me for fundamental parenting. Some even apologized for not comprehending the kind of partiality I was dealing with. I believe my parents expected people to gather around them, but all they did was push everyone further away. In addition to this, my grandparents' lawyer became involved. My grandparents had always expected that any money they had given my parents over the years would be divided between me and Emma for our education and other essential costs. They soon discovered that the money had been spent on Emma's marriages and unsuccessful relationships. The lawyer wrote an official letter to my parents asking a thorough accounting of where the money had gone. My grandparents were prepared to take this to court if necessary, and I don't blame them. They felt betrayed, and so did I. It was like a tangled web of deception that had been growing for years, with me on the sidelines the entire time. In a strange twist, Emma's first ex-husband contacted me. He is the father of her 2 oldest children, and while we had never been close, we had remained civil. He told me that he had heard about everything and wanted to express his perspective. He confessed that when Emma became pregnant, my parents coerced him into marrying her, promising financial support as long as he followed through with the marriage. I knew they married quickly, but I had no idea my parents were that involved. Apparently, the majority of the support my parents had provided came from money they had received from my grandparents, money my grandparents had assumed was going toward Emma's and my futures. Emma's ex even apologized, claiming he regretted not standing up to them and allowing the situation to get out of control. My parents quickly noticed the email wasn't having the desired effect, so they tried to backtrack. They wrote a follow-up reply to everyone, explaining that the previous email was sent in rage and should not be taken seriously. But it was difficult to believe that reason given that their email had clearly been planned for some time. They could have printed and dispatched it as an official document, given how detailed it was. Trying to take it back now simply made them appear worse, and no one bought it. Emma had been silent for a few days following the family meeting, but she began reaching out again. Her tone had changed from guilt-tripping to more urgent. She sent a few emails, implying that she had always loved me and had no idea our parents treated us so differently. She even tried to justify her condition, stating she didn't want to burden me but was in a terrible situation with her children. Her texts became stranger, swinging between sentimental memories from childhood and reminders of how difficult life was for her with 6 children and a suffering husband. At one point, she mentioned her husband's economic difficulties and implied that her children were struggling in school due to the stress at home. It was difficult not to feel awful for Emma and her children, but I also couldn't ignore what had happened. She had known about our parents' fondness for years and took advantage of it, leaving me to fend for myself. She wanted me to come in and help her now that she was struggling. Her communications made me feel sad rather than outraged. She was my sister, and her children were completely innocent in all of this, but it was not my obligation to save her from a predicament she had helped create. More family members began sharing their stories. One of my aunts contacted me, apologizing for never saying anything when she observed things weren't fair between Emma and me. She remembered times when my parents plainly preferred Emma and ignored me, but she didn't want to get involved at the time. She also revealed that she had volunteered to help me with my college applications, but my parents declined, claiming that I had everything under control. In actuality, I was managing everything on my own, including school applications and work. My aunt admitted that she had no idea how much I had been left to manage on my own, and she felt bad for not intervening sooner. Family group chats reached a whole new level of awkwardness. Relatives began reaching out, asking if I needed anything or if they could help in any way. It was unusual to suddenly have so many people offering help and sympathy, especially because they'd never been so active in my life before. I loved their goodwill, but it became overpowering. Part of me felt like I shouldn't need their help right now. I'd already gone through the most difficult sections on my own. I mostly thanked them, wondering what else to say. Even my parents' closest friends started to distance themselves. A few people accepted their version of the story, that I was a workaholic who did not prioritize family. But after reading the email and hearing additional information, they began to see through my parents' explanations. Some even apologized, admitting they were wrong to judge me. One of them even indicated that my parents had borrowed money from them, citing family needs. They had assumed it was for necessary costs, but now they were wondering if they had been subsidizing Emma's lifestyle. Despite everything, my parents continued to push. They kept sending messages, arguing that I owed them for everything they'd done for me, that I was responsible for keeping the family together, and that my failure to support Emma was causing the family to fall apart. They claimed I was wrecking everything, damaging their reputation, and endangering Emma's children. It was frustrating because they were ignoring their own acts and pretended that none of this was their fault. For the time being, I'm not backing down. I refuse to be guilted into correcting problems that my parents caused, or to accept responsibility for Emma's decisions. It's still difficult to believe this is my family, that things have gotten to the point where I have to choose between my own well-being and what they call family loyalty. It's a lot to process, and I honestly don't know what the future holds, but for the first time, I feel like I'm standing up for myself and finally being heard. That is, at the very least, a positive step forward. Update 3. The situation has reached an unexpected conclusion. After all of the chaos and hidden issues that had surfaced, my grandparents decided to take a tough stance. They scheduled a final family gathering, this time with their lawyer present. It felt as if a chapter was coming to an end, but there were still so many wounds and unresolved feelings in the air. However, this wasn't simply talk. My grandparents had a plan, and they were not going to waste any more time. They claimed that they had not only revised their will, but were also taking quick action with their assets to avoid further abuse. For years, my parents had been living rent-free in a family-owned holiday home. It was supposed to be a temporary arrangement, but my parents made it their permanent home, expecting it to be passed down to them. But that's over. My grandparents are selling the land and intend to use the funds to establish educational trusts for all of their great-grandchildren. This includes Emma's and my cousin's children. My grandparents also implemented a reorganization strategy to ensure that no more funds were diverted accidentally. They are establishing annual educational grants for any family members pursuing higher education or professional credentials. However, these monies will be administered by an impartial trustee, with no family members participating. My folks were noticeably shaken upon hearing this. Losing the free lodging was terrible enough, but the realization that they would no longer have access to my grandparents' land was a rude awakening. For once, they didn't argue, or at least realized it wouldn't help. They simply looked defeated, which was unusual for my parents given their years of pride and control. My grandparents gave them 60 days to leave the land, with no extensions. The lawyer handed them a signed document, and my parents had no choice but to comply. In a stunning turn of events, my parents admitted to certain financial errors concerning school monies supplied by my grandparents years ago. This was a tremendous revelation, and many family members were shocked. With few options left, my parents signed a formal repayment agreement. Even though I'm sure it would be difficult for them, after they leave the property, they will have to move into a small apartment and severely reduce their lifestyle. It's evident that this is a significant adjustment for them. They've lived well on family assistance for so long that I doubt they ever expected to have to budget or downsize. Meanwhile, Emma appears to have accepted the reality of the situation. Her support system is basically collapsing around her. My parents' free support is no longer available, and she can no longer rely on them to pay her expenses or bail her out if her husband's business initiatives fail. Instead of moaning or trying to guilt-trip me, she is now taking efforts to improve her own situation. She's enrolled in a vocational program for medical billing and coding, which should provide her with a consistent income and the opportunity to raise her children on her own terms. Her spouse has taken on more hours at his delivery job and appears to be making an attempt to contribute to the family's costs. Emma even sent me an email, not asking for money, but simply requesting assistance with her resume. I decided to check into it, assuming it was a little way to help without encouraging her dependence. Hearing from Emma's children has been one of the most shocking and pleasant developments. They contacted me through Emma's father, her first ex-husband. Apparently, my grandparents had planned for them to attend family therapy sessions. They'd been dealing with a lot of confusion about family dynamics and had been caught up in so much drama. Now, with the help of a therapist, they're starting to comprehend the intricate relationships and favoritism they've grown up in. The elder kids apologized for the guilt-tripping messages they had delivered when everything initially began. They said they didn't realize how much pressure their mother was placing on me, and they felt horrible about being used as pawns. I promised them everything was okay and that none of this was their fault. They were just kids, after all, and they were simply following their mother's instructions. I'm confident that treatment will help kids learn that they are not responsible for resolving the conflict amongst the adults in their lives. My parents appear to be adjusting to their new situation, but they are having difficulty totally accepting it. In one final attempt to rewrite the narrative, they began sending me random photos from my childhood, each with captions like, "Remember when we were a happy family," and "Don't forget who's been there since the beginning." I'm not sure if they're genuinely trying to make amends or if it's just another ploy to play on my emotions. Some texts describe how much they suffered to raise me, while others depict them as victims abandoned by everyone they cared about. They've also been telling anyone who will listen that the family has turned against them, presenting the situation as if they were innocent victims simply trying to help Emma. But I believe most of the family has seen through it by now. They maintain their distance, and their interactions are now courteous but distant. As for me, the entire experience has been eye-opening. I had no idea how far the favoritism extended or how much my family had been exploited over the years. My grandparents have been great throughout this process, demonstrating strength and justice that I had never appreciated before. They're taking on the role of champions for the future generation, ensuring that nothing like what happened to me and Emma happens again. The entire process has been a challenging but essential reality check. It has revealed me who actually cares about me and who only sees me as a source of financial assistance. Finally, I want to thank everyone who has supported me. Thank you and farewell. The golden sister ditched her kids for a sugar daddy, then threatened my job, but I recorded her and reported it all to CPS. Seriously, where to start? I sometimes think my life is a twisted soap opera. Not luxurious palaces and villains. Every trailer park character has a secret, a grudge, and many awful mistakes. Allow me to explain. My name is Eleanor, but everyone calls me Ellie. I don't always think positively. But my sister Bianca is different. She left her kids with me for 8 weeks, so I acted. Golden children are never as pure as their parents think. Bianca always won as a child and got away with being mean to me because she was the golden miracle child. My sister was attractive because she had lovely eyes and thick curls. Dolores, my mother, compared our looks forever. I have straight hair and dark eyes. After we were teens, my mom loved comparing us. She kept telling me to dress like Bianca and teach me makeup. If I asked her for help looking beautiful, she would bully and tease me. So we grew up resentful of each other. Bianca gravitated toward my mother's worst traits, while I rejected them. I think my mom's constant praise for her beauty turned her into a horrible person who thinks she can get away with anything. I have low self-esteem and am quiet as an adult because my mom compared us and put me down. I've been in therapy to strengthen my spine. Even though it's hard for me to stand up for myself in my relationships for the first time, I feel like my family screwed me up. I struggle to maintain healthy friendships and love connections. After learning the truth, my parents told me to let bygones be bygones, and not even Bianca was given out. I realized then how much they preferred her over me. Her only request was to take something from me. I felt like no man would ever defend me or consider me as valuable because my dad, Arthur, saw my mom mentally abuse me my whole life. Being the ugly sister meant I had no social life and spent all my time studying. I graduated high school with a 4.0 and got a full ride at my top university, which was great because my mom told me the night before I started high school that she was paying for Bianca's college since she was the oldest, but I would have to pay for community college. I cried and asked her why she didn't love me as much as she loved Bianca, and she said she did, but I spent all day excited to tell my parents about my scholarship. I suppose I was glad to have something Bianca didn't. My parents didn't mind her partying and getting bad grades in high school, and she only went to college because they could afford it. Her grades were so bad she wasn't going to a good one. After I told my parents about my scholarship, Arthur said, "Nice job. And my mom didn't look up from her phone or respond. She ignored me for a week. I tried to ask her why she was furious at me for getting a college scholarship, but she ignored me and went into another room. Her hatred for me winning a scholarship when most parents would be thrilled was extreme. Why am I messed up and resenting her? Whatever. I realized how alone I was and how much my family wanted me to feel secluded then. Why did my mom hate me for life and make me hate myself? One of my darkest days was when I earned my scholarship and wept myself to sleep, accepting that I would never have a family who loved me like Bianca. I hated her for it. That night, I journaled my life goals until sunrise. It relieved the sting, but I still carry that mess. Instead of throwing myself a pity party and begging my parents for love and attention, I would focus on my studies as I always did and give myself something they couldn't. Stability, independence, intellect, and education. I graduated with honors, interned for a great company right out of college, and when I got home for the holidays, I would tell my family how I was doing and get occasional praises from extended family, but my parents never acknowledged or congratulated me on my adult accomplishments. I knew telling my mom about my high position at work or my salary would make her hate me more, but I told my dad, Arthur, and one year he said he was delighted. At Christmas dinner one year, my uncle congratulated me on a promotion I told him about earlier that day and a big raise at the company. He heard me talk about buying my first house and was surprised by the friendly congratulations from my uncle and other extended family members. My mom interrupted me when another cousin asked me where I was house hunting and said, "This is boring. Can we change the subject?" Then she murmured, "It's probably not even true anyway." Very supportive mother. My family enjoyed my social media post after buying my house later that year, except for my mom, Dolores, who was probably angry because my sister had a very different life than me. My parents paid for her college education after high school, but she failed out and got pregnant by her first boyfriend. My parents may have asked her to terminate the pregnancy, but she kept it and tried to work with her 4-month-old baby dad. When I saw her post about having a second child, I had to hold back tears since I knew the baby would be born into a poisonous environment since my sister and her baby dad were so bad. I encountered him around the holidays, but he never remembered my name or spoke to me. Despite not bringing anything, he brought trays of food home every year. Bianca and I didn't talk after we left our parents' house, so our relationship didn't improve. I had Bianca on social media, and when we saw one another during the holidays, she made unpleasant comments about my weight and clothes. I suppose she was projecting since I wear a lot of designer outfits and cycle through designer purses. She kept asking me what phony purse I brought this time. I rolled my eyes so hard I thought they would come out when she looked me up and down and said, "I see you're dressed up again, like the stuck-up bitch you are." The rudeness was outrageous. Despite her small children, she would humiliate me in front of them with curses and everything. I don't feel bad saying my sister is trash or for what I did after she left her kids on my doorstep. After a long work week, I was relaxing in my house one weekend morning when my doorbell rang. My sisters, Daniel, 10, and Samuel, 7, were waiting on my front porch with overnight bags. They told me their mom was on vacation for 8 weeks and that I was watching them. Since my nephews were cool, quiet, and puzzled, I let them inside while I called my sister. Bianca ignored my first 10 calls, but I persisted until she answered. I told her I wouldn't watch her kids and would call CPS if she didn't pick them up right away. She dropped a bombshell while I was Googling CPS on speaker. After she threatened to contact my job and tell them I wasn't taking my bipolar medication and fire me, I hung up and thought about what to do. Stress made me think my skull might burst. A month later, I was going to Australia to visit my long-distance boyfriend Oliver. I have no idea who to call other than my mom, Dolores, and she usually sided with my sister, so I shouldn't have been surprised. I told my mom that my sister hadn't even dropped off her kids, and she stated they were old enough to come to my house alone. My mom started guilting me, claiming my sister has done a lot for me and I ought to help her one time as I never did. That drove me insane, and I screamed at her to tell me one time my sister helped me or improved my life. I informed my mom that she and my sister had never supported me and treated me like an unwashed dog in their house. If necessary, I requested my mom visit me so I could leave her in my house while I flew to Australia as my nephew's caregivers. I doubted my sister would bring her kids back from her trip because she dumped them on me. Dolores, my mom, arrived at my house cold and glared at me. In my living room, my mom informed me I was being a horrible sister again and lectured me on family support. I ignored my mom's gibberish and questioned what kind of trip my sister was on that was so essential that she would neglect her kids and leave them with someone who hated her. I told my mom everything seemed unusual and suspicious, and my sister abandoning 2 tiny kids for 8 weeks felt improper. I wanted the truth if I was participating without consent. Mom's face changed, and she said my sister wasn't on vacation. Her sugar dad flew her away. I laughed thinking she was joking, but she was serious. Because I was emotionally exhausted, I freaked out on my mom and asked how she could be okay. I told her she had a loser daughter who departed the country to see a sugar daddy instead of working to support her kids. Mom countered me and defended my sister again. Even if I had a lot of money or a beautiful house, I would always be the ugly duckling compared to Bianca, born ugly and dying ugly. I had to stop myself from seizing her shirt and shoving her out of my house after she said that. I yelled at my mom to leave, but she refused, and when I tried to get her out, she pushed me into a coffee table with one of my favorite vases, which Oliver gave me the last time he visited. I got DoorDash for everyone and let them watch movies and play video games in my living room until they passed out. When I finally reached her, I yelled at her for ruining my life and mentioned CPS again. Bianca laughed sinisterly over the phone and told me I could watch her kids or lose my job. She said I was nothing without my job and would be a loser without it. This hurt because it was true. I had a degree and a good resume, but I associated it with my work success and would do anything to keep it. I cried and asked my sister why she despised me and left her kids for a sugar daddy. She suggested she could make millions from a sugar daddy in 2 months, so I didn't care. She was probably attempting to break me down and make me feel tiny, so I gave up. Actually, it was functioning. After a final threat of contacting my employment, my sister hung up on me, and I broke down in tears again, realizing I had no power over her. In private upstairs, I called my sweetheart, Oliver, while my nephews watched a movie in the family room. I cried and told him everything after my nephews were left on my porch. I sobbed as I told him about my sister's threats, my mom's hatred, and how she trapped me. My partner, who lives across the world, made me feel loved and supported and was my only ally. He said my sister was maybe committing multiple crimes by abandoning her kids and intimidating me with professional blackmail and needed proof. He recommended me to call my sister again and urge her to repeat her warning concerning the fake medical claims, but secretly record the conversation as evidence. Oliver knew about my background with my sister and my parents and said my sister was definitely unstable and could act on her threat at any time, so I should prepare. I was terrified, but he was right. I knew my sister was insane more than anyone, so I followed his plan while being emotionally overwhelmed. Still, I wanted my nephews to feel safe and cared for. I understood what it was like to be a child in an unwanted household, and I didn't want to make these innocent little guys linked to me feel that way. I played a multiplayer video game with them downstairs and enjoyed it. When I learned how to play first-person shooters, they were shocked and laughed as I killed after kill. After a hectic weekend, I wasn't expecting to bond with them, but when we ordered pizza and competed to eat the most pepperoni, I found I adored the two tiny guys. They were unlike their mother. Even though I knew my sister couldn't have been a good mom, they were both polite and sweet, hilarious little guys, even though it took them a long time to open up. They always said please and thank you and cleaned up well. While hanging out with my nephews in the afternoon, I saw that they both had holes in their socks and that my older nephew's pants were too small. I found all the clothes my sister had brought for them to be too old or undersized for the boys. Again, I wasn't surprised that my sister was a cheap, irresponsible parent, so I took my nephews shopping for new clothes. I nearly stabbed myself several times at the mall because my nephews burst out of their shells and ran around excitedly. I remember being ignored as a child, so I wanted them to feel like they could have anything they wanted and that I was there for them and wanted to make them happy. When we passed a window and they wanted to go into a store, we went in and I bought them whatever they wanted. After I gave them the switches, they both cried and hugged me, and I saw Daniel, 10, crying again on the way home and asked him if he was okay. He asked me why I was so nice to them and why they deserved it. I told him they were my boys and kids, so they deserve happiness. He started crying more and said he was mad at his mom for separating us. This hurt my heart, and I told him I was sorry. After a large dinner at home, they played switches together all night. I left them alone in the living room to phone my sister again in my room to execute my boyfriend's plan. The phone call was easy to push toward the medical accusation, but I attempted to keep cool while wanting to call my sister every name in the book. When I mentioned CPS again, my sister freaked out and threatened me, claiming I would get fired for being a crazy secret and that nobody would know if she was lying about taking my medication. She kept telling me that nobody would believe a crazy sick like me and that I didn't deserve my work. I suspect my sister was high during this call since she sounded strung up and kept repeating odd stuff. After getting what I needed from the conversation, I hung up on my sister since she kept claiming I didn't deserve anything in life. Whatever. I ignored her statements to record the entire call. My sister was videotaped indicating she would submit bogus medical claims to my employer. I recognized how smart my partner was to advise collecting this video, and I emotionally prepared for the impact if my sister followed through on her threat. After the recording, I tried to relax and put my nephews to bed. I called CPS as soon as the line opened the next morning and explained everything. I told them my sister abandoned her children and we were estranged. I even claimed she had abandoned them under false pretenses and then used manipulation and compulsion to get me to care for them. CPS shocked me by being helpful, so I shared the recording. I don't know why I answered my mom's phone the next day, but I got into another massive phone battle with her because I was still bewildered and emotionally weak. My mom hung up when I told her I called CPS so my sister would pay for her treatment of me. After I had a terrible night, my receptionist told me that my boss had arranged an urgent meeting with me before lunch the next morning. I was apprehensive, but I knew it was coming. It was obvious that in the meeting, my two superiors and a new boss looked at me suspiciously and told me that a trustworthy family member had told them I may be unmedicated for a severe mental disorder. They told me they had been provided extensive details about my past mental breaks and were worried about me having a psychotic break at work. I was prepared for this meeting. My briefcase contained my doctor's letter and medication schedule documentation for my managers. I had over 5 years of proof that I never missed a prescription pickup date and had regular moods and medicines. Primary care physician, therapist, and psychiatrist confirmed. I briefly but comprehensively informed my supervisors of my family's problems and my sister's mental health issues and assured them the claims were unfounded and that my medical records would verify my stability. My bosses took a moment to read through all the material, but once they realized that I had medical evidence from different MDs, they looked satisfied and apologized for calling me into this meeting, stating that they had to perform their due diligence before closing this case. My one supervisor even congratulated me on a successful quarter and brags about my accomplishments to the other supervisors, making me look wonderful. I giggled at how well the conference went despite its objective and thought about my sister's silly plan failing. I smiled dumbly every time I thought about calling my sister after work to tell her her plan had failed, so I couldn't focus on my work. When I got back to my car that day, I called my sister and almost cried laughing as I told her the meeting had only taken 15 minutes since she sounded mad and idiotic on the phone and my bosses had never believed her. My sister was outraged and accused me of lying to save face after thinking I had been fired. This made me laugh harder, and I told her she had failed at firing me like everything else. Her children were upset because she could only lie and fail at 40. My sister lost it again and called me the B word and C word, stating I had betrayed her and that she was catching the first plane back to make me regret all I did to her. I laughed after the conversation, but when I got home and saw my nephews, who were happier since having DoorDash, I knew this could become worse. I only knew my sister was insane and coming home to avenge me. I realized I was worried about the future. I worried about my sister because she had little to lose and was unstable. I thought about my nephews. I considered contacting CPS wrong. I wish my sister had lost her passport abroad and never returned. I had become closer to my nephews in the past few days, so I knew their departure would ache. I loathed leaving. I didn't want them back with my sister. Because she was doing what my mom did to me, I hated her more than anyone else. Since my thoughts was racing, I checked on my sleeping nephews and grieved discreetly in the hallway after closing the guest room door. This was unfair to innocent boys. Next day was a sham. The door knock sounded like a sandbag being slapped on my front door. I opened it and saw Bianca next to a 6'5", 300-pound man. I could fit my head in one of his huge palms. I can just see my mom, Dolores, behind him, and before I could say anything to warn them to leave, the man put his hand on my shoulder and shoved me down. Bianca, my mom, and the stranger entered my house, and I fell to my floor with a shoulder injury from the man's throw. My sister brought the stranger to my house, and I yelled at him not to touch me, but he only spoke Russian. Before my sister beat CPS to my house, I didn't understand. They'll arrive about 11 a.m. Nonetheless, my sister shattered my door at 8 a.m. My nephews left the guest room sleepy after the commotion woke them. I tried to protect them, but my sister barked at the stranger to put my nephews in the car. Absolute chaos. After realizing what was happening, my nephews asked my sister to leave them with me. When I tried to take him from the giant stranger again, my oldest nephew Daniel grabbed my head and threw it into the wall. I saw stars and watched him carry my two nephews out of my house while lying on the floor. Nothing I could do. My mom cried too but went with them. Before they left my house, my sister came over as I cradled my head in my hands and spit at me directly in the face when I looked up. It was one of my darkest days and the worst thing anyone has ever done to me. They left in a huge black Suburban I had never seen my sister in. I didn't know the man, and I couldn't believe my sister had traumatized everyone. She didn't let them take anything. Without clothing, switches, or breakfast, they left. I felt terrible for them and had my first anxiety episode. I loved my nephews with all my heart and wanted to protect and care for them like I never had when I was their age, but I didn't understand how much it would hurt. However, they were afraid, shoeless, and in a car with my insane sister and a huge stranger. I hated my mom's actions. I couldn't believe she stood by while that large man threw me around in my home and pulled my nephews out of their aunt's house without a word. My family had grown so wicked, and I couldn't stop worrying about my nephews. After settling down after my anxiety attack, I knew I had to act fast because time was running out. After calming down, I called the police, who were aware of the investigation because Child Protective Services had a case against my sister. I told them everything that transpired at my home minutes before, and the officer on the phone was helpful. My voice shook as I described the stranger, but I tried to stay cool and remember the license plate. I memorized every number and letter on the Suburban's license plate because my profession is important and I'm used to observing and retaining information most miss. I told police about the guy, his car plate, and my mom and sister's clothes. I think my sister came to my house drunk that morning. She looked savage with wild eyes. She probably started using drugs when she went abroad with her sugar daddy. Something shattered in my crazy sister, and she was never so disconnected. After telling the police everything I remembered about my sister and the car they drove away in, I hung up and tried to forget, but I couldn't. I couldn't eat, nap, or watch TV. I saw my nephews' faces every time I closed my eyes and could only worry for them. I pondered why my mom always made excuses for my sister and how it made her horrible. I even thought about my sister's trip, what she did, if she had a sugar daddy, and how much he paid her. I wondered if her trip earnings were worthwhile. I considered a scenario with just me and my nephews. Now I had heart space for them. As I considered it, I wanted that result, my sister out, and just me and my nephews. I could offer them everything my sister couldn't, and if my sister and I went to court over my nephews, the judge would witness one lady with an offshore sugar daddy and another with many degrees and a penthouse office. I tried to be positive, but random gloomy concerns concerning my nephew's safety kept returning. Maybe the huge man she brought to my house was her sugar daddy. Maybe he was with my nephews. The cops contacted me while I was on my couch staring at the ceiling, overthinking and forgetful of time. The Suburban my sister left in was located after hours of searching. After calling me, my first officer was helpful and provided lots of details. He stated 3 police cars stopped the black SUV because the man was violent that morning. Despite drawing firearms, the suspect ran forward and hurt one officer in the thigh. A female cop got black-eyed and 2 officers were head-punched. Sister punched cop trying to jail her. I imagined my wild sister and the gigantic stranger fighting police on the highway shoulder. I couldn't believe my family was experiencing this and not just watching reality TV. I was still in shock from the officer's account of my sister's detention when he said she wanted to talk to me. He confirmed that my sister planned to use her one call on me. She's shouting about asking for bail money. A huge mess. Even though my sister was in prison, I learned my nephews were in CPS custody, and while they were safe, I was frightened. I had a week until my Australia trip, and if I didn't travel, I'd lose thousands in bookings. Canceling this trip would have disrespected my boyfriend's family before I met them. I wanted to marry my lover, so I didn't want to do that. I called CPS to check on my nephews but was denied a meeting. I told them I was their only psychologically stable family, but they didn't care. I faced a tough new department. I was emotionally exhausted and had no choice. I prepared for my vacation and cried spontaneously thinking about my nephews and where they were through the week. My girlfriend and I had been waiting for this trip for so long, and suddenly I was distracted and anxious. The week before my departure, my worry and tension dominated our conversations. My partner was courteous and supportive as always, but I was so angry at my sister for how she had treated her nephews and me, and I couldn't believe how much my life had altered because of her one choice to visit her foolish sugar daddy. I was glad my employment was understood, but thinking about how my sister tried to fire me so soon made me feel deceived and afraid of my family. Even my dad, Arthur, was away and oblivious of all this strife, but he knew. He was spineless like my useless mother. My mother didn't care for her grandchildren since she let my sister's bad decisions put them with strangers. After 2 glasses at the airport bar on my way to Australia, I looked at photos of my nephews staying with me. Taking these silly mall photo booth photographs together made me cry again over missing them. I vowed not to cry again till I returned to America and enjoyed my time with my sweetheart and his family. Even from abroad, I couldn't let my sister ruin my life. Great trip to Australia. I was overjoyed when my lover ran to me in the airport and lifted me up princess style. I hadn't seen him in months. Returning to my boyfriend's loving embrace felt great after 2 weeks of agony. He looked after me during vacation. Meeting his parents made me like them both. Fun, active folks took me to their favorite neighborhood nature walks and views. We hiked to his favorite secret waterfall, skinny dipped, swam, laughed, and kissed for hours. I was apprehensive before leaving, but it was one of my most romantic days, and I couldn't believe how wonderfully the vacation went. After returning to the U.S., I went to the local police station to file charges against my sister Bianca and my mother Dolores for breaking into my home. They had the man lift me up and throw me to the side to barge in, and I wouldn't let that happen. When I went to submit the charge, I learned that CPS was investigating my sister, and I was furious that they hadn't found anything yet. I left the police station happy that my family was charged but unhappy because the CPS investigation was ongoing. I worried about my nephew's safety and knew that being with strangers, even if better than my sister, couldn't be good for them. I also couldn't stop thinking about how my sister had hauled them out of my house that morning without letting them take anything. Samuel, my youngest nephew, carried this plushy dog everywhere. A month after my sister's incarceration, CPS reached a resolution by taking both my nephews from her custody and placing them in protective custody. I was annoyed when the CPS agent explained this. I asked how that was different from what had been going on, and they said my sister would have to go to court again if she wanted custody of her kids. I questioned the CBS. I immediately filed a separate court petition to acquire custody of my nephews. I knew my custody case would be one of the toughest, so I engaged the best lawyer I could afford, regardless of time or cost. I dragged my sister to court because she broke into my home, but I would have fist-fought her in a Wendy's parking lot at that point. If I wanted custody of my nephews, I had to obey the law. That was my main goal, to get my sister out and my nephews home. The judge mentioned that I had filed a custody lawsuit against my sister for full custody of my nephews on the first day of our trial. My sister's public defender hadn't told her earlier, so she learned in court. My sister has never handled bad news well, and when the judge revealed my custody allegations against her, she snapped. Despite being in a courtroom, my sister cautiously angled toward me, screamed my name, and then pounced like a hyena. She scratched my face and tried to pull out my hair. The bailiff quickly pulled her away from me, but she bit my forearm hard before he did. The bite looked bad and got infected, and it was one of the worst aches I had ever felt. I knew my sister had sealed her destiny after everything settled down in front of the judge. My sister was imprisoned for all her offenses after 2 years. Her appeal chances were poor because she was serving life without parole for many offenses. Dolores, my mother, evaded prison by testifying against my sister and threw her under the bus. I never dropped the breaking and entering accusations. The best part was seeing my mom blame my sister for everything while screaming crocodile tears. Even after a lifetime of government aid, I couldn't believe my mom betrayed her perfect golden child. Staring at my mom on the stand that day, I knew I would never see her again. Never wanted to see her again. A lifetime of observing her and my sister's toxicity exhausted me. My sister made my life a never-ending court battle, and I wanted a normal life. My nephew's birth father and his family sued me for full custody, prolonging the process. I didn't care. My sister's imprisonment meant no force on earth could keep me from them. After almost 2 years of court battles, I regained full custody of Daniel and Samuel. The smile and hug they gave me when they got home to find their bedrooms decorated for them will never leave me. In my younger nephew Samuel's bedroom, he rushed to show me his rediscovered Switch. I surprised him with his plush doggy and hugged him tightly when he collapsed. My oldest nephew Daniel joined us, and both boys cried into my hair and told me they missed me. My oldest son grinned at me with tears in his eyes and said, "I knew it, Auntie. You would return for us, I knew." In the company of my 2 favorite boys, I found my family, not my birth family. It was perfect. Kicked out for refusing the family business, I lived in my car, built software for small businesses, and turned it into my own company. What do you want to do? The sound of my father's voice shook the designer light fittings in our immaculate suburban kitchen. His face turned to a frightening purple, already red from his 3rd scotch of the evening. I repeated, attempting to sound steady, that I want to launch a software company. I've created a prototype already. This platform is beneficial to small enterprises. He slammed his glass flat and said, "Absolutely not. We didn't pay for your Stanford degree so you could waste your life on some pipe dream. You're joining the family business?" End of discussion. I looked to my mom for encouragement. She remained motionless at our marble island, keeping her customary cautious distance from confrontation. It gleamed on her wrist, the diamond tennis bracelet I'd given her for Christmas, purchased with my earnings from covert freelance coding assignments. "Mom, I attempted. You've seen how many small businesses are struggling with digital transformation. My platform could really help. She groaned and looked at her manicure. Ethan, she said. Your father's right. This tech obsession of yours, it's not practical. Sterling Enterprises needs you. The company's been in the family for 3 generations. In reality, they meant that our family's industrial supply company, Sterling Enterprises, was failing. They needed my programming expertise to update their antiquated systems so they could compete in a market that was digitizing quickly. But my aspirations were loftier. When I said, I'm not asking for money, I have savings, I just need some time. My dad said, I'll laugh. You want time to play with computers while real businesses are at stake? While your sister is already making partner at her law firm? Yes, Claire, my ideal elder sister. The benchmark by which all of my shortcomings were evaluated was Harvard Law, the youngest partner in her firm's history, and she was married to a physician. I insisted, this isn't playing. I've already got interest from potential clients. Small businesses need affordable software solutions, and the big tech companies aren't serving them. My platform was chilled by my father. Just inches from my head, the glass broke against the wall. My father yelled, enough, as liquor trickled down the pricey wall covering. You have a choice, join Sterling Enterprises on Monday or get out. See how long you last without our support. Despite flinching at the sound, my mother remained silent. She didn't. I glanced at both of them, my mother averting my gaze, my father shaking with anger. The choice I made would alter everything. Remarkably composed, I got up and said, I choose out. What, I'm leaving? Good luck modernizing Sterling Enterprises without me. You ungrateful. I was on my way upstairs when my father began to approach me. This was a moment I had anticipated. Essentials like a laptop, a portable hard drive, and 2 changes of clothes were already in my backpack. I had a safety deposit box where I kept my vital paperwork. My parents couldn't access the account where I kept the majority of my savings. My dad yelled up the stairs, you have an hour? Then I want you out of this house. I retrieved my favorite hoodie, my emergency pack, and a final glance at my childhood bedroom. My trophies from coding competitions, science fair prizes, and the framed article about the high school software I created that attracted Stanford's notice were still on the wall. It buzzed on my phone. Finn, my best friend, texted me. Operation Escape still on? Happening now, I responded by typing. Plan B initiated. When I initially made the decision to follow my company goals, Finn and I had simulated this situation months prior. I could stay in his tiny flat above his family's eatery until I was able to support myself. My mother eventually spoke as I was about to leave. Ethan, please be reasonable. Your father only wants what's best. No, I interrupted her. He wants what's best for Sterling Enterprises. There's a difference. I left without turning around. It felt unreal the first night in my automobile. I parked on a quiet street 2 blocks away from my parents' house, far enough away that they wouldn't notice me but close enough to keep a solid connection to their fast Wi-Fi network, which I had set up and secured myself. The familiar rhythm of keyboards drowned out the voice in my head that told me I was making a big mistake as I continued to code on my laptop, which shone in the darkness. When Finn handed me food, he remarked, "You sure about this? Is Mother's incredible pad thai? My couch is still available." I shook my head and showed him my workplace, which included a laptop, a power bank for emergencies, and a mobile hotspot for backup internet. I need to stay mobile for now. Can't risk them finding me and trying to force me back. He looked at my computer screen. What exactly are you building? I displayed the interface of my prototype. I call it Smart Start. It's an all-in-one digital platform for small businesses. Point of sale, inventory management, customer relationships, online presence, everything they need to compete in today's market, but simplified and affordable, like what your dad's company needs. Similar, but designed for smaller businesses that can't afford enterprise solutions. I reflected on all the neighborhood stores I had witnessed struggle and fail due to their inability to adapt to the digital revolution. There's a huge market being ignored by big tech. Finn gave a slow nod. A cash register from the 1990s and paper order tickets were still in use at his family's eatery. How long until it's ready? Basic version, 2 months. I've got most of the core functions working. Just need to polish the interface and add some features. I kept from him the fact that I was also surreptitiously recording every flaw in Sterling Enterprises systems, including every security flaw, inefficiency, and lost chance for technological advancement. I was creating it because I knew they would need it someday, not because I was spiteful. They simply weren't aware of it yet. Life fell into an odd pattern. I would work from several coffee shops over the day, purchasing just enough to warrant using their Wi-Fi and space. I would park close to my parents' house at night and utilize their fast internet to upload code and execute intricate tests. Coffee, protein bars, and leftovers from Finn's family were my main sources of nutrition. I learned which parking lots were safe to sleep in and which ones to avoid, and I took a shower at a cheap gym membership. Although uncomfortable, it served a useful purpose. I could devote all of my attention to creating Smart Start if there were no outside distractions, no incessant criticism from my father, and no passive disappointment from my mother. My sister Claire attempted to step in one weekend. "This is ridiculous, Ethan," she said after finding me at the coffee shop where I usually go. "You're living in your car to prove what? That you can be as stubborn as Dad?" I continued to code without looking up. "I'm building something important. You're throwing away a guaranteed future with the family business." I stated plainly. "The family business is dying. Dad's too proud to admit it. But their systems are ancient. Their processes are inefficient. And their competitors are eating them alive. Then help fix it," I said, finally looking her in the eye. "That's exactly what I'm doing, just not the way they want." She put a big envelope on my table before departing in frustration. $5,000 in cash was found inside, along with the words, "Don't be an idiot. Come home." I upgraded my coding tools and purchased a better laptop with the money. In the second month, the breakthrough occurred. A local bookshop, a family-run hardware store, and a developing food truck company were among the small businesses who approached me about beta testing Smart Start. They were all having trouble with the same issues that my platform was intended to address. The owner of the bookstore responded, "This is exactly what we need." Following my demonstration of the inventory management system. "QuickBooks is too complicated, and the custom solutions are too expensive. How much would this cost?" I gave her a price that made her smile. It was purposefully less than the going rate in order to encourage word of mouth. I had clients that were paying by the third month. Little sums, but consistent revenue. Enough to rent a little studio apartment, but I didn't include it in the lease so my parents wouldn't find out. Then came the call that made all the difference. The authoritative, business-like voice said, "Is this Ethan Sterling?" "Yes, this is." "Owen Grant from Zenith Ventures. We've been hearing interesting things about your Smart Start platform." My heart stopped beating. One of the nation's most prominent early-stage investors was Zenith Ventures. One of our portfolio companies mentioned your solution. Said, "It's exactly what the small business market needs. Would you be interested in discussing potential investment?" I tightened my hold on my phone as I recalled all the evenings I spent coding in my car, the meals I skipped to gain server time, and the uncertainties and anxieties I had set aside in order to follow this goal. "Yes," I said. "I would definitely be interested." At the time, I had no idea that this talk would start a series of events that would not only confirm my vision but also confront my family's financial failures in a way that neither of us could have anticipated. My father would have approved of the Zenith Ventures office, which was located on the top level of a shiny downtown tower. I tried not to look like someone who had been living in his van 2 months prior, rearranged my one nice suit, and purchased used items for investor meetings. Owen Grant had the easy assurance of someone who had made his wealth in the first boom, and he was younger than I had anticipated, possibly in his early 40s. "Walk me through it again," he urged, pointing to the enormous screen in the conference room that was showing my Smart Start demonstration. I launched the user interface, which had grown as recognizable as my own image. Small businesses are drowning in digital complexity. They need e-commerce, inventory management, customer relationship tools, but existing solutions are either too expensive, too complicated, or too limited. The point of sale, inventory management, customer communications, and even basic analytics were all connected and easy enough for anyone to use, and I showed how a small business owner could set up their complete digital presence in less than an hour. "And this scales?" was Owen's full question. "The architecture is cloud-based, modular. We can add features as businesses grow, integrate with other platforms, but the core stays simple." Slowly, he nodded. "And your current users?" 28 paying customers, all from word of mouth, 0 churn rate. Average user engagement is 4 hours daily. "That's impressive." He displayed a second screen. "My company's incorporation documents. Innovative Solutions LLC, registered 6 months ago." "Yes. All self-funded so far." He looked closely at me. "You're Charles Sterling's son." My heart skipped a beat. "You know my father?" He looked contemplative as he said, "Sterling Enterprises was one of my first investments back in the day, before your father bought out the minority shareholders. They're having trouble adapting to digital markets, I hear." I maintained a neutral expression. I wouldn't know. I'm not involved with Sterling Enterprises. He tapped his iPad, and a fresh document showed up on the screen. Interesting. We'd like to offer you seed funding, $2 million for a 20% stake. I made an effort to hide my trembling hands. $2 million was more money than I ever thought I would have. Owen went on. There's one condition. We want you to expand your focus. Small businesses are good, but mid-sized enterprises need these solutions too. Companies like, say, Sterling Enterprises. And there it was. The trap I dreaded and had been anticipating. You want me to target my family's business? He gave a small smile. I want you to target a market segment that desperately needs modernization. The fact that your father's company might benefit is incidental. I reflected on the numerous evenings I had parked outside my folks' house, utilizing their Wi-Fi to construct something they rejected. Regarding my mother's quiet and my father's fury. About the small enterprises that Smart Start has already helped flourish. I'll need full control of the company's direction, I replied. No interference with the core mission. He slid a folder over the table and said, Of course. Have your lawyers review it. But Ethan, don't wait too long. This market won't stay open forever. 3 days later, after going over every detail with my sister Claire, who was still a better lawyer than she realized, I signed the contract. You're really doing this, she remarked as she returned the documents with the annotations. Going directly against Dad's business? I'm building something that could save his business, I replied. If he's willing to see it. She gave a headshake. You know he won't, not coming from you. Of course, she was correct, but I also had a strategy. Scaling up over the next 6 months was a blur. I would have given my mother a heart attack if I had rented actual office space in a converted warehouse. Hired salespeople, designers, and developers. When Finn took over as head of customer success, his knowledge of small business owners proved to be quite helpful. Smart Start expanded more quickly than Owen had anticipated. Business circles began to hear about the platform that truly lived up to the hype. From dozens to hundreds to thousands, our user base grew rapidly. Finally, the tech press took notice of us, and then came the piece that made all the difference. Digital David versus Goliath, How Smart Start is Disrupting Enterprise Software. The article commended our ability to assist small firms compete with larger corporations, our creativity, and our emphasis on user experience. The fact that I was Charles Sterling's estranged son was also mentioned, almost as an afterthought. Minutes after the piece went up, my phone rang. Claire. She said. Dad's furious. Without introducing herself. He's calling an emergency board meeting. Why? Smart Start isn't competing with Sterling Enterprises. No, but 3 of their biggest customers just announced they're switching to your platform. Stunned, I reclined. I hadn't observed that mid-sized organizations were beginning to use Smart Start because we've been so focused on tiny enterprises. There's more, insisted Claire. Their latest quarterly numbers, they're bad. Ethan, really bad. The board is talking about forcing Dad out if he doesn't modernize their systems. I retrieved the public financial information for Sterling Enterprises. The figures were worse than I had anticipated. Within 6 months, their stock had fallen 40%. The rate of customer attrition was increasing. They were practically on the verge of going bankrupt due to their antiquated software systems. They need help, I muttered aloud. They need you, she said. But you know Dad will never admit it. Owen Grant's remarks regarding focusing on mid-sized businesses and the several elements we included in Smart Start that may help businesses like Sterling Enterprises were on my mind. Perhaps, I replied softly, they don't have to recognize me. I called an emergency team meeting that evening. I revealed the prototype I had been working on covertly, a new division aimed at larger companies that was based on the Smart Start architecture but had extra capabilities for intricate operations. We're launching enterprise solutions, I said. Finn scowled. I thought we were staying focused on small business. We are. But there's a whole segment of mid-sized companies being crushed between small business agility and big corporation resources. They need what we've built. I neglected to mention that every feature in Enterprise Solutions was created especially to address the issues facing Sterling Enterprises. That I had devoted months to examining their shortcomings and developing fixes for problems they were unaware they had yet. For weeks, the team worked nonstop. We introduced Enterprise Solutions under a different name through a subsidiary that was difficult to link to me. Similar to Sterling Enterprises, the marketing campaign focused on well-established enterprises who were having difficulty embracing digital change. We waited after that. It took very little time. Days after our launch, the new Chief Technology Officer of Sterling Enterprises, who had been hired in a panic following their most recent system failure, contacted us. The location of the meeting was their headquarters. I watched over a secure video link while my father and his board were shown enterprise solutions by our sales team, who were specifically selected to be unrelated to me. I witnessed his realization that this was precisely what they required. Saw him struggle to acknowledge it. Observed the enthusiastic inquiries from the board members regarding cost and implementation. Our sales lead clarified, the investment would be significant but the potential return. My father cut me off, saying, "We'll need to see other options." An elderly board member, Jonathan, leaned forward. "We've seen 12 presentations in 2 months. This is the only solution that actually addresses our specific needs, and their track record, impressive results with similar companies." Another board member added their voice. "My cousin's manufacturing business switched to their system last quarter. Saw immediate improvements." I saw the expression on my father's face as he knew he was losing the battle. Change was what the board desired. Their clients insisted on it. Their best chance of surviving was with enterprise solutions. "Fine," he snarled. "Start the procurement process." With an odd sense of emptiness, I shut down the video feed. I had succeeded. Produced just what was required by Sterling Enterprises. Confirmed that my vision was correct. Why, therefore, didn't it seem like a win? When Claire contacted again 3 days later, the response was received. She said, "Dad's drinking," without introducing herself. Really drinking? Mom's talking about separation. Not because of enterprise solutions, but because he is aware of his failure. My gut nodded. He had to go pleading with outsiders for assistance because the business was collapsing. She hesitated. "He keeps saying he should have listened to you." I reflected on all the decisions that had brought us to this point as I gazed out my office window at the metropolitan skyline. My pride, my father's intransigence, and the barriers of silence we established between us. What if, I thought to myself, there was a way to save both the company and his pride? How? I have an idea, but I'll need your help. The board meeting of Sterling Enterprises was set for 9 a.m. Thursday. I watched familiar faces stream into their offices as I waited in my car outside the exact location where I had parked to access their Wi-Fi. Last to arrive was my father, who appeared older than I had recalled. His suit, which was usually spotless, was a little rumpled. His stride was less assured than the one I had grown up admiring. I tapped my phone and asked, "Everything ready?" "All set," the woman said. "The board members are prepped. Owen Grant just arrived, and Mom's in position, though she's still not sure about this." I changed my tie. It was still not the brand my father would pick, but it was a designer now. "It has to be today. The Enterprise Solutions contract needs board approval by the end of the week." "Good luck," replied Claire quietly. "Try not to enjoy this too much." Despite my nervousness, I grinned. She was too familiar with me. When I walked in, the security guard looked twice. I had been hauled away the last time I was here following another argument about entering the family business. I was back on my terms now. As I walked in, the boardroom became quiet. My dad's expression quickly changed from astonished to irate to perplexed. Owen Grant, who was seated close to the head of the table, simply nodded as though he had anticipated my arrival. My dad yelled, "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to discuss the Enterprise Solutions contract," I remarked coolly as I set my laptop down on the table. "This is a closed board meeting. Security?" "Actually," Owen replied softly, "Mr. Sterling is here at my request. As the majority investor in Enterprise Solutions, I believe his input is crucial to this discussion." My dad's face turned white. "You what?" My laptop displayed a similar UI when I plugged it in, but not Enterprise Solutions. I chose to show them the original Smart Start dashboard instead, which had my very first designs and notes. "I started building this the day you kicked me out," I said, "using your Wi-Fi. Actually, since I was living in my car at the time." The members of the board shuffled uneasily. My mom eventually turned to face me as she sat calmly in her typical corner seat. I went on. Smart Start grew faster than anyone expected. Small businesses loved it because it solved real problems simply and affordably. But I knew larger companies needed similar solutions. I moved to the interface for Enterprise Solutions. Every feature in this system was designed specifically to address Sterling Enterprises' challenges. The inventory management, the customer tracking, the integration capabilities, all built based on intimate knowledge of what this company needs. My father's voice was trembling with anger as he said, "You've been spying on us." "No," I replied. "I've been trying to save your company. The same company you wanted me to join, but only on your terms." Owen Grant cleared his throat. The board has reviewed Mr. Sterling's proposal. Enterprise Solutions isn't just a software platform. It's a potential merger opportunity. My dad's head jerked up. Merger? I displayed the comprehensive merger proposal that I had been working on for weeks. Smart Start Technology would acquire a controlling interest in Sterling Enterprises, I said. But the Sterling name stays. The legacy business continues, enhanced by modern technology, and the current CEO transitions to Chairman Emeritus, focusing on strategic partnerships rather than day-to-day operations. There was no sound in the room. My dad whispered, "You want to buy my company?" I clarified, "I want to save it. Transform it into something that honors its history while embracing the future, but it has to happen now, before the market completely passes you by." It was my mother who talked first. "Charles, listen to him." Startled, he turned to face her. She had never raised her voice in 30 years of board meetings. "I've seen what Ethan built," she added. "What he sacrificed to build it. This isn't about winning or losing. It's about family." Family. He laughed loudly. He abandoned the family business. "No," I muttered. "I found a different way to support it." Every feature, every innovation in Enterprise Solutions was designed with Sterling Enterprises in mind. Because despite everything, I never stopped believing in what this company could be. I approached his chair and opened a second document on my tablet, my initial business plan, which I had penned in my car the night after I was expelled. The subtitle was Project Phoenix, Modernizing Sterling Enterprises Through Independent Innovation. He fixated on the paper. A dawn of recognition. "This was your plan all along? Plan B. Actually, Plan A was convincing you to modernize from within. But you weren't ready to listen then." Owen Grant got to his feet. "The board needs to vote on this merger proposal by the end of day. I suggest we take a brief recess to process this information." I was left alone with my father as everyone else filed out. He looked lost as he sat there looking over my business proposal. He finally questioned, "Why didn't you tell me? Would you have listened? Really listened, not just heard what you wanted to hear?" He remained silent for a while. "You built all this using our Wi-Fi." I couldn't contain my laughter. "That's what you're focusing on?" "No, he said, stroking his gray hair. "I'm trying to understand how my son went from living in his car to offering to buy my company in less than 2 years. The same way you built this company, by seeing opportunity everyone else missed, by working harder than anyone thought possible. By believing in something bigger than myself." Slowly, he nodded. "Your grandfather would have loved this. You know, he always said the best business lessons come from proving the skeptics wrong. I learned that from you. Actually, all those stories about how you built Sterling Enterprises, how you proved everyone wrong who said it would fail." I took a seat beside him. "I just did it my way instead of yours." The merger was approved by the board in a unanimous vote. After the longest delay of my life, my father cast his vote in favor. The changeover wasn't seamless. Particularly with family companies, change is never easy. However, Sterling Enterprises started to change gradually. The name was retained, but the brand was updated. My grandfather's fundamental business was maintained, but it was improved using technology to enable it to prosper in the digital era. Sterling's steadiness and Smart Start's inventiveness came together to create something that neither business could have done on its own. After a year, I sat in my father's office, which is now our office as he had finally agreed to become Chairman Emeritus. The quarterly figures we were examining had surpassed all expectations. "You were right," he abruptly remarked. I raised my head. "About what?" "About everything?" He looked directly into my eyes and said, "The technology, the market changes, the need to adapt." He pointed to the table displaying our most recent findings and said, "I was too proud to see it. Too afraid of losing control. And now I'm proud of what you built, what we're building together." It buzzed on my phone. Finn sent us a message regarding a possible new acquisition target. Another family firm in trouble that required precisely what we produced. I pulled up the plan and added, "Speaking of building," asking, "What do you think about expanding our enterprise division?" He grinned. The genuine smile I recalled from my early years, before anxiety and tension had hardened him. "Tell me more." Later that evening, I passed our former residence. There was still a robust Wi-Fi signal. They were unaware that I had changed their system last month. I reflected on that first night in my car, coding under the light of my laptop, driven by resentment, willpower, and the need to prove everyone wrong. I had discovered, however, that success was not about proving others incorrect. It was about establishing your own credibility and creating something so indisputable that even the most ardent doubters had to admit its worth. My mother reminded me to have family supper as my phone chimed once again. These were now routine occurrences, but the discourse had changed from judgment to sincere interest, from criticism to cooperation. I replied back, "Coming, since I couldn't help but send this over the Wi-Fi." She answered right away. "Very funny. Your father says bring the new acquisition proposal." And yes, he's actually smiling about it. Thinking of how far we'd come, from rejection to reunion, made me smile as well. From rivalry to cooperation. From surreptitiously utilizing their Wi-Fi to assisting them in embracing the digital future. Sometimes proving someone wrong isn't the greatest form of retaliation. It's giving them a whole new perspective on what's right. My brother stalked my girlfriend, but my family defended him. We were threatened, so we left, started over, and cut off all contact. As soon as my girlfriend Sophia, 25, walked in, Ethan began acting aggressively, making her incredibly uncomfortable with absolutely out-of-character conduct. He virtually pushed our mother aside just to be the first to hug Sophia, and he held her so tightly that she had to physically pull away. Throughout dinner, he kept finding excuses to touch her hand or shoulder, making odd inside jokes despite the fact that they'd only recently met, and actually pushing past me many times to sit next to her, until he crossed the line by trying to feed her with his fork while staring attentively. Sophia was obviously uneasy, but she stayed courteous because it was our first family gathering and she wanted to make a good impression. Ethan spent the entire evening reciting embarrassing anecdotes about my youth, twisting them to make me look like a miserable fool. He even told a completely false story about how he had to save my high school girlfriend from my claimed emotional abuse, which never occurred. Sophia knew these stories weren't genuine since I'd already told her about my adolescence, but my parents just nodded along as if Ethan was spouting biblical truth. After dinner, things worsened. Sophia offered to help clean up, hoping to be helpful. I was helping my father move some boxes in the garage when I remembered I hadn't seen Sophia in a while. I found her in the kitchen, with Ethan actually blocking her departure. He had trapped her at the sink and told her she deserved someone more exciting than his boring, unstable older brother. He was standing far too close, one hand on the counter next to her hip. Sophia ordered him to back off twice before I came inside. When she spotted me, she was relieved and came to stand next to me. Ethan just laughed dismissively, as if everything was one big joke, but Sophia was visibly shivering. My fiancée Sophia and I had been dating for 8 months, and everything was going great until Ethan started to wreck our lives with his compulsive behavior. I suppose I should explain our family dynamic so that this makes sense. Ethan and I were raised in a tiny Minnesota town by upper-middle-class parents. Our parents both work in real estate and make good money, but they've always prioritized appearances over genuine family relationships. Ethan was born when I was 3 years old, and he has always been the focal point of our parents' lives. He could do no wrong, but everything was always my fault. Growing up, Ethan exhibited some pretty alarming conduct, which my parents completely disregarded. When he was 6, he purposefully smashed my game console because I refused to let him play whenever he wanted. Instead of penalizing him, my parents got him his own and told me I needed to learn to share more effectively. At 12, he murdered my pet hamster by giving it chocolate, knowing it was deadly, but my parents stated it was a mistake and that I shouldn't have a pet if I couldn't properly care for it. In high school, he created allegations that I cheated on my then girlfriend, resulting in our split. My parents claimed he was merely protecting her. That tendency persisted into maturity. Ethan still lives at home with our parents, works at my father's real estate firm, and generally does whatever he wants. He has ruined every relationship I have tried to form. With my previous girlfriend, he convinced her family that I had a gambling problem, which was absolutely false. Before that, he told another woman that I had cheated on all of my ex-partners, which was also false. My parents would either justify his acts or accuse me of being overly dramatic. When I met Sophia, I resolved to do things differently. I kept our relationship absolutely quiet from my family for the first 3 months to protect her from Ethan's regular techniques. Sophia is truly the best thing that has happened to me. She is an intelligent and caring pediatric nurse at our local hospital. We met in the hospital cafe while I was visiting a coworker who had recently undergone surgery. She was on her lunch break, and we started talking about how bad the hospital coffee was. After a few more coffee discussions, we began dating, and everything seemed great. Sophia knows everything about my family history because I wanted her to be prepared. In fact, she was the one who pushed me to try to introduce her, claiming that things might be different now that we were all adults. One of my favorite things about her is that she constantly looks for the best in people. I eventually agreed to introduce Sophia to my family at a dinner party last month, and then everything started to fall apart. The main difficulty began several days after the dinner. Sophia began to receive weird phone calls and messages from numbers she did not know. At first, she responded with heavy breathing or immediate hang-ups. Then they started leaving more weird voicemails, labeling her stuck up and cold for turning down a better option. Some of the messages included exact data about her work schedule and what she wore that day, proving someone was watching her. Sophia didn't realize it at first, but a couple voices reminded me of Ethan's high school classmates. This gang of boys still goes out with him and basically follows his orders because his parents give him money to spend. When Sophia blocked those numbers, they simply began phoning from new ones. Then Ethan's pals began showing up at the hospital, appearing to be visitors but actually lingering around the pediatric wing, where Sophia works. They would look at her for hours, making loud comments that she could hear. Last week, one of them followed her to her car after she worked the night shift. She was so horrified that she contacted me crying from inside her car, afraid to drive home in case they were monitoring her. I had to come pick her up and drive her car back, while my friend followed us in his car to ensure we weren't being pursued. Sophia has begun experiencing panic attacks before her shifts, and her coworkers have realized something is plainly wrong. Yesterday, I finally got enough evidence to approach Ethan. I had voicemail recordings, messaging screenshots, and hospital security camera footage that showed his friend stalking Sophia. I visited our parents' house, where Ethan still resides, and showed him everything. He just sat there, smugly smiling, as I spoke. Then he looked me directly in the eyes and stated he had no idea what I was talking about. But maybe if Sophia wasn't such a spoiled brat, no one would feel the need to teach her a lesson. Something inside of me snapped when he said that, and I hit him in the face. Ethan immediately began screaming as if I had tried to kill him, despite the fact that it was only a little nosebleed. Our parents rushed in, and of course, they lost it. At me, not him. They didn't even look at the evidence I tried to provide to them. My mother became enraged over her poor baby boy being attacked, while my father yelled that I had always been jealous of Ethan and needed professional help for my anger issues. When I tried to explain the harassment, Mom said Sophia was probably flirting with Ethan at dinner and is now playing the victim because she was caught. Dad urged me to leave his house and not return until I had apologized to Ethan and gotten my head straight. I am writing from Sophia's flat, where I have been staying since last night. She finally fell asleep in the other room after crying for hours, frightened of going to work tomorrow. Sophia's supervisor has been understanding thus far, but she is concerned that if the problem escalates, she may lose her job. She enjoys working with children in pediatrics and should not be forced to give it up because of my insane brother. I really don't know what to do anymore. Every time I think Ethan cannot go any lower, he proves me wrong. Our parents are absolutely encouraging his actions and have been gaslighting both me and Sophia about what is happening. The police will not take action unless there is more direct evidence linking Ethan to the harassment. Sophia is terrified, her job is in jeopardy, and my family treats us as if we are the problem. Has anyone ever dealt with something like this? How do I keep Sophia safe while dealing with such a toxic family? Should I do more to capture everything that happens? Any advice would be highly appreciated. I'm at my wit's end. Update 1. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone who responded to my first post. Reading all of your answers helped me realize how serious the problem is. Sophia and I attempted to follow a lot of the advice many of you gave about documenting everything and taking legal action. Unfortunately, things have become worse over the last 2 weeks, and I need to rant about it. We followed the instructions and went to the police. Sophia and I spent hours gathering proof, including screenshots of all the threatening messages, voicemail recordings, and hospital security footage that showed Ethan's buddies lurking. We also received written testimonies from 3 of Sophia's coworkers who witnessed the stalking conduct. The officer we initially spoke with was concerned, particularly regarding workplace harassment, but things quickly became difficult. It comes out that Ryan, Ethan's best buddy and one of the main perpetrators of the abuse, is the son of a local police sergeant. When we stated Ryan's name, the officer's tone completely altered. He began by stating that without concrete proof that Ethan was coordinating everything, there was little they could do. He further indicated that Sophia was misinterpreting friendly attention from people who were just hanging around the hospital for legitimate reasons. He even had the arrogance to wonder if Sophia had somehow piqued their interest. We wanted to speak with another officer, preferably a female, but they refused. Finally, they stated they'd send a warning to everybody we could identify from the tape, but that was all they could do in the absence of specific evidence of actual threats. It felt like an absolute waste of time. My parents' reaction was far worse than I anticipated. The day after we went to the police, Ethan arrived at their house with a black eye, claiming I had struck him again. I hadn't seen him since the night I hit him 2 weeks before, but my parents quickly believed him. My mother called, sobbing about how I'd lost control and was trying to destroy Ethan's life. She said going to the police demonstrated I was purposefully attempting to damage his future over a stupid misunderstanding. Then my father called. He was infuriated. He threatened to cut me off financially, which would have been problematic if I still relied on them. Fortunately, I have a steady career in software development and my own apartment. He also threatened to fire me from the family real estate company, conveniently forgetting that I never worked there. That is Ethan's job. It truly demonstrates that they don't regard me as my own person, but rather as an accessory to Ethan's life. The true calamity occurred this past weekend. My mother repeatedly called and texted, saying they wanted to fix things as a family. She assured that Ethan was sorry for everything and wanted to apologize to both me and Sophia. She stated that they had discussed limits with him, and he was aware that his behavior was wrong. After discussing it with Sophia, we decided to give them the opportunity to make things right. That was an enormous error. We went to my parents' house expecting a family dinner to reconcile things. I sensed there was something odd from the moment we went in. The house was full with my parents, Ethan, our aunt and uncle, who usually support Ethan, and, worst of all, Ryan and two of the guys who had been pursuing Sophia at work. My mom referred to it as a family intervention. For 2 hours, they all took turns criticizing Sophia's character, while Ethan sat there looking smug. My mother delivered a lengthy lecture about Sophia's obvious jealousy of Ethan's attractiveness and success. What success? And how she had been flirting with him during dinner. She claimed Sophia made up the harassment because she felt sorry about leading Ethan on, and was now attempting to cover her tracks. Sophia, according to my aunt, was probably used to having attention from males at work and mistook nice conduct for stalking out of guilt. Ethan played his job brilliantly, appearing sad and perplexed as to why Sophia would fabricate such nasty lies about him. He kept stating how happy he was to finally have a sister-in-law and how saddened he was that she was attempting to turn everyone against him. Ryan and his friends backed him up, claiming they had simply come to the hospital to see Ryan's ailing grandmother, who supposedly transfers between floors and apartments every day. The toughest thing was when they began questioning Sophia's mental stability. They mentioned that she sometimes works night shifts, which suggested that a lack of sleep was contributing to her paranoia. They discussed how stressful working with sick children must be, as if she was putting her professional stress into harmless interactions with Ethan and his pals. My mother even had the audacity to suggest a therapist who may help Sophia work through her tendency to create drama. Sophia originally attempted to defend herself by politely discussing the harassment and even giving them the messages and voicemails again. But they kept talking over her, dismissing her facts as misunderstandings or hinting that she had caused everything. When Ryan began outlining in detail what Sophia had worn on specific days at work, demonstrating he had been monitoring her, my parents assumed Sophia was attempting to attract attention. Things grew terrible when they invited Ryan and his pals to join us for dessert, claiming they wanted to demonstrate what good young men they truly were. Sophia was having problems breathing and had to leave the room. When I attempted to follow her, my mother grabbed my elbow and told me it was time to choose between my real family and a clearly unstable girl who's just trying to cause problems. Sophia is who I choose. We left quickly, and I haven't spoken to my family since that night. Ethan's buddies have escalated their harassment, spreading reports at Sophia's workplace that she is mentally unstable and has a history of false claims. Her supervisor summoned her to a meeting yesterday to raise worries about drama at work. While he appeared empathetic, he warned her that the disruptions were beginning to damage her job performance and that she considered transferring to a different department or hospital. We've engaged an attorney to help us obtain a restraining order, but the procedure is sluggish. Sophia has been looking for jobs at other hospitals, and one of her old co-workers has offered to help her find work at a hospital some 300 miles away. I hate that we're being forced to take such harsh actions, but I can't face watching Sophia live in constant worry and tension. She now sobs before every shift and has lost weight because she is too anxious to eat properly. I really don't know what to do anymore. Every attempt to approach this sensibly has failed. My family is absolutely insane, the cops are ineffective, and it appears that Ethan is winning. How can you fight back when people want to believe the worst about you, and the best about your abuser? Update 2. I wish I had better news, but everything fell apart following what happened at my cousin Chloe's wedding last weekend. I've been trying to comprehend everything for the last few days before posting this update. What was supposed to be a happy family celebration turned into a nightmare that left Ethan in handcuffs and our family irrevocably shattered. To begin, Chloe has always been the only member of the family, aside from my grandfather, who recognized Ethan's deception. When we were youngsters, Mom caught Ethan abusing her cat and informed everyone, but my parents convinced us she was lying for attention. She never forgot, and she has been completely supportive of me throughout Sophia's condition. She even drafted a thorough statement for our attorney explaining Ethan's troubling background. When Chloe sent her wedding invites, Sophia and I were hesitant to go. But Chloe called us directly and said she only invited Ethan because her parents insisted, and she had hired extra security just to keep an eye on him. She also sat us at a table with her husband's family, far from my parents and Ethan. We assumed that with all of the witnesses and security present, Ethan wouldn't do something stupid. We were mistaken. The ceremony went well, owing in large part to Ethan's duties as a groomsman. Noah, Chloe's husband, is our cousin on the other side of the family and was unaware of any of the drama. Everything appeared to be in order at first glance. Ethan sat at the family table with our parents, while we were across the room with Chloe's in-laws. Sophia began to relax and enjoy herself for the first time in weeks. Sophia used the restroom around 9 p.m. She had been gone for approximately 10 minutes when I saw Ethan wasn't at his table anymore. Something seemed strange, so I went to check on her. Sophia screamed as I was about to enter the restroom. I began running when Noah and his brother turned the bend in front of me. They discovered Ethan pushing Sophia against the hallway wall outside the lavatory, attempting to force himself on her while she struggled. He had one hand over her mouth and the other forcefully grabbing her arm, leaving bruises. Just as I arrived, Noah and his brother had dragged Ethan off of her. Sophia shook and cried. Her dress was torn at the shoulder, and there were already visible bruises on her arm. Ethan was clearly intoxicated and began ranting that Sophia had been teasing him all night, she had literally not gone near him, and that she had followed him into the hallway. She arrived first. Noah's brother, a police officer from another city, quickly called the local police, and Noah assisted Sophia into a private room where Chloe and her mother attempted to calm her down. This is where things went even worse, if that's possible. When the cops arrived, my parents attempted to stop them from detaining Ethan. My mother cried that it was all a misunderstanding, that Sophia had plainly misled Ethan, and that they shouldn't ruin his life for one minor drunken mistake. My father physically attempted to stop the officers from handcuffing Ethan, urging that they treat this as a family matter. Ethan went between crying about how Sophia seduced him and threatening everyone, claiming that none of us understood what he was capable of. He appeared absolutely unhinged. As they eventually got him into the police car, he started yelling that Sophia was a whore who had been asking for it since the day they met. Some guests captured the entire event on their phones. The aftermath was catastrophic. My parents got into a frenzy, phoning everyone in the family to provide their account of the events. They claimed Sophia took Ethan into a quiet spot, came onto him, and shouted assault when he rebuffed her. They claimed she planned the entire incident to exact revenge on Ethan for revealing her lies about the harassment. They even claimed that Noah and his brother hit Ethan before the cops arrived, which they did not, and that Sophia hurt herself. The one bright spot is that the wedding video shows Ethan following Sophia into the restroom hallway. With her bruises, many witnesses, and video proof of Ethan's breakdown during the arrest, our lawyer believes we have a solid case. Several relatives who attended the wedding have come forward to testify about Ethan's actions throughout the night, including inappropriate remarks he made about Sophia and how he pursued her during the reception. My parents have threatened to disown me unless Sophia drops the claims. They've been phoning and messaging nonstop, alternately apologizing for tearing the family apart, and threatening to cut me out of the inheritance. They even showed up at my apartment yesterday, generating a disturbance that prompted my neighbors to contact the police. My mother screamed over how I was putting her sweet boy in jail, while my father swore to make sure I never worked in this state again. Sophia and I reached a decision. She accepted a job offer at a hospital 300 miles away, and I plan to work remotely for my firm. We're moving at the end of next month. Many people may believe we are fleeing, but we simply need to escape the toxicity and start over somewhere new. Chloe understands and has agreed to keep us up to date on any family developments. The most difficult part of all of this is knowing that my family will never accept Ethan needs help. Even after seeing him abuse someone at a wedding in front of witnesses, they continue to defend him and blame the victim. I've often wondered what might have happened if someone had intervened when we were kids, but we'll never know. Right now, I just need to concentrate on safeguarding Sophia and creating our new life together, away from Ethan and my parents' enabling behavior. Update 3. I hadn't planned to submit any more updates, but something happened yesterday that I feel compelled to tell. After 4 years of fortunate silence from my family, I received a frantic phone call from my mother, leaving me feeling both vindicated and heartbroken. First, a little update on Sophia and myself. We married 2 years ago in a short ceremony attended by Chloe's family and Sophia's relatives. We purchased a home in our new location, and Sophia is now the head pediatric nurse at her hospital. I am still working remotely for the same company, but I was promoted to senior developer last year. We're expecting our first kid, a baby girl, in 3 months. Life has been serene and cheerful, which makes what I am about to say much more frightening. Yesterday afternoon, I was in a conference when my phone started ringing incessantly with calls from my mother. I normally disregard strange numbers because my family has a tendency of purchasing new phones to reach us, but this time she left a message that sounded truly frantic. When I called back, she was sobbing so hard that I could not hear her. Ethan married a woman named Olivia last year. We were all unaware of it because we hadn't spoken to that side of the family since the wedding. Apparently, Ethan met Olivia in church, and their families swiftly planned their marriage. My mother kept going on about how wonderful everything was, how Ethan had finally found a good Christian woman who understood him, and how they were all so happy, until last week. Olivia's coworker called the police last Thursday after she failed to show up for work for 3 days. Officers discovered Olivia seriously injured during a wellness check. She had 2 broken ribs, a shattered wrist, and several bruises across her body. But here's what really stunned me. When the police looked into it further, they discovered that my father had been assisting Ethan in concealing the abuse for months. Olivia eventually broke down and told the police everything. Ethan began striking her just 2 months after they married. Every time she threatened to leave or tell someone, my father would intervene, using his real estate contacts to push Olivia's family about their mortgage or threatening to fire her from a job at one of his friend's companies. He even persuaded Olivia's parents that she was mentally disturbed while fabricating allegations about Ethan, employing the same tactics they employed against Sophia. The final event occurred when Olivia was promoted at work, which would have provided her financial independence. Ethan lost control and thrashed her so brutally that she couldn't enter. When she called my father for assistance, he advised her to ice it and remember her wedding vows. That's when her coworker stepped in and called the police. Ethan and my father were both arrested, one for domestic abuse and the other for witness intimidation and conspiracy. My mother urged me to return and help fix things. She kept stating, the family needs to stick together during a crisis, that Ethan and Dad needed my help, and that Olivia was obviously exaggerating everything, just like Sophia did. I lost it. I informed her how I felt about her enabling Ethan's actions throughout his childhood. I reminded her of what they did to Sophia, and how they decided to support Ethan despite witnessing him assault her at Chloe's wedding. I questioned whether she had ever considered that if they had helped Ethan when he was younger or held him accountable for his behavior, Olivia might not be in the hospital right now. My mother burst into tears, admitting that they should have acted sooner. She acknowledged that she and Dad had always known Ethan had problems, but they believed they were protecting him by keeping everything hidden. Too little, too late. I hung up and blocked her new number. Chloe called me later to confirm some information she'd received from extended family. Olivia's parents are distraught and regret not believing her sooner. They totally support her in bringing accusations against both Ethan and my father. Police are also looking into potential additional victims, since numerous of Ethan's ex-girlfriends have come forward with similar allegations of abuse and stalking. Sophia proposed that we contact Olivia through Chloe and offer her assistance if she requires it, which we will most likely do. Sophia mentioned how fortunate she was to have assistance when coping with Ethan, and Olivia may need someone who understands what she's going through. Some may believe I'm being cold toward my parents, but I've learned that encouraging toxic behavior simply creates more victims. My family had numerous opportunities to change, but they decided not to. Now they can deal with the consequences of their decisions without my assistance. My goal now is to defend my own family, my wife, our unborn daughter, and the quiet life we've created away from their toxicity. Update 4. Many people have messaged me asking for updates on the situation with Ethan, my father, and Olivia. So this is what has happened in the last 6 months. First, some wonderful news from our end. 3 months ago, Sophia and I welcomed our daughter Isla. She's completely healthy and stunningly lovely. Parenthood has been incredible, and it has only confirmed that breaking connections with my problematic family was the correct decision. Chloe and her husband came to see Isla last month, and seeing them with her only confirmed what true family love is like. Now for an update on Ethan's and my father's cases. Chloe has been keeping us updated because she still maintains contact with some distant relatives. Ethan agreed to a plea deal last month. He will serve an 8-year jail sentence for serious domestic abuse, with the possibility of parole after 5 years. My father's case is still ongoing, although his attorney is apparently attempting to work out a settlement. His real estate license has been suspended pending an inquiry, and most of his business partners have parted ways with him. My mother's progress is the most startling. After our previous phone chat, she began therapy. According to Chloe, She has moved out of the family home and filed for divorce from my father last week. She sent me a 12-page letter apologizing for everything, enabling Ethan his entire life, failing to protect me as a child, and, most importantly, how they treated Sophia. She revealed that she and my father had essentially produced the monster Ethan by never holding him accountable. I have not responded to your mail. Part of me respects that she is finally confronting the truth, but it is too little, too late. Where was this understanding when Ethan was torturing animals as a kid? Or while he was stalking Sophia? Or when they witnessed him assaulting her during Chloe's wedding? Sophia and I are still talking about allowing her to have supervised contact with Isla, but that will be years away, if it ever happens. Olivia came out to us via Chloe. She is doing better. She lives with her sister in another state and is having extensive therapy. She has filed for divorce and is completely cooperating with prosecutors. According to Chloe, numerous other women have come forward with claims that Ethan mistreated them in the past, including 2 from his church. The police are looking into those situations as well. Olivia's parents have been wonderfully supportive once the truth was revealed. They publicly apologized to her for not believing her sooner and severed all connections with my parents. They're even collaborating with domestic violence organizations to help other families identify indicators of abuse and manipulation. Our extended family is fundamentally divided into 2 factions. The majority of our younger cousins and relatives have supported us and Olivia, while the older generation continues to make excuses for Ethan and my dad. Chloe's mother, my aunt, has formed a family therapy group for relatives who want to understand how things got so bad and how to make things better for future generations. Sophia and I are focused on our kid and our lives here. Sophia went back to work part-time last week and was promoted to director of pediatric nursing. I'm still working remotely, but I'm considering starting my own software consulting firm. We've created a fantastic community here, complete with amazing friends and chosen family. Sometimes I consider contacting my mother or responding to her letter, but then I look at Isla and think about how my parents would expect me to let Ethan near her if we were still in contact, claiming he deserves another chance. That thought alone reminds me that we made the right decision by staying away. The pattern of cruelty and enabling in my family ends with me. Isla will grow up in an environment that values healthy relationships and respects limits. Cutting off toxic family members is sometimes the best thing you can do for your child, no matter how painful it is.